to it, not thinking it through. Like, shorty, tell me what's good with you. Coming with me and she got, ayy, 24 on a watch. You don't know that's a lot. What she want is what I bought, yeah. If I want it, I'ma get it, yeah. I just talk the way I live it, yeah. I got plenty women, they all wanna ride, even in a Civic, yeah. But now I pull up in the Aston. For money, I'm made off the back end. High end with the fashion, now broke, so me in the past tense, yeah. Going money fast, like, hey. Yeah, my foot up on the gas, like, hey. Double pump and bring it back, like, hey. Yeah, my amigo got the pack, like, hey.
Check, whoa, VVS all on my neck, whoa. We talking power, respect, got me blowing on gas and I'm high as a jet, like, whoa. Shorty can't breathe no air, yeah. Red bone body, long hair, yeah. Everything I do real rare, yeah. Can't buy one, need pairs, yeah. I get paid now. I was in them streets and I ain't never do no playground. I just kept it real, stay 100 and I stayed down. Made it out that jungle, now we shopping when we touch down. We riding around, my windows down and my speakers loud. Hate my grind down, like my shine, I'm one of a kind, no stopping mine. I'm certified, can't copy me. Got the bank like Monopoly. My tie fly, that's all design. I'm dripping, shorty, know it's hard to see, but best believe live.
Yeah, going money fast, like, hey. Yeah, my foot up on the gas, like, hey. Double pump and bring it back, like, hey. Yeah, my amigo got the pack, like, hey.
Something crazy, get a bit wild today, cause we don't do this every day and we deserve it. Life is so amazing, nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away. Do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? We should, we'll feed the fire. Let's see it through and let go of what's holding us back. Just light it up and we'll burn through the past and take it higher. Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I.
Motivated, I'm focused. Came a long way from the lowest. Yeah, gotta get it, the mindset, gotta put it in motion. This is the moment. Gotta one up my opponent. Back then, they ain't noticed me, now they know it's me. I'm the chosen. It's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster.
Yeah, whole lot of times they doubted I wouldn't be who I am without it. Sleepless nights, I counted. It all paid off, it's really astounding. I had to keep the faith to elevate. Hope for better days, they were coming. Now we can celebrate, knowing every day is abundant. Yeah, it's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game.
Tell me where the competition. Seem like they all been missing. Never made a wrong decision. It's got me walking different. I stay gassed up. Please point the opposition. No scope, it's no joke. Just know I aim with raw precision. I went and got my bid up quick, 100 figures. They once was competition, now ain't sitting with us. Been on a wave since we've been away. Snatch the game, now we here to stay.
I told my mama I make it, I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game. I told my mama I make it, I made a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game.
It's that you can't touch me. Things get ugly, they mad now. This all must be a whole new level to count. I'm packing on the pounds, pulled up with the dog hound, and I still had time to shut it down. Now you see them all screaming my name. See them trying to switch to my lane. They ain't never fit that frame. Only present when the cash came. Plenty days I've been on the road chasing. No legend ever said they was complacent. Nah.
I told my mama I make it, I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game. I told my mama I make it, I made a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game.
give me a blindfold. This shit is easy, like a recital. I'm taking my shot, like my hands on the rifle. Yeah. It's now or never. Yeah. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Woo. Now or never. It's now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Yeah. Now or never. Yeah. Look. Keep quiet, the queen's talking, keep walking. Couple of rings brought in, lines choking. Couple of reporters reporting. Firing line with the red dot, no recordings. Taking the title like there are no rivals. Doing the eyes closed, give me a blindfold. This shit is easy, like a recital. I'm taking my shot, like my hands on the rifle. Yeah. It's now or never. Woo. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. Yeah. It's now or never. It's now or never.
Ooh, you love the fame, you are not the same. Girl, when I was with you, strung around the place, makeup on your face. Tell me what's your issue? What did I do? What did I try to make you happy? Thought that I proved, thought that you told me that you love me. But now you're in the spotlight and you're cruising. You play with my emotions. I was foolish, but now you're in the spotlight. Camera shooting. You playing with my heart. You playing with my heart. And now you're in the spotlight and you're cruising. You play with my emotions. I was foolish. Playing with my. Now we know you fake. I just wanna say you've got tunnel vision. Enjoy with your mates, cause I'm on my way. You've made my decision. What did I do? What did I try to make you happy? Thought that I proved, thought that you told me that you love me. But now you're in the spotlight and you're cruising. You play with my emotions. I was foolish, but now you're in the spotlight. Camera shooting. You playing with my heart. You playing with my heart. But now you're in the spotlight and you're cruising. You play with my emotions. I was foolish, but now you're in the spotlight. Camera shooting. You playing with my heart. You playing with my heart.
Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. 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 Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch.
That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the ballin', spotting, ballin'. Phone was dry, but now everybody calling. Good at taking risks, yeah, I always go all in. Swear to God that I'm deaf to the talking. I can't hear it. See the finish line. I know that I'm near it, yeah. Cut the check and I'ma clear it. Ain't nobody out here that I'm fearing, ayy. Easy to see things all on the way up. Used to think it's hard, now I feel just like a layup. I've been in the gym, yeah, I'm tryna get my weight up. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the. Hey, you ain't real. It's like you got a few disguises. Walk in the room, I know I'ma be the flyest. She like me, yeah, it's hard for her to hide it. One-on-one, ain't nobody like this. Got this far by doing me, I'm everything I knew I'd be. I don't care what we used to be, no, yeah. They try and get close to me, you can't get what you want from me. I got this vision you can't see, no. Easy to see things all on the way up. Used to think it's hard, now I feel just like a layup. I've been in the gym, yeah, I'm tryna get my weight up. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the.
One time for your mind, get rockin'. One time for your mind, we poppin'. One time for your mind, no maybes. Just yes, yo, release the stress. In the place to be, we rhyme. Getting down on the mic, no crime. Hip hop, everybody know it's time. Yeah, we're gonna rock like this. Yeah, we're gonna rock like this. Yeah, we're gonna rock like this. We're gonna rock like this. Yeah, we're gonna rock like this. We're gonna rock like this.
I just can't stop. No, no. Yeah, you got me, yeah. Ooh, no, I just can't stop.
not stop like this. Gonna rock the party, not stop like this. Gonna rock the party, not stop like this. Gonna rock the party, not stop like this. Yeah, we rock the party, not stop like this. Rock the party, not stop like this. Gonna rock the party, not stop like this. Gonna rock the party, not stop like this. Yeah, we rock the party, not stop like this.
Run it up, bust it. We got the fire, run it up, bust it. We got the fire, run it up, bust it. We got the fire, run it up, bust it.
You're stressing right, you need some meditation. Don't let them ruin your vibe, no time for rumination. Let's leave it all behind, take a flight, aviation. Want you, girl, by my side, let me show my appreciation. I want you here with me, I'll miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my Jovi, be my woman, be my lover, be my Jovi, be my, the only one I want. Be my preliminary. Let me caress the way I think it's necessary. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, babe. 7 days, are you ready? I don't need to say you know it, girl, you're extraordinary. I want you here with me, I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my.
come on through, the time ticking down. All you need to find is one headshot. Might just be able to clock this one out and send them to the grand final.
It's all left on Vanya's shoulders.
There's one way to do it. That is the way to do it.
Yeah. Let me get a punch. Let me get a punch. Let you feel the punch. Let me get a punch. When a hook don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. When a hook don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. When a hook don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. When a hook don't sleep, don't punch me. Don't keep getting me pissed before I make you bleed. Pray for your rest in peace. It's the only peace that you need, even a punch. This is the purge. Everybody please your perk. Your perma kick these people with my kitty pound. Play with the wrong gal pound. พูดไม่ได้พูดกันไปพักผ่อนยาวพักก่อน now อย่าเอาไปใครก็ยิงมาแผ่ว Pack it out, back it out กูสร้างมึงภาพลับ yo how about now bruh จบบ้านนี้ไม่ต้องรอถึงหูพวกกูจัดมึงจุก now out Be the pepper pick a pack of peppers People like me pick a pack of bricks for a week per day per minute Rapper like me ทำพวกมึง panic บอกกูเป็นผู้หญิงมี point the proof ไม่ควรได้ price เข้าใจมึง lose อะไรไม่รู้พร้อมพวกขี้แพ้มาพานกูพูดไปก็ไร point เขาต่อยสักชุดดีกว่าว่าพวก When a hook don't sleep oh yeah yeah oh When a hook don't sleep oh yeah yeah oh When a hook don't sleep oh yeah yeah oh When a hook don't sleep don't punch me All problems are proved in one punch All battles are beat in one punch Put you to sleep with this one punch ไม่สะเทือนกูสักนิดกูขอสกิล one punch ชีวิตที่กูโดนมามากกว่า one punch วันนั้นที่กูช่วยกูสักคนมา one punch One day one life one do it one punch If you have one shot better have one punch Eminem said Millie Rabbit I'm the world short You just catfish Cavity said พ่อแม่คือความจริง Separate from the competition ผลลัพธ์คือ I'm the best right When a hook don't sleep oh yeah yeah oh When a hook don't sleep oh yeah yeah oh When a hook don't sleep oh yeah yeah oh When a hook don't sleep don't punch me
Hello and welcome to VCT EMEA, coming to you live from the Riot Games Arena in beautiful Berlin, Germany. This is week 3 of stage 1, so we are officially past the halfway point of action. I am Zoe, and with me to break it all down for you lovely people at home is the dynamic trio of Kakuka, of Mike, and Mac. Mac, you need some introduction. This is your blimey.
Put you on the spot.
Yeah, this is your debut on VCT EMEA.
It is. Yeah, it was a long swim from Australia to get here, but we did make it in one piece. And look, I've got the cardio
you dressed for the part.
Yeah, it was good. I brought my Australian clothes. It is quite cold outside, but I don't really feel that.
You think this is cold?
we have
It's
sun
like summer.
in Berlin. This is the hottest it gets in Berlin.
It's been a nice week, actually.
These are fraudulent weather
It's my
reports.
first experience.
So I'm happy for that.
Fraudulent weather
I
reports.
brought the sun with me, all right? So you guys thank me for that.
You don't even live in Australia anymore right now. Did I just
Don't
out
need to
you?
leak
I'm
that.
sorry.
Yeah, well, I still brought the sun from Malta,
uprooted his
all
intro.
right?
I ruined his intro. Sorry about that. We could just move on. How about that? Let's take a look at standings. Let's take a look at where we're currently at. As I said, we're almost past, or right now are past the halfway mark of stage 1. So things are starting to get really exciting and really iffy for some of our teams, as we now have a few on the board who are currently down 0-2. So it's rough out there.
Yeah, exactly. I think that, as you're saying, for the teams that are 0-2, this is where things get extremely real. But for the teams that have that 2-0, of course, things are looking more bright. They have that room to make mistakes. It's more interesting to look at that group EMEA and having so many teams in a 1-1 situation.
Yeah, there's things going everywhere there. We've got some crazy matchups this week as well, which could get some head-to-heads on the board going to one team and not the other. And that'll matter a lot going towards the end of the group stage.
Well, indeed. Let's take a look at today's matches so you at home can see what we have in store for you today. We're kicking things off with Movistar Koi versus BBL, and then we finish off today with Navi versus Giant X. Mike, which one are you more excited about?
Probably Koi BBL. I think there's a reason we haven't started with a recap. Obviously, last week's probably something we wanted to forget about, but yeah, I think today
for
definitely.
Both teams, funny enough.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, I think Koi BBL. There's a lot of stake there. There is, and obviously the weeks following this ride on today's result.
Okay, you know, as a defender,
You say okay, what?
I'm just looking at you, Mike. I'm just so happy to have you here. I'm like living a fever dream right now. I don't think you understand. But of course, especially we were just looking at the standings and the situation for the teams. As the Spanish defender, I have to say, it could be a very devastating day for us. But I'm going to say it's going to be a great one for us.
Sure, let's speak that into existence. You know, you're going to manifest that kind of stuff. You got to manifest it. And I mean, there is a lot at stake for a lot of those teams. Team Heretics will lock a playoffs slot if they win. Fnatic will lock playoffs if they win, and Giant X lose, and Foot will lock playoffs if they win, and Movistar Koi win as well. So that's how the week is going to shape up, potentially. Now, of course, no one can mathematically be eliminated from the playoffs this week, but things can get really tough for some of those teams.
It kind of feels like you almost.
Kinda, your face will be out of your hands.
Yeah, the percentage odds become pretty awkward after today.
Yeah, pressure gets higher. Games get harder, and look, I think a couple of these teams that we could talk about in a moment are going to have some pretty rough runs.
True, true. You know what? We love to get ahead of ourselves here on the desk. Like, it's like one of our all-time hobbies. We really do. So we want to just take a look at the strength of schedule for some of those teams and some of those matches coming up. Why don't you start us off here, Mac? Who
So
you
for
got?
the strength of schedule, we're looking at KC and GM, which is honestly my game of the week, and there's a few reasons for that. KC, a lot of people had them high on the power rankings, but if you have a look here, that loss against BBL is going to be incredibly crucial going forward. It gives BBL a head-to-head if they start to pick up their pace. And you look at the run, right? It doesn't get easier from here. They got Gentlemates into Foot into Team Liquid. Two of those teams are also on 1-1 with them, and they need to get the head-to-head. They need to get those wins. And if you come over here as well, Gentlemates, it's going to be a lot easier for them. They already got Team Liquid out of the way, got the head-to-head against them, took a map off of Foot, which is huge. If they can get a win over KC at the end of the week, that is going to be incredible for them, because BBL, they're not looking too good at the moment. If GM take them out and then get MKOI as well, take Movistar down, then that's when it's going to get very interesting. GM, no one had them high in the power rankings, but they've got a nice, easy run towards the end of this group.
I think they're doing great. I actually, like, if I were to say it's more on the KC side, I feel like they have a little bit more to prove. Because even though you're saying, like, oh, they got a map up a Foot, that was an incredible match to watch. Like, that fracture was unreal, and they could have been closing it down with a 2-0. But yeah, I'm going to take this one. Foot versus Team Liquid. As you said, Zoe, this week is extremely important for Foot, because after the two showings that they've given us against both Movistar Koi and Gentlemates, they have the chance of locking the playoffs just off of a win of Team Liquid. But on the other side, so I'm saying we have a Team Liquid that started off with that loss, and is now in a situation where, of course, they want to be a standout in their group. They were one of the teams that we sent to represent us in Bangkok. So I think think that the foot still has a little bit of room to work with, but of course, ending week 3, locking in already playoffs, it's like an early vacation.
Yeah, for sure. I think as well that's a big sigh of relief for some of these teams that I don't want to say have struggled, but maybe haven't exactly matched up to expectations coming into the start of stage 1. I think actually, well, if we roll on to the next, obviously we've got, for me, again, match of the week. Heretics, Vitality. This is one that's, well, going to be a banger.
Spicy,
It's going to be a spicy matchup
Certified.
regardless, but obviously Heretics sitting at a 2-0. They have the potentially to go 3-0 versus Vitality, or Vitality push them both to 2-1. You then look at the back end, and for Heretics, for me, again, the Fnatic one's kind of up in the air, but with Navi's form currently, you've got to be feeling good if you're Heretics coming into the home stretch, so to say. On the other side for Vitality, obviously, the loss to Fnatic, which I don't think we can necessarily call an upset, but was maybe a little unexpected with not knowing how a Fnatic are going to come into the season. Similar for them, they're playing against Apex and Na'Vi, which again, I think expected outcomes. They're going to be feeling good regardless coming out this week.
Now, of course, we're making all of those assumptions based on the meta we've seen in the first 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Alas,
Let's
we
change
do
everything.
have, let's just mix it up a little bit. We do have, of course, a patch dropping today. So, Bayo, why don't you walk us through the changes
I'm
that are
literally
coming
gonna
our
walk
way?
you through.
Literally
because,
walk
yeah,
us
I feel
to the
like
changes.
walking. I'm not wearing heels today, so I'm gonna.
You're doing
just-
great.
Yeah, thank you. I was
You're
very
welcome.
scared, like tripping. But yes. This week, we are playing on a different patch. Of course, you at home have probably seen this and have already been playing on it. 10.06, if I'm not mistaken. Small nerf to Euro. The fake out, that clone is going to be a little bit more expensive, from 100 credits to 200 credits. But let's move on to the ones that are the most important. First one here, we have the KO. You know that the Flash has changed a little bit, has given him a little bit more of autonomy. First of all, as I'm saying, there will be an extended duration for the Flash itself of just a little bit more, 0.25 seconds. The equip of the gun will also be faster, and the way that the Flash is going to work for you to pop it yourself and for you to work with yourself more, it's going to be a little bit shorter. So more individual effectiveness that we're going to see from KO. On the other side, we have Vice that has been so popular here in EMEA. They wanted to change things around a little bit. The duration of the Razor Bind has gone down from 10 seconds to 7 seconds. For you to understand, that's like Sage, slow orb. And for the wall, also the duration has gone down for that shear from 8 seconds onto 6 seconds. So right now the difference between the two, besides the wall of the Sage being longer, would be that you have to be there to use the wall. With Vice, you can be anywhere. Let's take a look at what it means for the rest of the teams that we have here in EMEA. This is the peak race that we have seen from these two agents throughout the entire year. And we can see that KO has, a little bit of a smaller showing. Of course, we don't have a lot of maps that have been played, but especially when we look at Ascent and Icebox going back into the pool, we can expect that this KO buffs are going to give names like Krax incredible times with the agent. We see that across them, maybe this numbers, the 0%, the 4, the other 0 on split might change. We don't know, but it's most important for the Vice because we see that there's a lot of teams that have been experimenting with her, that have been including her in many, many compositions. We will see this week if they consider this to be enough to stop playing her, or if the change is not that abrupt, is not going to break anything else. We've seen a lot of solo Sentinel, but we've also seen a lot of double Sentinel. Koi is playing up next, so Zoe had the chance to ask Flya how they're feeling about today.
To a Flya joining me now for a quick chat before we dive into the nitty-gritty of all game-related things. I just pointed out your shoes. You said those are your new lucky shoes. Can you walk me through this? So are you superstitious?
I mean, I'm not superstitious, but I'll just a little bit. I mean, we lost 3 games in my other pair of Jordans, so this week I'm bringing out the Dunks, see if they're more lucky.
Okay, how many games do you need to lose in order to change your shoes?
I mean, I was hoping I wouldn't have to, but I guess 3 was my breaking point. So now I'm using these ones, yeah.
All right, first game in the new shoes. I love that. Also, first game on a new patch. Do you personally feel that the KO and Vice changes are impactful enough for you guys to maybe switch it up? Maybe we get to see you back on that KO?
Yeah, I would definitely say that we made some changes. In terms of the in-game performance, experience, I haven't noticed actually a big difference with Visor KO. I think Vise is definitely actually the wall coming down sooner, the Valorant's coming down sooner is better in a whole for every team kind of aspect. It feels much smoother, But KO I think is the exact same.
All right, so are we gonna see you on the KO then?
We'll have to see when we get in the maps.
I'll take that as a yes. Looking back at last week, I mean, obviously a heartbreaking loss. Map 1, that one's gonna sting. Map 2, you played it really close. How do you and the team recover from that? How do you, like, what's your headspace look like heading into the next week?
I mean, it's a lot of stuff, to be honest. Like, you know, we had a long discussion about a lot of things. I mean, last week we picked Lotus going into it, but it was kind of a iffy pick. I mean, we didn't change anything, and we showed it the week prior and the week before that, so they just kind of like they had a VOD on us, and since we don't change anything, it's going to be easy for them to like counter us, so.
So, and you personally, I mean, you're one of the imports, right? You're also coming up from Tier 2 into Tier 1. What's the experience been like for you? Any big takeaways so far?
I mean, it's way different. Like, you know, I feel like I've had 4 games on the stage so far. I feel like last week was the first time I felt like, yeah, okay, I'm comfortable. I feel like, you know, I know how to get here and set up and my routine and everything like that. So it's been a big transition because I'm used to playing the last 3 years in my room, you know? So, yeah, very thankful to be here.
Well, we're grateful to have you here and seeing you in action. Hope the kicks work out for today. Thank you so much for joining me for a quick chat.
Thank you.
Well, definitely superstitious. Also, absolutely going to play KO. That's what I'm taking away from this one.
That's as good as a yes.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. But I think that there is something very important that we need to acknowledge for this match that he also mentioned a little bit, and it's the fact that BBL were the last, Koi was the last team to play on Friday, and they're also going to be the first one playing here on Wednesday. So when we're speaking about the stakes, the pressure, the performance that we expect to see, we also need to speak about the little time that they've had to prepare for this enemy in particular.
Yeah, and it's also a team that we are asking some pretty hard questions about now. So that preparation time absolutely crucial for them to go away, review things, and there are certain things that I would say that there still feels like there's some role mismatches, right? So that preparation time is key for this team.
The question is, how much can you review if you're looking back at BBL's matches from last week? I mean, you're looking at an Ascent, for example, where they completely overcooked. Can you even take something away if you're the opponent? Let's talk about it.
The thing is, I went and reviewed it because I was like, I always like when we put like rounds as examples and whatnot, and I was looking at this and the amount of individual mistakes that were just happening that had nothing to do with the agents, but then everything to do at the same time. Some plans that were very uncharacteristic because I think that we've seen so many good things about BBL that this for me is out of tone. Like it doesn't. This is like something Foot would have done, you know?
Okay, so you're a no on triple initiator. How do you feel about it, Mike?
I mean, it's a no. Okay, but again, it comes down to something. We've seen teams historically toy with it, but certainly not to this extent. The execution just wasn't there.
It wasn't there, so we're looking for both of these teams to maybe reinvent themselves a little bit heading into today's match, as there is a lot on the line. Koi being down currently 0-2 as they're taking to the stage. We hope to see some different looks from them, and also looking, of course, at BBL there. We hope they make some changes. What are your expectations from either of those teams for today?
I'm very excited to see where this map veto is going to go, because we've seen Koi obviously having some preferences for some maps, but the results have not been good. If we think about how their matches have gone, we see the first map is an absolute blowout. You know, it's like a very, very defeat sense. It doesn't matter if it's their pick or not. It is the second one that they come alive, and both of them in these 2 weeks have gone to that overtime. They have not been able to close any of them out. So a map win will be enough for me.
And weirdly enough for me, for BBL, even though we're kind of, I don't want to say criticizing the Ascent comp, but you know, week 1 we saw the Icebox come out. Then we see obviously BBL's week 2. What do we see this week? Do we see something else that's potentially something BBL have kept as a pocket pick, so to say, or a trump card almost to pull out and show us something special once again, or potentially special?
Yeah, I mean, they've been cooking, we've been eating. Was it a good meal? Yeah, I mean, food was had, Mike. Food was had that day. I am very excited to see where those two teams are taking us map-wise.
Yeah, as I'm saying, I think that it depends a lot where they want to go. For Koi, having less time, they have to be more specific. BBL, they repeat on that Lotus, and Movistar Koi is going to go back to that Haven. No surprise to me, BBL chooses a map that they've been not only successful in, but that Koi looked absolutely terrible against Foot. There is a lot that needs to be said about that Pearl and the way that Foot played it. So there's a lot of that footage that I think BBL are going to take into consideration. Mike, you were mentioning the Icebox.
Yeah.
And I think it's also the pick that everybody expected Movistar Koi for.
I promised Pau I wouldn't mention certain things that we discussed about the Icebox comp, but Well, it was to counter. Okay, if we see it again, maybe I'll talk about it. But it was actually a
way to tease us.
hard counter. So I'm not sure if we will see it again this week.
Sorry, was it to hard counter what they thought KC was going to run on Icebox? Like,
yeah. In terms of a play style, I mean, there was also some other things they wanted to buy some time in potentially slowing down the retakes and opening up some possibilities in the post plan. But I don't think we actually got to see how they wanted to play it, to be honest with you, in week 1. So we know they had a very, very slow start on Icebox, and that was more concerning than the comp itself in my eyes. I don't think really that was comp specific.
Yeah, and thinking about what we can expect from this first map as we're going to jump about Pearl. And since we're speaking about those compositions, as we see Shadows on camera, is he going to go back on that chamber? Because he, like, struggle is a small word for what he had to deal with when he was on the defense. He literally could not get almost any value, and they didn't even find a single round on the attack. It was very devastating because it only ended up with a map where they got 2 rifle wins, and that was about it.
I mean, obviously a team effort to lose like that, so you can't really just blame it on Shadows or his chamber. We know what he can do on that very agent, but yeah, we're going to see him on that Sova this time around.
He's going on the Sova. Fly is going to be going on the Vice. No changes for the side of BBL.
And this is, again, one of the role mismatches I was talking about was actually Soulcast, and again, it's a tale as old as time, right? Not finding the consistency in some of the flexing we've seen from him. The Vice hasn't worked on a few maps, so to see him flex onto the tail here, maybe give Flyer some space to kind of stretch his legs a little bit, could be a positive.
I'm so interested because I feel like in Movistar Koi, there is a point where you have to play the Vice. I think that this is going to be Flyer's first time, and I want to see how he's going to be developing on that agent. Seeing Soulcast on the Tejo, I really, really like this. Like, I like this mix and match, and I hope that Shadows finds more comfort, and we see, you know, with this double drone, I want to see how they structure the defense when the timings are the most important, when they can get the most value out of all of the tools that they have. Because yes, it was a very devastating defeat, but those are the ones that you learn the most from.
That's true. Losing is learning, as the saying goes, especially in esports. Hopefully. I mean, it's now or never, right? Koi, again, they are 0-2 right now, so they have to come in with a different plan, a different approach.
Yeah, and again, well, not to beat a dead horse, but also it's another tale as old as time, right? It's another crunch point of this stage, certainly for Koi, to really put themselves, I mean, in a position to really contest the table. It's not something that we've historically been able to say about Movistar Koi.
And looking at BBL, I want to highlight one sociable with that chamber. The same thing that we were saying about Soulcast, about Shadows, does not apply to sociable. He's been extremely successful with the chamber here. And when you combo it with Levin's Yoru, the combination is just deadly. I really, really want to see how this first half is going to go. Also, because of the amazing week that Profec had last week in an individual level.
Oh yeah, there were a lot of individual heroics being pulled from those two teams. Let's see who's going to come out on top of this first map. And Mitch and Tom are standing by on the mics.
Thank you very much, Zoe. Yes, we're standing by to kick off this game. Losing is learning, Zoe said, and I think that's very true. Movistar Koi must have learned a lot. Now it's time to put it to the test on the server up against BBL. They came in hot, but there was a little bit of a stumble last week.
Yeah, it seems to be the case quite often with both of these teams that they kind of start a little slow. And I want to see if that's going to be the case here, because obviously for BBL, I think expectations are actually a lot higher. After kickoff, we kind of look at them to be one of the potential favorites even for this group, maybe slightly below Foot and maybe Liquid now that they lost to them. On the other side of things, Koi are already in survival mode. We're talking about a squad that are 0-2. They're the only team in their group that doesn't have a victory. And if they lose here, they're not mathematically out, but they are probably out.
Yeah, the odds are definitely not stacked in their favor with a loss here. Crunch time, Hypox set on the desk, and have to agree with him. I'm sure Movistar Koi come into today knowing that that is the case. BBL will start on the attack side here on Pearl. We'll talk a little bit about the map pool as we get deeper into the game, but for now, barriers are up, and Movistar Koi taking a bit of initiative, using their flash on Vice to get out in mid, but they see nobody there. And so it's back to the drawing board. They don't get their initial fight, and they don't take deep space knowing that there'll be a Vice wall covering BBL's back.
Already. One player does get sectioned off, that wall maybe not lasting quite as long as before, so it will be quickly back into the action. Aggressive positioning already being held. In fact, not so much held, taken.
They're pushing right up for it, and Filu ready to catch that bait as it comes on in and follow up for another. This gets tough now for BBL. Everybody trapped on the backside. Movistar Coin might not expect them all to be here, but now they've got that info to play with. Levin down on 14, and the last man standing for BBL. He won't be standing for long by the looks of things. The defuse tapped and the shot dart in to finish him off. 1-0, a pistol round for Movistar Koi, and a good start on this map.
Yeah, I think an important start of that. Had a rough defense when facing off against Foot in their previous map of Pearl, but I think the change-up in comp, it just may be one that suits them a little bit better. Like, I think it was mentioned on the desk again about the comfort within the agents. They attempted something that was a bit more aggressive, but I'm always happy to see someone like Shados back on the initiator, Flyer, filling that role a little bit more, and Soulcast on an aggressive agent has me excited. I remember back to like times where he was playing that KO or even a Sky at times, and I think he can pull that off. So I want to see how this one works out for him. Interestingly, BBL, maybe a bit of disrespect being shown to Koi at this stage. They have already invested into this round. They're going for the buy. They've got 11 on a rifle, but their opponents have also invested a lot here.
Nice stuff. Sulcus finishing off that kill, just 10 HP needed. Next to the Outlaw in play, BBL. They forced up, as you said, there's a decent amount of investment. There's a rifle on Levin, but one player down, and it being Astra as well, it makes it much more difficult. Yumpy tries to sneak his way through the water to grab himself a pick, but instead he goes down. Low HP on Shados is one thing, but they need picks, and that rifle still really missing the opportunity to get its teeth into this play, and it looks like they're going to revert back to, I guess, towards a late A play. Spike is in the hands of Magnum, though, so luckily
I was going to say, like, yeah, Magnum needs to be a little careful not to overcook this one, give them the spike, but they are now in a problematic territory, a position where they invested, they took a bit of a risk, and need to try and find something from this. Now, what I will mention is this A site
30 seconds left.
Is under-defended. Only Soulcast here, but I assume the only attempt coming out from him will be to try and use those salvos to slow down any sort of plant.
Even still, from the position he's in, with that flash connecting as well, they might have crunched in. Luckily, they have it in Magnum, although he'll take a couple hits for his trouble. Gets the spike down. A 3 versus 5. A big investment from BBL. They've given themselves opportunities, but it was tough to connect anything so far. Magnum's flank up. It hasn't quite... Oh, it has been spotted. In fact, Rubinho got around the corner in time. A decent fight on the site. It's given Levin a chance. Again, though, a sliver of HP, and just that one shot needed. Gotta commend Shados as well as the second man to take contact there on such low HP. I think it was 24 HP from that earlier fight with Yumpy. Staying alive and coming out with a 3-piece, that may just to save the round for the squad.
Now the question is, do they invest again? It will have even more risk around it, but you've got the plant once more, you've done some damage. By the looks of it on the scoreboard at the moment, it is going to be a singular rifle invested into Sociable. Of course, if he can't buy in the next, he can always invest just into those bullets again, the Headhunter, that could potentially do some damage. But at the same time, it will be an opportunity for economy to be built up by the side of Koi. So you're almost giving them an extra boost in the start.
Economy at least decently healthy for the next. Sociable with an opportunity, and let me tell you, he has had his rounds.
Really?
Yeah. It was that ace is still fresh in my mind, and will be probably for the rest of the year. It's bought him a lot of wiggle room.
Covering it.
Smoke down deep is pushed Rubinho back. It's going to let them get really close, and with so many pistols in play, that's exactly what you want. Yes, Magnum goes down. He's trying to watch that A push up, and the fact that they walk into him, he's only got a classic. Definitely not the man you'd expect to win the fights, but with the push on A, they decide to take this to the B site. And Rubinho, well, he just about sidestepped those shots in time. He's got support, though. Fly a stud here, outlaw in hand, and this is a problem. Everybody is vulnerable to just one shot of that rifle taking them down, but they managed to close the distance. They find out about the rifle, deal with it well as well. Okay. Not bad from BBL to start with. Yumpy making it a bit more costly, but in the end, it still falls into Movistar Koi's pocket.
Yeah, they've made all of these rounds costly, but the problem is you've basically played yourself twice in terms of the bonuses. So I think if you said to Movistar, okay, your economy will be decent and you'll have a 3-0 start, I think they would have taken that all day long. And now is where we almost need to see a response coming out of the side of BBL. But again, after they attempted to force in that second round, any damage they could do in round number 3 was going to be a benefit. I'm looking though at Filu already having that dimensional drift, a chance for aggression. You're seeing the consistent use of those salvos to garner him extra control. He's just going to hold on to it for now.
Take flight.
Sent in by Yumpy. And this is the spot they pushed up in last round, so you're expecting that same aggression. The smoke down just a moment ago. He's tempted in.
He didn't know Filu was there.
It's the drone coming back in the other direction. It's very smart by Shados, and Filu gets a huge reward.
Yeah, didn't know he was there because the drone was shot by his teammate prior, so this has set them up nicely. The Vice wall in position. If they are going to go through it together, they need to get that timing right, and Flyer's already just waiting for it to be tripped, but doesn't win the battle. An important opener for Levin. Now they can get themselves into a post bomb.
Yeah, much needed indeed. BBL have to dodge that Hunter's Fury. It's coming in hot, and it's landing. Sociable down, and Solkus with a massive punish. Now again, they have to pick up the pieces. The spike down at least. Time, not necessarily on their side. There's still quite a bit for Movistar Koi to work with, and they're not in a hurry. Spotting Magnum from the top rope. Shados might have sealed the fate of another round. Great shock dart, and the push around not gonna work out for Profect this time. A big round from Shados. He's really coming alive at the start of this map, much to the chagrin of BBL. Let's remember their Icebox might not look like the best chance to pull this back, especially not after the result against KC, where I think they won 3 out of the first 4 rounds. Remember the score of that game?
Yes.
13-3. Not the best after those first 4.
I think the bigger thing here is just the way that they're playing. Shados currently 7-0. We've always spoken about this guy that peak Shados is impossible to play against, and peak Shados is on an initiator. Like, it's where he has found, you go back to those Gambit days, which, okay, it's a lifetime ago at this stage, but he picks up this role and has always looked incredibly comfortable. We saw it towards the end of the season last year where he was on the Sentinel and even putting up these sort of numbers. So you get him having a good day, it's a rough spot. And I think at the moment, at least for BBL, the way they're playing on these starts of rounds is they're getting caught by some of these trap plays. They're losing a lot of map control over on the A side because of how aggressive you can be with this Tejo. And I want to see what their response is going to be now.
You can see there, Pal and Yumpy having a bit of a back and forth about where this one's going to go. We said Movistar Koi, they've clearly learned a lot, Tom, and well, it's being put into work here on the server, but Shados having a 7-0 start definitely can't be understated. I mean, a lot of the time that initiator is going to have assists, but he's been finishing his dinner and then his teammates after. 4-0 for Movistar Koi. Icebox up next. If you're looking for the recovery for this organization, this is very much at least what you'd expect to see at the start. And surprising, you know, without having their watch party here, we had Uli, Sergio, and Pedro going crazy over in the booth for them the other day. And I bet they're doing the same at home right now.
I think that's just a daily thing for Uli. Yeah. He comes
those 3 especially,
he
man.
comes in at 100% volume, and then somehow ups to 200%. Levin is going to be taking the charge, though. Immediate space garnered, a passive hold from Koi this time. It seems like they've had the expectation. Instead, they're going to try and sell the idea with that Hunter's Fury, and it's an easy double pickup. A great start after the pause. And now it's a tough round to break back from. I also want to note as well that the way BBL have been playing in their post plants is super aggressive. They're not sitting back playing the time. They are wanting to get in their face of their opponents consistently, not allowing for any form of setup.
Especially, you know, you take a look at the wall that you have here. There's no need to even commit many players to watching your back when you have that. The possibility for Movistar Koi to come in behind is, well, without it being signaled, incredibly low. You know, maybe Filu could be a problem, but when you're facing him right off rip at the start of the round, not so much. I think Movistar Koi as well, though, they lose 2 players. They see that A site fall. They know they don't have flank and even the illusion of a flank because of the Vice on the other team. And so the call's made immediately to save. They avoid going down to Profec and also get a bit of a read on what he's doing, because it's pretty consistent now that they're going for these late round flanks, trying to come up behind, down through the water, or in this case, realizing that the save was going on and they go down to the B site. But I think Profec's going to be a little limited in how much he gets away with in that regard, because it's got to be fresh in Movistar Koi's mind. They've seen it a few times. See if he gets away with it a little bit later on. For now, 4-1. A punchy start in that previous round from BBL, but it relied on a Yoru and a Sova ultimate that they now don't have. So let's see what their solution is in a more grounded round.
Once again, the same use of that Tejo utility to get them aggressive A control. Instead, though, the challenge has been elsewhere. It feels like Control that they're happy to give up, but again, the Vice War is in position to make sure they can't go too aggressively. Grabinho, I think, has done incredibly well at slowing this squad so far, but now they look to run towards that B site once again, where only Flyer is waiting for them. That one, though, comes for free.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a risky play from Magnum. You expect maybe someone to be swinging with him, but the timing's slightly off. He ends up going down for free. Movistar Koi content then, certainly to play that retake, which they might have been forced into anyways. But at this point, they'll be keen to deploy exactly what you're highlighting, Tom. In fact, Fialu's away ahead of you, already going in with the Dimensional Drift and Soulcast, hoping that he can find himself a target. They've seen one up close. Levin won't be getting away with that. And of course, it's Shados to connect again.
Yeah, and now there's nowhere really to go. Almost caught out by the salvos, having to play that deep post plant. BBL did realize that this double ult combination was there in potential, but playing this deep with only 2 players remaining, that was a superb retake coming out of the side of Koi. And I'll be honest with you, so far they have looked like a much better squad, just in terms of being very happy to play that retake, allowing BBL the space that they desire. All they're really hoping for is a single opener, and they play the numbers. This is not a side of Movistar Koi I've seen so far this tournament, and they are looking super impressive.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, the big conversation around this squad, especially, like, keep in your mind, we said if they lose this series, chances of qualification, very low. But the big conversation has been for them that the season isn't over yet. They need to make this.
Hopping into this corner to use Visol.
Yeah, the big conversation for Movistar Koi, as I've been trying to say, has been popped into this position where they're a team that have fans who expect a lot of results. They expect a good season, or at least a contentious one, and they haven't gotten that so far. But this team's being close. 14-12 on each of their second maps here in stage 1. And now they just need to connect that little bit extra. A phenomenal start with 5-1, and as you said, 11-0 for Shados. This crunch now puts pressure on Flya. The flash was perfect. Magnum doing well, putting Flya in the dust, and they move to the B side.
Yeah, they've
Standing ahead.
popped the Steel Gun? No, I think they held it. Maybe realizing that they can clear that space without needing to utilize that ultimate. Flyer also lost his on the other side. And one thing I want to note, last time out when we watched Sociable, he was fantastic when it came to that attack side operator. First time we've had that in play. I think for the defense now, okay, you got some extra credits, but the amount of time that's been bought by the Steel Garden, it seems like this one's done, but they are still challenging for this.
Still pushing forward. BBL happy to greet this party as they find themselves at 3v1, time well and truly ticking away, and Shados swinging into heavy traffic, giving Levin the 3-piece, and I believe the first death for Shados.
It was.
Finally, we see that he is mortal, and that's 7 rounds into the map.
Yeah, he didn't accidentally walk into the server with God mode active, but yeah, there's something I always enjoyed with Sociable is the calmness. Like, he plays the operator. We've seen him do crazy aggressive things with it, but on attack, it's almost just held on that sort of rotation.
Coming street.
About frustration already, though. That didn't sound great from the side of Flyer. Obviously, the IGL for the squad.
I mean, I'd probably feel the same, though, if I got hit by a nasty little flash from Magnum like that.
See if this is some sort of turning point. Still a couple of ultimates online. Sociable could run the double operator if he wanted to, although if he pops it this round, I'm gonna be incredibly worried. And Filu has brought out an op of his own, trying to get a little bit more aggressive around mid. That's all he was looking for, that opening pick. The second Movistar Koi have found that, that's normally been enough for the round.
Yeah, their conversion's been great. It's how patient they play after initial contact, right? Having that Vice wall on B. Even right now, they're giving up street. They're completely conceding control of this whole area. Let me do a little drawn. Woo! And this is because they've got these passive positions in play where they don't want to fight you in those spots. They want to fight you coming out of them.
Looking like the A site is where they will challenge. We've said this before, Soulcast's goal is just to delay. Slow them down as much as possible, but the re-swing doesn't find much. A Hunter's Fury, they've been investing orbs, and also Shados has been eliminating everybody, but this time it doesn't do the damage they were hoping for. An incredibly open plant as well, allowing for positioning towards Art, which is where the majority of this squad will lie, potentially to try and avoid that Steel Garden. It is a big area, though.
Yeah, it's going to cover a lot of ground. Oh, the shot from Sociable doesn't land, and ult comes into play. Fires off one with great success. Shados down, and they're turning tail. They're running the other way, but Yumpy's got him boxed in. He's going to make this beyond costly for Movistar Koi. And on your way back into the series, after being decimated to start this out, this is exactly what you want to see if you're a BBL fan. They might just leave Gorbinho to save the weapon, but that's 5-3, and BBL hot on Koi's heels.
See, now the obvious value in this round from throwing out the Tour de Force was because of that Steel Garden. You get that pick, they see the Tour de Force online, they go, well, we can steal the weapons away, except for that one, the one that we have to run past. And that's where you see them just look to exit. There's no value in that ultimate, at least from the side of Sociable. 2 rounds in a row. BBL. It really does feel like the second that operator came online, they were back.
Oh, yeah.
11 still can be the one at the top of the board. Obviously a slower start for Magnum, but expectation is still there that when he moves on to the defense is where he'll have his real value.
Timeout, you're going to see Movistar Koi having some deep conversations. This round's going to be a mixed bag. Operator in play, as you can see down the bottom left of your screen. The credits are not healthy for the rest of the squad, so really trying to make the most of this is going to be difficult. Whether you leave Filu on a different side of the map to play his own life, use the gate crash to get out if things get nasty, and maybe late round look to save it, have the pistol stacked up elsewhere as a bit of a trap, it's something we'll see quite a lot.
A lot of talking coming out of Gorilla as well. I think someone that, in these sort of moments, incredibly analytically minded, and someone you want if it's coming out with a strat or an idea to maybe change that tide a little bit, because, yeah, it is, you sort of said that they're in a bit of an awkward spot in this round. So what they do with it, you need a gimmick. You need an idea, you need a plan around that operator, and they have the players. Like, I think Filu's had a pretty decent start to this game. They've just got to try and put him into position here.
Filu's in the right spot. There's contact coming his way. The drone destroyed, and the shot not quite there. And that's the op given away. They know where it is, but they also know that his gate crashed out, most likely. And with the reveal, that confirms it. So now you have to reset. Worried about where that op could be. With Levin having the orb, that's going to make it a lot easier to punch through one of these sites and confirm that, well, there's not an op holding it, waiting to take your teammates down. Looks like they'll reset and just push into the A site.
Also, the rotation, though, is already there. Like, the defensive rotation is making its way back to the A site. So this dimensional drift is going to be sent down middle. It will clear the way for the spike, which will get them quite a bit of extra control. They know there's no players close. I don't think it's going to get close enough, though, to go all the way back down the corner of the smoke given for space. I don't actually think they know that he didn't leave. He just stuck around. It's not going to be the picks going the way. And Soulcast actually come out with 2 here.
Well, they didn't know how many numbers were here, right? They saw one player, maybe suspected a second, but nice shock dart from Yumpy. Leveled the playing field, or even put it more in their favor, tipped the scales back over into BBL's hands as the plant comes through. Soulcast and Filu, a rifle and an operator still to work with but they haven't been able to deal with Sociable just yet. And he has been the difference maker with that big gun in hand. Misses the shot though, doesn't miss the second.
He knew he was going up
clean
there.
connection. Sulcas needs the ace with 2 more to find. He'll go for the reload, he'll go for the round, but put to bed by Yumpy. BBL 1 away. This was a very slow start to Pearl, but they've definitely got it figured out now.
Yeah, I will say the rendezvous put down there from Sociable was not good. Like you could see the constant peaks from Sulcas going, he's gonna go up there eventually. I know, I can see it, and he's already killed us from there once before, but
Nice plays! Woo!
Blinding crack.
Resurgence coming out from BBL. Again, we're seeing the same aggression. This is something that Koi have done pretty much all the way through. You know you have that Vice wall down on the B side of the map. You're going to get a trigger for when someone goes through. They got 2 players watching in mid, and then they're just trying to hold on to that A control. I think, though, BBL have slowly started to work out this setup. So they're just, as you can see, sending the fake out through the wall to set it off. Then they're not going in that direction. They're just trying to play now with what Koi are running. And when you haven't adapted massively throughout the rounds, it becomes quite a bit easier for them to make a read.
And the push-up this time by Fielu. We've seen him in this position before. There was a bait drone, but he is holding that part of the map by himself. Closest player will be over towards the connector, halfway across the map. If they crunch into the A site, watching the push out of Art, sure, can at least be contentious with Shadal still holding it. But it'll put a lot of pressure on Fielu with his back and his front wide open for a push. But maybe it even benefits him. Still being in this position, Salvo's buying him away back the smoke. He's now on back site, 20 seconds left. They're gonna have a lot to contend with. They're forced forward into Filu's hands. One found as Sulcas backs him up with the trades. They're still going back and forth. The spike on the ground with 12 seconds left. BBL need to pick up the pace here. Yumpy wants a safe spot to plant from. Sociable needs to hit this shot, but his arsenal, the arsenal of BBL taken away. The shorty good for 1. Sociable escaped just about. And the ult comes down, a shot needed here, and it's clean! The conversion to the pistol, the headhunter not finding its mark, but the op comes back to finish it off. A Red Bull clutch for Sociable, and a 5th round for BBL.
He just pulls out the spiciest rounds on this map. I feel like he's so comfortable.
As well.
Like, you look at that moment, that is Yumpy within the site, planting, just sticking it, just taking the risk, immediately removes one with the shorty. But it's that split-second decision to teleport out. Because in your mind, there's always going to be the moment where you go, okay, well, if my teammate falls here while planting, that's round over. I'm already screwed. So he had to try and almost just stick around, go back, and then play back with the op, and, well, that was perfectly played. From a huge advantage to level once again. Once more, we're seeing this aggression. Information will be garnered by the Flash, so already, Magnum knows they're here.
Well, we saw Yumpy certainly get excited. The operator play has been huge so far from Sociable. And for Movistar Koi, and we've seen their setup baited out towards the B site. That led them to get aggressive on A main, and what should have been quite a difficult hold, they reset nicely into, but Sociable recovering on all the disadvantages that may have been thrown their way. Again, that wall will be baited out, but when it goes down, look who's sitting here waiting. Last time they backed up, they gave the space away.
Look how deep he is in this position. Like, is that, look where the rest of the team are as well. Like, you're talking about a squad that's on the other side of the map, pushing into the spawn, and he is on the site. Sociable is taking absolute liberties. They're going to sell the idea. He got you with the shorty. This guy's playing ranked. He's playing ranked. He sold a fake just trying to do that. But the spike was actually going back in his direction. So now with 25 seconds left, they're walking into an A site that still has 2 players within it.
Perfect. That's a misread. That's a big misread. Yeah, of course, the big rotation hadn't come off the B site. There were still 3 players close, and now 12 seconds. Spike needs to go on the site. There's no time to stop. Just run forward, and they'll win the fights. No way! They've managed to recover this with a plant going down. It's not even needed. They They beat the clock. They beat the plant out with just dominant duels. And the lead is now in the hands of BBL. I did not think they were going to recover on that round. They looked lost, but I guess they found their way in the end.
That's just, they had 12 seconds to clear two. I think even a third player rotating in. Like, this was dumb. I don't know how he gets that far with nobody knowing, but then to turn this back around is absurd. Like, what happened to the previous ones?
One round to go in the half. Movistar Koi, they bought what they can, and a Guardian seems to be enough. Sociable. He's had so many high-impact rounds, but they got sick of him on B. Pushed up, took him out, and now we see what the rest of the squad can do without that huge operator play. 11, good for one, but Filu's matching a three-piece. And Levin's only got two, but the plant, well, that might give them a chance with Levin creeping up inside the smokes. He wants to take the fight to them, and he has matched the performance on the other side. Gotten his ult as a result, but Movistar Koi also have the info. Can they deal with Levin? No flashes to work with, but just baits for his teammate. Wonderful stuff, leaving Grabinho alone.
This is not the gun you want in this moment. And there you go, a rifle found at least. And at least smoke things off and try and just stick this under their noses. He's going for it. Halfway done, tries to bait the remaining players in, but has already left the smoke. First shot lands. A little bit of extra damage, all he needs, but it will be the shorty of Levin to close things out from a huge starting point. Movistar Koi have crumbled, and BBO have bounced back.
7-5, a gap of 2 rounds. Well, if you pause this at round 6, I wouldn't be guessing BBL would leave with the lead, but they have done that. Let's see if they can make the comeback all the way to a 1-0 start after the break. Seven rounds on the board for BBL. A shaky start, but now it looks like it'll be a shaky finish for Koi. They were, what, 5-1 in the lead? But it's been a streak of rounds for BBL to bring them back into it and back into the lead, as we said. Now, the pistol, well, Movistar Koi may need 2. The back-to-back pistols just to level it up.
Yeah, I think as well, like, the really hot start that came out of Shados.
11-0.
I think he was 12-0. I think he got his first death when he was on 12.
Yeah.
And since then he's cooled down. Now you can't expect a guy to just go like 20-0 and a half, but it seemed like once he cooled off and once their setup was figured out by BBL, well, let's say after a pause or two, it seemed like they were in the driver's seat. Still, some huge clutches needed, some magic being thrown out. And well, Levin, see, I want to say in danger, he could leave, and he will.
Eventually.
He's like, you know, I can still take him.
I wanted to wait just in case someone got a little ambitious and went walking forward. Now they're looking to try to get rid of that wall on B, but the wall isn't on B, is it? It's being positioned over towards the double doors, giving them a nice bit of info if their flank is being pushed on, and limiting the amount of angles that can realistically be beneficial for Movistar Koi to push on mid. Now they are going towards the other one, but again, there'll be information there. They're being seen that they've pushed up on Art, rotation comes around, now we're gonna see the late play around from Magnum. And the A side a little bit more reinforced if needed. He's staying in
the
spawn.
wall will now give it away.
Through.
That's the great thing about it, is you have the trap if they go one way and the wall if they go the other, but they're all going to step over it at once. Good timing from the side of Movistar Koi, but it will allow for the rotation to come back in. An aggressive potential spot from Levin, but he will be overwhelmed. Profek now in horrible position.
They know he's here too. Just looking to push together, jumping through the smoke as 3. They will easily deal with Profek. Movistar Koi, they had a great start. 5-1 in the previous map, and looking to repeat that here with another pistol. Shock darts go through, time quite low, and the plant needed right now. No time. If that plant is stopped, then Yumpy at least has it boxed in! With a phenomenal play! A 3-piece from Yumpy! And no doubt taking his time to celebrate down on the stage before the defuse. That is phenomenal.
Do you reckon we're going to have a replay of him screaming? Do you, you know, I'm sensing it. I'm sensing that there might be a replay after the Red Bull clutch.
If he's actually calm now, I will be
yeah, he's just sitting there
so
like,
surprised.
That was a delectable clutch, lads.
Splendid play, gentlemen.
He's been listening too much to Pal.
Understandable. I do that all the time.
Yes! Whoa, 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 whoa! Whoa, 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 whoa!
What was that? All right, well, Yumpy's feeling it. He's fired up. Go on, Pal, do the same. Oh, no barks out of Pal. It's disappointment from the fans.
Right here.
We'll get
It's weird because like off cam, he's always barking. That's where Yumpy actually gets it from. It's called the Pal bark.
Oh.
Well, see you later.
Well, they
Sociable.
might not have.
That's not the start that they were looking for.
No, they may not have had the bark in the last round, but Movistar Koi certainly come into this one with a bite, already picking off one. And you know, for a second I thought it was an outlaw they got. It being a Marshall, it's not so great.
No, I've realized.
What's that?
So we are joking about Pal.
Yes.
But on Friday, he's going to be stood here.
And I will request that he barks, or imitates Yumpy as best he can.
Yeah, but he's also, well, he's got more muscle than both of us combined. I'm starting to question if this is a good idea.
Yes, I am curious if he can lift both of us at the same time, one arm each. We'll see. We'll see what we can get done.
Hey, the BBL fans will enjoy that.
I'd enjoy that. Anyways, round 14. And a lot of pistols in play for Koi. Not a lot anymore, as Levin is just shredding through them. The recovered Marshall on the floor. A flash well placed and well timed. Oh no, Filu's had a bit of a whiff with a weaker weapon. It's a classic.
The classic is mean.
Is what it is.
Like the fate of the classic is chosen by the gods. Maybe you'll two-tap someone, maybe you'll right-click and get 2 people in one burst.
Oh yeah.
Or you'll do that.
Well, that's the thing. You got to pray to Leo before you go for that swing, and he didn't do it here. Didn't get the ritual right. Maybe they will next time. An opening pick from the side of Movistar Koi, but an immediate response from BBL. Damage control, and off to a fantastic start in this half, a 2-0. And indeed, this puts them up to, what, 8 rounds in a row? Movistar Koi, 5-1. And they've been left in the dust. It's time to pick up the pieces, and try to reassemble what was that good start.
They have to win this round as well. Like it is almost as much of a bonus as you're going to see nowadays. You got two Bulldogs, some Spectres, and then obviously the Headhunter. It's not a particularly pretty buy, so I look at this one from the attack side and go, okay, if you're getting back on the horse, if you're going to challenge in this map at least, I want to see this clean.
The same old wall, you would think, but this time it's a little bit more passive, I suppose. Yeah, allowing them to push up through this archway, and they're going to take advantage of that potentially. No, they're not. But the wall split them in 2. Levin has a real chance. If he was full HP, I'd be confident he'd connect it. Instead, ends up baiting out some of those Razor Vines, taking the TP back towards spawn. A passive hold from BBL, and it might just be that they're forced to play the retake. I see them step forward. Revealed. One player on the back of the site, and they both swing into Shados! But Levin from up top, even with low HP, he's giving them a chance.
Yeah, it makes me nervous when I see that Sociable is still alive, because I think this guy is BS meter. is off the charts.
Gun here.
Chance for a weapon to be retrieved. Anchor's wall coming in, but how will be that gun picked up? Sociable already getting maybe a little bit further, but eventually Soulcast in position. And now the question is, just Profit does hold onto the gun. I think, yeah, walking back into 3 players doesn't really have the same amount of value as just holding on to that additional rifle, and that'll be at least something from their bonus round for BBL. But for Movistar Koi, they managed to get past the majority of the trap plays, and I think they're going to learn from this round that, okay, that wall is going to be particularly placed to basically just confuse us, because that was placed deeper to give a gap for Levin to play around, but also you could see it in the moment. They were like, why was that there? The immediate Vine usage was just flying going, that was here before, that's moving forward. I'm going to Vine this because he's probably there.
I think you have to look at how Profect plays on BBL's own attack side to sort of realize what they're trying to bait them into there. Often it's going to be that one player coming through double doors, at least from BBL's playbook. And if that's the case, well, you have a choice. Trip the wall and give away where you are, or maybe they've given you a gap. Maybe you can catch the timing, and that's when
the round before they didn't give you the gap, you
exactly.
know that
You're
that's
like, why is there a gap now?
Look at this aggressive push, though, coming up from the defense. 3 players making their way through Arc, looking to try and challenge. Already a little bit of extra information and a passive start from this attack. And my main worry is where the spike is. It's currently left completely on its lonesome. Shados seemingly aware of the potential, but he's got to be careful, because if he goes down, that's not worth it. That spike in the spawn. The entire play with the majority of players heading towards that A site now has to stop and go back and clear every single angle.
And the rotations that they can play here, having one covering off Art and then 3 on A site. This is because of the wall and how it's changed up. Now it's not even on B conventionally, where usually you would see it as a little bit more of like a line here. Instead, it's put even deeper to get you that early info, and then you can immediately activate those vines to stop them getting to site. So huge delay there. That's why they're stacked up on A, and Movistar Koi about to learn a lesson about the setup that's in play, about the numbers they'll run into. They take out Levin, that will spur them forward, but Tom, still 3 players here.
Filu already gone, the stuns are nice, but even still Sociable could play ahead of them and escape without too many issues. The gap wasn't seen though, and actually they managed to trade this back. Make it look doable for Grabinho. Someone who's always been solid in these sort of scenarios, has found the space, but still doesn't know where Yumpy's coming from. Had a decent idea, but the timing couldn't be any worse. And you put this man in the clutch situations, he'll take them home for you, it seems.
He's hyped up about that as well. The timing, though. Grabinho had an idea. He was looking the right way, and if he just waited, of course, how could he know? If he waited, maybe he came behind him.
Exactly.
You know? He had to make a move, but he made the wrong one, unbeknownst to him. And as we said,
really
this is just
like the combo for the backside, though. I think they're using the pulse out from Astra in combination with, I believe it was the thorns thrown in as well, or the vines, and then having those salvos. So it's like if you're stood on that backside, you are dead, and so they had to push forward. That's a really nice little bit that was thrown in by Movistar Koi. Unfortunately, it doesn't get them the round.
And again, the change-up coming into play. The wall, we've seen it absolutely everywhere at this point. It's right on your screen. They'll use the decoy again to bait that out, so no information to be held early by BBL, bar what they've claimed themselves. Boots on the ground, pushed up B long, and an early fight that leaves Grabinho clinging on for dear life.
But this is the tough prospect, because most rounds, as you said, B has been given up, be it a stack or a wall, or anything of the sort. And on the other side of things, they've now gone aggressive on that side of the map. Sociable still in position. Drone coming his way, but you know that he's going to be tempted to stick around, and they don't even wait for the drone to actually clear off this angle. He's been able to hold on, gets 2 for his money. And well, the drone attempted to clear him. Shados has done well though, at least bringing things again back into contention. And because he killed off Sociable, you now don't have the trap here on mid.
30 seconds left.
The wall was triggered on A as well. Movistar Koi know there's a flank likely underway, but they're caught up in the push towards the site. Solkas better be watching their back, but now losing Flya, they have to spur forward. The door's wide open for Magnum. And he's gonna walk right into play with 12 seconds left. There's no time. They need to get on that site, and there's too many players in their way. Movistar Koi, 5-1 start, now sit 11-6 behind with a massive comeback needed. We were worried about the Pearl from BBL after those first 6 rounds, but this is more of what we expected to see today.
Well, yeah, I went back to the UK over the weekend, but this is definitely the most crumble I've seen in the last few days.
I see.
Try not to die.
You proud of yourself for that one, Tom?
Very. They almost have 5 ults online, Mitch. So even though this buy is a little bit stinky, you can have the dimensional drift for space. I assume the orb is going to be taken eventually from Flyer to get the Steel Garden online. We know how impactful Armageddon can be, and hey, if Profek wants to spam a smoke with Vandal bullets, it's not going to get much easier for them.
Okay, ult goes in, but no real ground take.
They only just
in response from BBL, they just sit back, waiting for that ult to come into completion so they can take down Filu, and that's the rifle for Movistar Koi. There's one to be retrieved, and it will be picked up by Solkas. Post-planned ultimates, Shados and Solkas can do a lot, but Magnum's coming in, and he's managed to find Solkas, somehow leaving Grabinho alive, but not for long.
He's got Stinger.
Flyer's got it all to do, on range, Stinger to Spectre, he's playing gun game. But his opponents got there first.
Yeah, he needed a few more kills before he get to a rifle.
The judge next, I suppose. Oh, 12-6, 6 in a row needed, and it's been a struggle to even find one for Koi.
Yeah, it's not looked particularly good. I think the idea in this round actually didn't go too bad. Obviously, Profek helped them out quite a bit, but the retake still looks solid. The gun being lost didn't help, and he's now intimidating, or no, sorry, he is copying a little alarm. There you go. Imitating.
This little beep, beep, beep.
He heard it earlier somehow.
Well, we need to get the league officials to investigate if that's the case.
Don't worry, this is a tactical pause. I would say the earlier tactical pauses we saw, they seemed a little bit more in tune with a chance of winning. Like, I always find these sort of pauses, unless of course you're Mini back at lock-in, as rough ones to make work, because you're basically looking at your squad after they've now won, what, 1 round in the last 11? It's not great. And you've got to try and come up with an idea to win them 6 rounds in a row. Doesn't look good, Bref.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, it depends. You could be seeing things along the way, small adjustments that you can make here and now, but
they need a big adjustment.
The reality is, yeah, exactly. A little tweak ain't going to get you back on the road anytime soon. 6 in a row, it's a big task. It's double what they've managed so far, even with a lights-out start and a pistol under their belt that will have given them injection.
Being 12-0.
12-0 start from Shados, indeed. And
which does mean since then he's been 6-12, but yes. I don't think we're going to harp on Shados too much.
Oh, washed, man. He's washed.
From the first half.
Well, it is Pearl after all. 12-6. 1 round to go for BBL, and they go into Icebox, somewhere that, like we said, they struggled up against KC. 3 out of 4 of the first rounds, a 13-3 loss in the end, so there's a chance for Movistar Koi.
There are 4 players currently sat within that B-long position. This is a hard read coming out from BBL. They stacked up the rest of their utility. The wall currently sat towards Art. The Thorns as well there to delay. But this is basically just like, right, we're going to hold B. Magnum hold A.
You know, I read from a coach before, if they stack B, we should go A. I think that's what they're going for here. Whether the result is going to be found or not, well, that is still to be seen as Magnum finds a double, and he's left down to a shorty. But if they try to pounce on him from here, Levin will be more than capable of providing that bit of support. They're sent out by the salvos. The gate crash used to keep him alive. But Movistar Koi, they get the sight for that ult, but they lose so much in this 3v5. Their flank is open and being pushed on. They need space, and they try to fight for it, but Magnum stands in their way, a bastion of defense for this squad, and an ace under his belt to lock in the 13-6. They started 5-1 down as Yumpy beckons the fans to make some noise. We will go off to a break and find out if Movistar Koi can bounce back on their own map pick after this.
I'm shooting, okay, so previously we've had 4 rounds and 2 rounds map one. Let's get maybe 6 this one? I'm happy with 6. 6 for the other team. Let's go.
Just waiting for the defuse to come on through, the time ticking down. All you need to find is one headshot. Might just be able to clock this one out and send them to the grand final.
It's all left on Vanya's shoulders.
There's one way to do it. That is the way to do it.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Yeah, I feel like a champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. Came on now, second to none. I need me a trophy, I need me a ring. I'm not with the bull, but keep it a beam. You know what it is, you know what I mean? Shit, all I do is win, 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 win. Haters wanna hate, they ain't made top 10. Double, triple team, what they need to defend. I juke left and I'm gone with the win. I'm gone with it.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Feel like a champ, MVP status. Yeah, the win been guaranteed. So let's see about it. If you gon' speak about it, then be about it. If you don't bring that energy, no, I can't be around it. Nah, I'ma shoot my shot. I'ma stick it, watch. At the tippy top, I cannot take no loss. 2 seconds on the clock, they gotta give me the rock. I got a game on wet, yeah, I got a game on lock.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion.
Nice boys! Let's go! Nice boys! Woo! Nice for the team! Woo! Unbelievable operator player! Yes! Woo, 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 woo! Woo, 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 woo! Yeah! Woo! Clutch master! Nice, boys! Woo, 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 woo.
Little bro acting as if they already won the championship.
It's just like the perfect teammate to have, man. Like it's actually going back to, what was it, Liquid at the Messer when he started the barking? That's a bit of a throwback for Yampi.
Oh, I absolutely love it. He makes up for not having an audience. He is his own audience. So, nobody needs to cheer him up. He's everyone.
It's working for me. It's working for me.
them
And it's
as well.
clearly working for the team. BBL currently up 1-0. Bit of a heartbreaker once again, of course, for Koi if we're looking at the overall performance, because they had a good start.
Yeah, exactly. We were so excited. If we take a look at the bottom, or if you were following up, those first 5 rounds were pivotal for the side of Movistar Koi. It was looking very, very good for them. But as we take a look at the rest of the numbers, even the first kills 12 on their side. So half of them, they couldn't even convert into a round win.
Yeah, and the worst thing was as well seeing them come out look fundamentally really sound, and then they were just losing a lot of rounds where BBL were not disrespecting, but almost just brute force walking at them, and they're getting caught off guard by it, which was some of the positives we were seeing early on in the half. Just seemed really, really uncharacteristic.
Yeah, there were a lot of moments where I mean, you have to say it like that. They threw away advantages.
Oh yeah, in so many of these post plans by BBL, you would see Movistar Koi being up in numbers even before that post plan even happened. But then we have individual moments like this, Sociable getting these 2 kills, almost having a Yampi moment right there. I was like, you know, I'm used to seeing this with the champion from maybe some other player on your team. But I love the fact that we saw a BBL because yes, this is a Koi that is throwing out the advantages. I was recording a podcast the other day with Frost from Talon, and he told me one thing that I think is very true. When your enemy's making a mistake, do not interrupt them. Let them go.
Yeah, just let them carry on. Let them carry on, yeah.
You know, and in so many of these occasions, BBL, just by waiting and standing still and trusting the plan, Movistar Koi was just making all the mistakes.
I think as well, that's also a byproduct of the sort of thing. This was ridiculous, by the way. Again, Yampi absolutely finding the time on the second, but that second half pistol round started off so well. Movistar Koi, they looked so well composed. There was like 3 or 4 people swinging out of a smoke to clear somebody from, I think from elbow or something like that. And you're like, brilliant. They're back on the same page in the second half. And then it starts with Yampi clutching a 1v2.
I mean, also, it's not just mistakes, obviously, on Koi side. There's also individual highlight performances on BBL side. Levin had a fantastic day.
Yeah, well, so far, he's looking way better than week 2. Obviously, week 2, I mean, it's fair to say he got spanked by Liquid. Just absolutely manhandled throughout that series. But and because it was such a polarizing result from week 1, right? Levin's not necessarily somebody in that, which is weird to say with you know being on the Euro and whatnot, but he's not necessarily one that we're talking about so much. It's Yampi and Magnum kind of getting the limelight in terms of discussion points for BBL, but again, proving here why he has a place on this team and delivering once again. I mean, we can almost look back at week 2 now as maybe an anomaly.
Absolutely. I think that especially when we think about when BBL started to get those rounds, if we see the comparison here and the numbers, as you're saying, Michael, the 130 versus this 291 that we're seeing, the KDA just being through the roof, and we were seeing it time and time again. Maybe, you know, it will not show in the first kills because yes, Philo was getting the most, but converting the rounds was on the side of BBL. And as I was saying, the moment that BBL started getting those rounds, it was set off at after a timeout, him using his ultimate and then also comboed with the with the Sova ultimate and just having that kind of round that puts you back into the game, that brings you back.
Momentum swingers.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So it's good to see that they were able to do so and that he's having such a good day.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, yeah, fraudulent stats. Obviously, if you're losing your match, your stats look worse. I did the quick math here.
You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised of what we've seen.
Oh man. Okay, I'm looking forward for this next one though. Icebox is the map we're going to now, and I'm smelling a KO. I'm just smelling it.
Yeah.
Really?
It's up in the air. Yeah. You can't smell it?
I mean, this is the question you come back to about BBL, whether or not the
They're
faith,
changing?
Yeah, the faith is in that week 1 composition. Again, like I said,
Is there faith to...
but wow, internally, I think they do have a lot of faith in that composition. So, yeah, a bit of a question mark here because I don't think we saw a fair showing. Obviously, the 13-3 versus Carmine Core, it's a glaring issue, but I don't think it was a comp issue. I honestly don't. I think they were slow to start in that. They were playing other aspects of the map pretty poorly. I don't think we actually saw them employ the composition that the way they wanted to play it.
Yeah, but that's the thing. The other team is not going to let you.
No. Take nothing away from that, yeah.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. Like, I wonder what the preparation for Koi, we were speaking about that small window that they had to prep for this. Icebox, again, last week, that second map, they go to a T, but they're not able to close that one out either. Let's see if today they can have a different show, and let's see if I don't expect changes in the composition from them, but I would expect it from the side of BBL, maybe going back into, maybe moving into more comfortable roles and see something like we just saw in Pearl.
I mean, we know, of course, that Koi is comfortable on that map, and we do see BBL actually picking up the KO, and it's not to be seen on Koi's side.
Well, actually, yeah, a total overhaul, actually, for BBL, because Actually, we've got the Jet coming back in, obviously now with the Levin previously on the chamber as well. So this actually is, maybe they have thrown in week 1 completely out the window in terms of the composition.
Yeah, there's not, I mean, the differences will be in the information. We were speaking about Movistar Koi. They were also using the Sova and the Tejo, that double drone, to go with it and follow up on this attack. Let's see if they can have the same performance. Love to see the Sociable is moving on to the Tejo Magnum in a very, very, very comfortable future.
Yeah, the iconic from Magnum, again, not as much of a surprise previously on the Viper, but this is almost cooked around putting Levin back at the tip of the spear for BBL, which after map 1, maybe quite promising.
All right, we're seeing some new looks from both of these teams. What are our casters making of this? Let's hear it from Mitch and Tom.
Thank you, Zoe. Yes, a big challenge for Movistar Koi, but a better map for them to try to best BBL on at least. You want to know that last map? Movistar Koi went 12 versus 7 in opening duels. They had the vast majority of early fights, and yet they walked out with 6 rounds. That's got to weigh heavy on you. Let's hope it's not the same on more comfortable ground like Icebox.
Like this. Making our way there. Nice and slow. Into wall. Beautiful, isn't that? That's what we like to see. No, I like this composition a lot more from BBL. Like, I think that, again, I agree with what Hypox said. I think conceptually the other comp can work. I do just think that on the day it went horrifically and they've decided to scrap it and go back to a much more aggressive, fast-paced sort of comp. Already, though, the initial fight will go the way of BBL and we'll continue in that direction. Levin up top. The Turkish Jet in the server is enough for me to be convinced, but we'll see how this one goes. It's a firefight into middle. And Shados, well, I don't think he's starting this one off 12-0.
No,
maybe 0-12.
Oh.
No, it won't happen.
There's no need for that.
It won't happen. It's
well,
more
if it
likely
does now, there's going to be some very angry people coming after you. BBL 1-0 starting this one off, and obviously the desk touched on those or expanded on those compositional changes, Tom. But something we were talking about before the game is coming into a map like this. I mean, obviously for Movistar Koi, they've got that entry to be able to punch through with the ISO. But a lot of the time, we look at more recently the Waylay being picked in on Icebox.
Like
it often relies on you taking these movement abilities, these dive early fights to seize space, and that's something that I think Koi will struggle with here, especially now that BBL are back in more reasonable territory in terms of the agents they're playing.
Pretty Yumpy getting aggressive, but I agree. I think having elevation on this map has always been a factor. You talk about when Chamber was in fashion, it still gave you that avenue. Waylay does, and of course, the old classic is the Jet. Something that we'll be missing here. I've enjoyed seeing the Tejo more, though. The ability to clear those aggers, but well, Yumpy just farming things up on the KO. He can get you the information, but with those new look flashes, can even set himself up a little bit more. I think that's something we're excited to see going forward. Of course, Cracks will be the man to watch tomorrow. You buff the KO. Yes, of course, as Baki says, but for now, yeah, I think real potential for people to have more star performances on that agent, but I don't think Yumpy ever needed the agent to be good for him to be good.
No, that's not exactly his limitation. A 2-0 start for BBL, but here is the real meat of the pie. Movistar Koi in with rifles. BBL look to try to upset them, an outlaw that's going to throw a lot of damage into the mix. And still, 2 rifles to work with. Profek and Sociable, the ones bringing those through. Sociable had a phenomenal map, but we'll often look to him as the operator player to land those duels. That's a Spectre!
That was a Spectre caught off guard. Maybe I was right, 0-2.
Whoa, at this stage, Tom, are you giving good odds? I might put something down. This is, that's tough. 2-0. Is the scoreline, and it may get even better for BBL. Flya, well, he's going to make sure that's not too likely.
That's
second flank coming up, though. It's Levin on his way. Outlaw in hand. Profek picks another. And the upgrade for Levin wasn't heard. They ran to plant the spike, so no idea that there's a man sneaking up. They go to clear it, but they're not clearing this avenue where he's already up close and ready to fight. 17 HP, but he's done enough. Well, he's done more now. Taking Solkas down, and Magnum Spectre is doing work. That's a devastating loss for Movistar Koi, not just in the context of the round, Tom, but 4 players alive for BBL, and they get to recover so many of these rifles.
I think you also have to look at this as you probably picked this map knowing that you both played KC. They managed to get 3 rounds, you managed to get 12. So you go, okay. Well, they've already got 3 rounds, and they have been pretty clean so far. They're very aggressive in their stance. Like, that was 2 players flanking behind them in the early stages of the round. Of course, with Shados being picked off, you know that that flank is going to be wide open, but this is an incredibly rough start for one side. And you can see the terrifying thing is that from what we've seen from BBL, they are a team that is almost molded by confidence. When this squad is rolling, they are just going to keep going. We saw in the last map. They're already rolling.
I mean, the caveat to that is against KC, like we said, 3 out of 4 rounds. BBL ended up on 3 rounds total. But they had the Clove, they had a weird comp. Now it's looking a bit better. And Movistar Koi are, they're not KC. Profek shredding them around yellow, just dancing about. He'll eventually fall, and that puts us into a 3 versus 3. A good chance for Movistar Koi to make up for a fumble in round 3. And it looks like, but look, that's the rifle on Filu. The rest of them still have pistols. This fight, a little closer, a little more even than it might look like.
Still plenty of time to play with.
Great nano.
Solid nano to clear position, stun to try and bait Flyer into letting go of the plant, but he will stick it through. 1 away from having the Hunter's Fury, 1 away from having that kill contract. Ultimate's incredibly close, and the turret looking to try and take contact from them here. Diving into space will be Levin. And now Sociable is all that stands in their way. They still got to be careful, though. We know what this guy could do in clutch situations. A sniper, normally his weapon of choice, but just got to look to try and bait them into the plant at this stage. It looks like the deal is already done, not knowing where those remaining players are going to be standing from. A nice shot onto Flyer, but surely at this stage, the time is way too far gone. And while Shados, they may not add a kill to the tally, it will win a round.
I was scared for a second Shados was going to let that get to half. But he didn't. He got involved, and the pay safeguard Thrifty is Movistar Koi's reward. It was close, but in a round like that, where you've got those weaknesses to work with, a victory, by any means, is one that you're going to be happy to go home with.
1 enemy remaining.
To build from here, to look to repeat the success that KC had against BBL it is a big challenge, but that's the first step in the right direction for Movistar Koi. Rifles up for their opponent, though.
Yeah, this is where ultimates start to come into play as well. The economy that was built early from BBL will help them fight back into this one, and you can see this consistent double combo being thrown out by Movistar Koi of the dart alongside the drone, obviously the Teo drone in this scenario. But it means that a lot of those aggressive early positions that want to be held by BBL are consistently being denied. And looking at the current spacing of this defense, not really a lot of control over on that A site, but an immediate rotation coming out from Sociable. And bear in mind, with that Armageddon online, they have a lot of potential delay.
It's you and me.
Oh, not a successful ultimate from Filu. That was sidestepped by Profek. Still going to be alive, ready to slow that push. The wall in play causes problems, but they've already got a man ahead of it. Late play towards the B site. The flank on its way from Grabinho as we speak.
They're going back.
And so they're content to play it slow and back off, but Magnum's filled in that space. He grabs one, slows their retreat, 35 seconds left. But as he goes back to this B site, they have to be so aware of this potential flank play. Oh, Magnum's got another. They are very much slowed down, but now here's the opportunity for Grabinho to maybe even guarantee this round. It's a 3v4. He needs to find value here.
Problem is that the Armageddon is still available. They have to find a safe place to actually plant this, otherwise there goes the ultimate. It's going to drag him from behind, needs to stick it over the line, and hasn't managed to get it. It was the perfect position. You even saw the pings on the map just before it. They knew where it needed to be placed. I don't know if that was Yumpy pinging, I don't know if that was Magnum pinging, but whoever did it said do it the other way so that then it will get the immediate kill. Because if they did it backwards, it's not going to kill the player planting that spike. Clever stuff from BBL, but you have to think from Movistar Koi, you knew that ult was online. I think that's why they rotated, and you walked into it anyway.
All time, I think the chance is there for Grabinho. They even started to rotate Sociable through spawn. He was the one coming down the ramp at the back of A, and they decided instead to route it through middle. Thank God they did, because if Grabinho gets that kill, a huge chance for Movistar Koi. Instead, 4-1. The lead for BBL extended on. And Movistar Koi, well, they're not the team that had this big boost to their economy early on. BBL lost one, able to buy. Movistar Koi, they're in that same boat. But if they lose here, their economy is in the bin, and BBL can run away with this half.
Got hit by the knife early, but have still decided to commit towards B. Drone being sent through will clear out yellow. It's only this passive spot from Profek, but not a man whose Crosshair I'd want to walk into, just looking for some taps through. He got caught for this in the last map, but, well, Filu's the one to bite the brand. That's two! That's two just on spams!
Oh, and now he's got one that they're in the open. Profek putting up the numbers, leaving Flyer and Shados all alone. The spike at least planted. The alarm bot covering their back, spotted by Levin. He'll try to creep his way past it. He's gotten through, but they heard him. Okay. And Fly is in there for his third kill of the round. The spike still ticking. What looked to be a lost cause has been pulled back into Movistar Koi's favor. Flya with a huge round, and what a time to step up right when they needed him.
I was going to say at the beginning of the map, putting him on the Sova was one of his better performances. Like, individually, I think he's definitely been struggling. I think you can tell there's a lot of micromanagement within this team, a lot of moments where he almost needs to not focus on his own individual ability. But in that game versus KC, went 21 and 16. It was a top fragger on his side. Well, if he can have rounds like this more often,
holy shit.
Maybe they got some hope in this matchup, because I'll be honest, I think that this looked dead to rights, but maybe some slight overextensions from the BBL squad. They're feeling pretty confident right now.
Yeah, you can't blame Profek for it. He already picked up 3. Why not keep on going? But, well, the ball stopped rolling pretty quickly. Look at this aggressive position taken by Levin. Catching Shados off guard, getting out of here will be tough, but he's got the cover. In fact, no, he doesn't back off. He sticks around despite losing players in any vision over belt. Solkas takes it for free. And a 3 versus 3 ults online for Movistar Koi as well. If they can get the plant down, they've got Flya and Solkas to deny. This will be a very difficult round for BBL to recover if they're in a post plant.
Yeah, this is one of the most powerful post plant combos you can have. Yumpy being alive would have been nice. As he has the ideal denial, but I like this from Movistar Koi. Just pausing for the moment. Still 2 players here. Profek in a very aggressive position. I don't know if he'll be expected. And he's just so clean with it. The taps coming off the back of this Vandal. Well, yeah, you'd think maybe he's not just Polish, he's half Turkish, because that has been utter filth. He's been learning from the best, it seems. And now the rest of the squad are just sitting passively, looking to try and fight this together. Well, it's not quite as clean as Solcast would have liked. BBL immediately respond again.
I like the idea from Solkas, though, to get aggressive there, try to catch them off. Just a few missed shots that don't land. Could have been something. Levin's early aggression. Let's see. Oh, he dashed into the wall. Yeah. And that makes a lot of sense, because I saw him activate the dash, and I was very confused to see him still up close. But yeah, a little bit unfortunate for him. In the end, though, BBL able to convert. 5-2.
Profek's aim training score must be like top 0.001%. Like, it genuinely is absurd how clean he has looked when anybody walks into his crosshair.
This map. Last map was a little shakier, but it finished 7 and 11.
Yeah, when you win in 13-6 and the rounds that you won were...
Oh, yeah.
Like, you have to bear in mind, who's top of the board, Mitch, in that game?
It's a guy called Levin.
So how many people do you think that were seen for the rounds that they were winning?
That's true also. Yeah. I mean, obviously as well, he's playing Astra on the previous map, not now. I haven't lost my mind completely. And in the last map, so he's going to be a little bit more involved in the back lines of the team. This time, while he's on Viper, his utility allows him, enables him to take some of those fights. In fact, it's essential for him to be holding the opposite side of his wall, his orb, whatever it may be, and apparently for him to shoot players through it as well.
Have you also seen what Gunny's for? You're going to be over the moon.
Profek.
A B side. Oh, no, is he not playing B?
No, he's not playing B.
Oh.
He's on mid.
I thought he was going to do the mid strat.
Yeah, I thought maybe I'd gotten through to PAL after all these years.
No.
But I think his senses, his better senses are still with him.
He listens to you as much as he listens to Cairo.
That's understandable.
That's the biggest insight I can give.
Yeah. That's tough. I don't think I'll recover from that. Filu, well, he's not going to recover his HP, down to 6 health. And that's the only rifle they have to work with from Movistar Koi. Maybe that's going to end up in someone else's hands, and indeed it's on the Shados.
Well, he's playing this entry where he gets a shield, but every time his opponent's getting a couple of bullets off before he can even react. He's 1-7 right now. I said at the beginning, I'm not a fan of the ISO on this map, especially not as a solo duelist. I think you need more alongside it as that distraction. We've seen a 1-2 punch all the time. Throw in a Yoru, throw in a Jet. But on its own, I feel like it's limited as hell, and I think we're witnessing that right now. Still, a long way to go in this map. 5 rounds up to 2. There's never been a death sentence. We saw it in the last, but Shados' lurk forward has eventually been caught, and the space on A completely given up. There's only one man standing in their way right now, but you also have to bear in mind the weaponry. There is next to nothing in the hands of this Movistar Koi squad. Evan's being smart about it as well. Knows that a gap could have been found and is now just waiting for that support, or at least it looked like it is. He's now going forward.
Yep, that he is. Dash was online. He didn't want them to get the plant in. Use those weaker weapons up close. Oh, he's going for them. He wants the kill, and he'll get it as well. Levin with a 3-piece, and BBL with an in-zone flawless. 6-2 in the lead, and it looks like not a lot has changed since we finished out that last map. The momentum still very much with BBL.
Yeah, this round you can't really have too much blame to be placed over on Movistar Koi. They had nothing to play with, but this guy seems to be having a field day, and when you look at Sociable 10-2, Profek 9-4, like it was mentioned on the desk as well that, oh yeah, we've talked a lot about Yumpy and Magnum, but I feel like these 3 individually, if they're online, it's GG. Like I don't know if anyone on Movistar Koi can stand up to that, at least right now. But Mitch, they got a hell of a lot of ults.
So do their opponents though.
True.
BBL have everything to work with in that regard. An outlaw in the hands of Yumpy this time to the B site, which leaves Profek, understandably, playing with a Phantom. But a silencer inside this ult, and the ult safe. He's nice and high up.
They'll run back in.
At this point, it's going to cause problems if they don't get back in the pit on time, and it looks like just about getting there. Filu grabs one, but they know where he is! Diving down, Levin falls, but Profek converts. And the problem is, they've got to stick inside that pit. Have one of their own down at least, so those players will start to decay.
Look how deep the positioning as well from Grubinho. Like, clearing him out is almost going to be impossible. He's just not facing any of these angles. This post plant is nasty. The knife has been utilized, and I believe will have connected onto him, but I think that's irrelevant at this stage. Profek just trying to bait someone in, but well, with how close Shados is sitting, it's all too easy. Solcas with that final elimination, and a wonderful post plant from Movistar Koi.
Yeah, I mean, that's the downside, right? When you play on the defense, that Heaven ultimate from Viper, you're going to cut off a lot of the site, but there's that small gap, and with them having their own pit to play around, Shados is able to look at the spike. He waits. Oh, they're just tapping it, no problem. If they're sticking it, wait, counts to 2 and then shoots. The guy's on 1 HP. Yeah. 1 shot, gonna finish him off. So there was no moment there where they're really feeling like they're in danger. And just a great counter pick coming in. All right, great counter pick coming in from Grubinho that gets them that round. Now BBL immediately call a timeout, seeing ultimates committed, but not the round conversion. And with Movistar Koi still having a deep arsenal of ultimates to fall back onto, it's definitely the right time to take stock of where we're at. 6-3, plenty of time for Movistar Koi to climb back into this, and that's exactly what BBL are calling this timeout to avoid.
Yeah, we've already seen it before that versus their opponents of KC, they had some struggles on the attack. Now, it's a completely different composition and a completely different style of play, so I don't think we can take too much stock in how that went, but you still want to make sure you capitalize on your advantages, and that's where BBL are at right now. Of course, for the opposing side, You got things over the line with, I say, one of the most classic combinations of ultimates ever. You get the lockdown to get you into sight, you get the Viper's Pit to keep you in the sight. So I think that obviously that has worked out for them. I think Filu as well, waking up a little bit, those 2 kills at the back of sight made it much more disruptive. Can they now build off the back of that? And by the looks of things, there may still be further pressure put forward. Now, this is a spot Levin's already played, Mitch.
He has. Grabinho only getting his weapon out now. I was worried he was coming around that corner with a knife.
He's in the drone.
Up goes the drone, and an opportunity Levin will not let slip. Taking down Flya, but he loses his life in the process from Movistar Koi.
Hunter's Fury gone.
This could be ideal. Yes, Hunter's Fury gone, but with Filu having the ult online, if they can pick one player out, the advantage is theirs to play around. Yumpy, the man with the operator, and he's pulled into the ult. The classic needed to break shield, and he's not going to find the kill. Filu, wonderful ultimate used, and Movistar Koi with the advantage as a result.
Careful. We've seen Profek popping off. Sociable down, and eventually on the edge of that Viper screen. Shados should have put this one to bed. We've already had a huge round or 2 from Magnum in the last map, but this would likely be the best of them. And with their economy low, yeah, I was going to say, is it worth just holding onto the gun? Another solid round from the side of Movistar Koi, and a lot of it coming off the back of Filu.
We've seen the Sova-Yoru combo where the Yoru says, just shoot me, shoot me. Bait me was the call from Sova this time. He pops out the drone, and
definitely.
They end up with the early
trade. We're going to cut to that voice com right now.
Bait me. See, I'm not sure who said that, but it definitely happened.
Damn, the one time we didn't have any video. That's crazy.
But no, I think as well, though, Filu popping the ultimate, taking down the player with the op, first of all, and then Sociable, what does he do? Well, after a great map with the op, he goes, oh, an op on the floor. I'll have that. Who peeks him? Filu with the shield up. So he hits his shot, but Filu hits his. And unfortunately for Sociable, he didn't have a shield.
Still, a couple of those ults remain.
Drone going out.
Movistar Koi have done well. Attempted denial with the salvos, and more importantly, the Blade Storm available for Levin. They might have a few vulnerabilities in terms of the weapons, but this deadly Turkish duo is not just looking to hold down the B site, they're looking to take further ground.
They've pushed all the way up, and with weaker weapons, you expect this kind of a risk. Sociable picking off Flya, and I don't think he's going to take that drone out for the rest of the half. Only 1 round left. Lockdown comes into play. BBL send, Movistar Koi scrambling backwards, and the Blade Storm eagerly awaiting them. A double pickup, and then Sociable swings in to finish the job. Pay safe card thrifty for BBL, and way to make the best of a bad situation.
This is sort of where we talk about different types of economy. The economy in terms of money was low. Economy in terms of ultimates was very high. And that's what this round was. You had the aggressive push down. Again, I think Flya being completely alone using a drone, I understand the concept was to sell a fake, but it's just such an easy pickoff.
Against
and then,
Nico too.
Because of that, Sociable ends up getting his ult. That's the Armageddon that traps them in at the back of the end. The lockdown which forced them forward. Perfectly telegraphed round from BBL, but I think Movistar Koi will be frustrated they fell for everything there.
I think a lot of the time you'll see those weaker buys centered around the A site with an anchor on B, the utility, and that's what he's hoping, right? You're going to see the drone as the solo player call like, oh, they're on their way, I need help. And then those rotations come out, your team takes A easily. But what a disaster for Flya. 2 rounds in a row. This time he uses it, his drone from way, way back. Doesn't clear fully around the corner, but they've got plenty to do that, looking for the close player that isn't actually there. For Movistar Koi, a lot of this round is going to be down to the freeze play. They take space, they wait, and hope to find either a rotation on mid or late walk up with their orb underneath and split the B site. So a lot of pressure either way put onto Magnum.
Okay, yeah, they're going to try and force him out with the Armageddon. I think a bit of an unorthodox position, though. You're not normally going to try and clear that ground a little bit early. Will get caught out and take quite a bit of damage. And now saving that Hunter's Fury for the post. They're in a very good spot here, Movistar Koi.
Yeah, it's a double flank on mid. Even if Shados goes down, expecting Grabinho to be there is unlikely, and he's covering his back the whole time, so they've got extra security. But BBL have retaken this all through spawn. They're here as 5. Sending one out, Magnum, to look for that lurk through middle. They know that it's a possibility, if not a probability, and Magnum's got his timing. but he's not landed the shots to fight towards the alleyway. Good to start with. Profek doubling up on his duels, and a little more needed, but Solkis the only one standing in their way. He's got the first, the second even, and Grabinho with the from the grave snakebite has landed a kill. What a play by Solkis, by Movistar Koi, and they'll be within punching distance of BBL in the second half.
Red Bull clutch to close it, and a big round for them to take home with a resurgence that was impressive. The fact is, though, they're going to need a little bit more, and we'll see if they can get it in the second half.
Welcome back, folks. 7-5 to BBL. Getting deja vu up here, Tom. A slight lead for the Turkish squad, and now moving into the second half. This is the real test. This is where they struggled up against KC. They did well in the first 4 rounds and nothing afterwards, but they've changed their comp, and no doubt they've looked back on the mistakes made there. For Movistar Koi, well, it's been tragic when it comes to map 2 so far in stage 1. 14-12 in both of their second maps, of denied at map 3 in the series. They want to change that here today. This is the map they chose to fight on, Tom. Have you got hope for their defense?
Yeah, I think they had a decent resurgence in the last half, like building a little bit of confidence, because it was looking a bit rough at one point, like a 6-2 scoreline, but I think they've shown stellar usage of their ults, managing to sort of cycle them quite nicely. And again, like going back into how they started out the last defensive half, I think there's some opportunities here, but mostly I want to see what Shados and Filu can do, because I think Shados a bit of a quieter map than what we saw in the last, and I think Filu, it took some time for him to get into the map, with him going to have to be relatively aggressive to make this ISO work. I think he needs to pop off a little bit.
Well, the stats I'm seeing, Tom, we've got 10 opening duels for BBL in that first half. Only 2 going the other way. It's a big difference to what we saw previously, but still a small lead. Movistar Koi have been able to recover. Some big clutch plays at times. Even Grabinho from the grave in that last round with the snake bite. A lineup worth giving his life for. Now,
was that step hard? I think maybe a little bit too far back. So Grabinho is still completely unaware of how far forward his opponent has managed to get. And unfortunately, the person who could end up taking the brunt of this would be Flyer. But it seems like there's at least a little bit of awareness. The fake being sold on the other side of the map. And Flyer, if he walks back even a step or two, he could be in real sharky water. In fact, with the rest of the team going back in the other direction, there's no way anybody expect anyone to be here. So many gaps to be found, but Flyer at least managing to find that trade.
Wasn't in his drone this time. Ready to take the fight. The creep up coming through from Sociable could find huge value. He's jumped up, it's a perfect angle. Nobody's spotting him. Sociable with a free play, at least onto 1, and damage done to Solkis. Making it a little easier for the rest of the squad to follow up. In fact, the turret almost found 1, but 11, he got in there in time. cleaning it up on that server. It's BBL 8-5, and then pistol round that no doubt Movistar Koi were desperately wanting.
I'm gonna be honest, he played the end of that round, like, you know the bots that like sort of move around a little bit and spawn? Like, he's just walking around like, bing, 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 bing. Like, that was so easy for 11 at the end, and, well, I think already spotting...
Incredible, incredible. I can't speak English even anymore.
But I think as well that this is a dangerous start because there were so many gaps in that defense. Like the fact that we saw a player walk all the way up into basically their spawn without anybody knowing, another player in mid boosted up without anybody knowing, like those are gaps that just shouldn't happen. Even if it is an early pistol round, you don't have all of your utility. That is truly scary to see.
Well, all classics from Movistar Koi, but a good read. 4 players on the A side. Magnum with the challenge. But he's got his trusty Spectre out.
Yeah.
I shouldn't doubt him for a
solid
moment.
long-range weapon, the Spectre.
Well, yeah, it's certainly when he's got his Levin out as well, it's a different story altogether. Quick little double pickup for them both. A plant for Levin, which will get him just 1 away from the Blade Storm. And information on where Grobinho is. The question is, who wants that orb? It's time to go and earn it, and it's Magnums for the taking. It's Spectre with a 3-piece and an in-zone flawless to put 9-5 on the score line for BBL.
To say early doors, we already have the Blade Storm available for Levin. They gave him the Spectre in case he could get that final kill, but then realized, actually, we could just give the Spike instead and plant it after the round. And having a Blade Storm, 3 rifles going into a bonus round, again, there's a real possibility that they start this half off 3-0. And I am really starting to worry for the side of Movistar Koi.
Well, I think, yeah, we're definitely at that point. It's time to show up for Movistar Koi, or this one could quickly slip away. Grobinho falling, like you said, Tom. That is the site open for the taking, but Shadow steps in to try to put up a fight, to stop them and slow them on the push, but instead he has fallen and left Movistar Koi maybe in a save already with upgrades for BBL post-plant and barely any utility used, at least from the perspective of Movistar Koi. They'd be running into a ton of delay. Salvo post-plant, Snakebite for Profek, all and the Blade Storm still for Levin with a massive man disadvantage. They've got to fight for the next double digits for BBL, and they pretty much locked that in the first 10 seconds.
Yeah, the thing is, there's a few spots on this map that if I see a Blade Storm coming into a round, I'm thinking there's a good chance that guy dives there. One of them is the mid-tube, but I guess it just never crossed the mind of Grobinho. And for him to be the solo B-site defender is a real terrifying prospect. And already, you can understand for the side of BBL, if they try and just hump for these, the last man having a Spectre, and you know what? Yeah, you maybe could have got that gun if you weren't spraying, but I genuinely don't think Magnum cares at this point.
Well, mate, he is doing a lot with the Spectre. Just keep it. Don't even upgrade Magnum. I love watching it.
He may actually, like, he may be getting pretty close to having more kills with the Spectre in this map.
Best Spectre player EU?
Is that a title that anyone wants?
No one else is fighting for it, but he's got it. He sat there with the belt. No one can take it off him. 10-5.
It's like best Ares player. It's like, oh, cool. Well done, bud.
No, I would go out of my way not to have that. I'll spray
so if anything, that means we should give you the title.
No. No, thank you. I see one lower third, I'm flying to Ireland. 10-5, BBL. They face off against a full buy. Movistar Koi took the save, but with players losing their lives right at the end, it's Bulldogs, a Guardian in play. Lots of weaknesses, Levin tagged up, but a lot of that comes back online with the wall. Shados provides cover from up top, but the plant, it's undeniable.
I'm still invested into this one. No ultimates available for BBL in this moment. Looking at the sniper of Profek, a chance to rain damage down. Shields are minimal. Only Grobinho has the option here, but the cleanup is fantastic. Yumpy's done well, though. He needs to try and eliminate all 3 remaining players. An ace necessary. Shadows peaks ahead of things, and whoa, there was a moment where I believed in the Yumpy clutch, but thankfully that was stopped before it got too dangerous.
Yeah, thankfully Koi made the call in that moment to peek him together. Had they have went for the stick on the defuse, which is what Yumpy assumed was happening, it's why he swings so quickly and aggressively in, there was a real chance that he isolates each one of those fights and pulls it across the line. That would have been a death sentence for Movistar Koi, but they cling on for dear life at 10-6. Rifle still out, but thanks to the great early start from BBL with 3 rounds in a row. They're easily able to buy right back up into this one. So for Koi, there's still a bit more work to be done. Fialu and Flya, though, having ultimates online, that should be the edge that they need, and already put into play. It's done more damage to their teammates than to the opponents.
Well, I like the idea. They use the vulnerable immediately so that if there's anybody outside the B site, they're just going to get wrecked by the Hunter's Fury. But there's nobody there. And now the A site, severely vulnerable. It might be an attempt to try and catch the player before they can actually plant. That's risky. It's the jump up, but they're going to try and isolate Sociable, but that's easier said than done. Flyer literally flying through the air to try and get rid of him, and they're all looking to just fight Sociable right now. Almost the entirety of the squad are battling one guy. The rest of the team have taken the site, but that's a big kill to find. Being able to remove one, now gets into a 1v1 battle versus Magnum. This time has a rifle to hand, but won't be able to hold on to things. Clearing this back angle onto Profek and leaving just Yumpy remaining.
Defuse has already started. The wall is going to give perfect cover. It's almost fully defused. And indeed, before Yumpy can swing, it's already in Movistar Koi's hands, luckily, as Yumpy cleans up those last fights. 10-7. It came close. And with Sociable buying so much time in middle and even opening the avenue for that deep site push, it's a miracle that they end up walking out with that. Movistar Koi
this pick
did phenomenally well, and indeed, rooting Levin out of that position. The perfectly timed salvos from Solkas as well, trading out that kill and leaving it into the 1v2 that with the wall was easy to win.
Puts them in an awkward position again on BBL's side, but as we've seen, a lot more impact, I would say, than usual from ultimates, even with low purchases. Seems like the ults have made all the difference. Magnum, it's looking the other way, and nobody else currently holding the angle. Bit of an early slip up, and V-Loop under pressure, going to take a lot of damage. Giving Levin that extra space, stun thrown through the spam on either side. Not quite finishing the job, but in fact, it's Profek on the pistol. Flyer that goes running in. Just looks to try a brawl with the pistols. It seemed like a mistake, and well, it was.
You do that against rifles, it's a risk. You do it against pistols, and it is definitively at Profek even worse. A big mistake. BBL now, they've got the site, but they're looking for the duels. They want the fights. Armageddon put into play, but a gap for Shados, and he's fighting within it. A 3-piece pickup, and the round as a result. Massive play from Shados. And just a mistake from BBL, despite putting the ult down, they don't clear that corner.
It's a very messy round through and through. Like, it was one that you start off where the result is what you expected, but the manner in which we got there was just absurd. Like, he's very aggressive plays forward, but this from Shados, we talked about the vintage level of this man, but again, like, you look at the squad from BBL and it is all individual. You give this man 1v1 fights and there are opportunities to be had, and it seemed like they desperately needed that one. BBL are going to call themselves a pause. And the button is pressed.
Powell calls for the timeout there, and rightfully so. BBL, they made some mistakes there. They were a little sloppy that last fight. I mean, we saw the replay from Shados' perspective, and he gets given 3 1v1s. Now, Shados, he was on fire in the previous map, certainly starting it out, 12-0 before he eventually went down. So you give him a lot of 1v1s, well, he's keen to recapture that fire from Pearl. But here on Icebox, still trailing by 2. Movistar Koi have a little ways to go. BBL not down in the dumps just yet, able to buy up. And a lot of these rounds we've looked at and said that there was ults in their favor. That will still be the case. With Yumpy, Magnum, and Profek all having some to put into play, but Solkas holding on to the Armageddon. Shados having the lockdown. They've been used efficiently, at least on the attack. Looks like an early challenge towards that A site is on the cards.
do with this fragment. Alongside salvos, we've already witnessed the front side aside, but the goal here was just to deny the orbs. He actually gets sociable behind, but then Levin, he's been so good on this jet entry. Almost unstoppable. The headshot onto Zolcast, one of the easiest kill Yuppie's ever going to find. When you put that jet in the hands of a Turkish duelist, you know roughly what you're going to get. Almost a gap given, a lot of damage connected. Levin's still in an aggressive spot though, and just not missing a beat on the jet. 22 and 10 right now. This has been his series.
He dashes, gets his dash on with 2 quick kills, and goes again. That was beautiful to witness that entry. Grabinho. 1v3 after picking off Levin. In that same aggressive position we've seen before. 1 HP on Magnum, like you say. Snakebite already sent in, but Magnum up top, he's flying under the radar, or maybe over it. Doesn't look like the punish will be there. Oh no, he's actually got it. Timing's perfect. Sneaking up behind Grabinho to close out the round and put 11 on the board for BBL. Whatever they said in that timeout, it worked. I don't know how you get Levin to do that, like, what call that is, but
Levin,
keep
you
on
remember
going.
you're playing Jet, right? Like, yeah. Like, either you get 3, or next game we're back on Yoru, and he's like, no! Runs in, beats them all up. But this is the level that you could see from just such a high-skill youngster. As I said, he was fantastic on the Yoru in the last map, running the show on the Jet on this map, and well, same again, attempted denial, early flash. I think they're definitely a little bit more wary of what Filu has been trying to do. As early aggressive pushes, and when we've spoken about opportunities when you have that ultimate, even when the purchase is low, 4 ults available right now. And with that null command utilized in the last map, not a lot to deny it.
They're going for a push down mid. It's Filu leading the charge. He's got the rifle, and of course the drone sent out by Flya clears out a lot of this space. Lockdown comes into play, and they want to cut off rotations. Flya does well to find his ones, and they will just back off immediately. They know now the rotate's coming into A, ready for this fight. The Viper wall is going to come up a little late, as they've already crossed in. Levin in position, ready and waiting. Deep Viper's pit in play. Levin has to hold that angle, and he'll only get the one. The pit won't stop them if they push around the backside, and that's a big problem. With only 1 player making his way through, it's Grabinho that could definitely be in trouble, but the ult use, it actually catches the player closer. The Profex still good to sit inside the pit, stabbed in the back by Grabinho. Nano goes into play, and they're both low. The Viper's pit draining their HP, and Sociable putting it to 0. 12 and 8, 4 chances to close it out now for BBL.
It's a damn right miracle that he manages to survive there. Like, that was him being taken out by the kill contract. So he's off site. They know where he is. Comes back and gets both of them. Like, it's absurd. And it was the time that was wasted by Profek. And in the meantime, the goal of Magnum was just to play that post plan. But yeah, it really does feel like a miracle that he manages to go back and go, right, where are they? All right, both there.
And you see those players as well running around in the pit, because they're like, oh, well, the body must be in there, so even if he loses the fight, we'll get him when he comes out. Pit goes down, they're looking around like, where'd he go? Well, he showed his hand right at the end. 4 rounds, 4 chances for BBL, and for Movistar Koi, another 2-0 defeat. This puts them to the position where they almost definitely can't take it across the line. And Levin's dash in, decimates Grabinho. Shados goes down in the dirt as well, and Levin ain't done yet. He's in the spawn. Flya finally puts him to bed, but Levin's gotten BBL a 4v3.
It's like watching like an old school, like, I don't know, a Durka or a Kellogg's or something like that, where it's just like, I'm not going to stop fighting you until you put me down. A man advantage again. Ultimates all gone, dissipated. Nice work from Filu, will at least make it competitive. In fact, he finds a double. But Yumpie's lurking through the backlines. Magnum looking to play up close, needs to deny this defusal. Filu with another, and actually, it's too far away from Yumpie. He could just defuse in front of his nose. Nothing that can be done. Filu with a life-saving round, but again, they survive with 0 players.
Yeah, it's again BBL either knocking on the door of that victory or claiming it cleanly. For Movistar Koi,
This was genuinely insane.
Considering how we started it out for Filu to be given these opportunities late on. Oh, yeah. I think his position there, it's just comes down to the fact that, as he said, he didn't know it was halved. He thinks he has that little bit more time to play with. 25 and 13, though. Levin has truly hit another level. His opening last round with the Blade Storm was sensational. He won't go down through the wall here. There were two, at least, giving him that bit of extra cover. But my eyes are firmly glued to him. I want to see that opening again for BBL, because it's just been such a problem for Movistar Koi. As soon as they see his eyes.
I like that. So I'm on camera.
Down.
Yeah, you can see me. Come on. I'm waiting.
Levin's here.
I think he genuinely didn't shoot that because he was fully expecting Filu to swing.
He was waiting for the swing. Exactly.
He just didn't even care. It's like, okay, you can know I'm here, but I'm not going to aim up just in case. Now again, mentioned it before, all those ults have been expended. Filu and Sociable on the other side are closest to having something in this round. The A-Site simulator, the Icebox of old. They look to fight this again, and Wildflyer stuck in no man's land, but Filu has dealt with Levin and gets his ult online.
Yeah, the ult though, whether it's going to be used or not, they're already close. He's got to clear them out first. Damn good try of it so far. Down goes the shield. 3 versus 3. For Movistar Koi, all players on site. They don't know if they've gone back at this point. Soon they'll find out that Sociable is up top looking for a battle and finding it. Filu with another though. He is dragging this team across the line, kicking and screaming, but he'll finally fall. Loosening his grip on the map as 12-9 could turn into 13 with a 3-piece from Sociable. It's BBL series 2-0, a recovery on the last week and what could be the final dagger in Movistar Koi's back. Their chances of playoffs thinning out game on game, and they need perfection from this point forward to even have a chance.
Yeah, it doesn't look like their time is going to get any easier, but a solid bounce back from last week. Obviously, the last map before this that was played by BBL was a 12-0 loss in a half. But it seems like they have recovered comfortably. A really solid first map after a bit of a slow start. And here, having a similar thing, like having a decent start to the map, their opponents climbing back into it. But I think the real star of the show was Levin. We've spoken about this guy, about what he can do, what we saw at kickoff, that individual ability, and if he can continue to hit that level. Well, 26 and 14 is where he left out that last map. Also top in the map prior. Today was his day.
It's great to see Yumpy and Solkus embracing each other down on that stage. For Movistar Koi, they put up one hell of a fight, but Levin, 26 and 14. The man was dominant on that server, and BBL's game plan working out for a 2-0. Yumpy, the showman that we know that he is. They'll take their bow on the stage, and a well-earned one indeed.
Yeah, an important victory for them as well. Of course, we were looking at this from the side of Movistar Koi going 0-3, but I think a loss here would have also put BBL into problematic waters. Instead, they sit 2-1, second on the board currently, and definitely looking like a dangerous squad, no matter who you come up against. Unfortunately for Movistar Koi, again, it seemed like the fundamentals, the ideas, what they had available to them looked decent. The problem was at times the execution and also just mistakes. Like there were a lot of clear errors, people being caught in drones and gaps, hefty gaps, especially on this map being left, which you give gaps to a squad like BBL and they are going to exploit them. So I'm sure they'll be back to work over the next week or so, but as we sort of mentioned, it now really is not only do they have to win all of their remaining games, but they're also looking at opponents and going, okay, I need that guy to slip up, I need that guy to slip up, otherwise they're in serious trouble.
And for BBL, locking in those playoffs games, it's going to be Gentlemates and Foot that they come up against next. Gentlemates being their next matchup, and you know, well, the two of those teams actually played each other very recently, and it was a tight game, so no easy matchups ahead of them. But if they can bring what they brought today, if they can bring Levin in that form, I think any team will be scared to face them. Yumpy, well, he had some great comms during that as well. I look forward to hearing Pal's imitation of the Barks on Friday in the TriCast, but for now, we're going to throw it down to the stage. Zoe is on standby with the superstar Levin.
I am indeed. Thank you so much, 11. Congratulations. What a performance, not just from the team, but from you personally. You popped off. How are you feeling after this big win?
It's, to be honest, very good. After like some, how can I say, bad games for me. So it's feeling very good.
Yeah, you
I'm so happy.
Yeah, you needed that for the confidence boost. We also saw a slight change up in composition for Icebox. Walk me through this. What inspired you?
I don't know how can I say, but I'm feeling more comfortable with Jet, so my team decided to this. So.
Did you practice a lot with Jet as well in scrims?
Not too much. I think they were no. So I'm good at Jet. And they said, okay, we can go Jet. Yeah, this is
That's good. Trust. You got to trust your teammates. And Jet is one of your most played agents as well. So why not work out? How do you feel generally about BBL's standings right now? Do you feel confident making it to the playoffs?
Yeah, of course. We are playing so good, I think, especially on scrims. Happened something bad, can I say? But everything good for me right now and my teammates. I think we are going very good. I'm so happy.
Yeah, I'm happy too, man. That was a heck of a performance on that stage. So thank you so much for joining me for a quick chat. Gonna let you rest up and wish you best of luck in your next match. Now, we're of course not done here. We have one more match to go. It's gonna be Na'Vi going up against Giant X. So you don't want to miss it.
Friday night putting them plays in, but it feel like a special occasion. So let's go out, go blazing, hit the dance floor, let go frustrations. I might have a hidden agenda, but my intention's pure. I'll give you all that I got, and I hope that you don't need more. It's okay, just take my hand now. Damn, me and sweating your hair out. You got me creasing my sneakers. That's usually something I care about. Couldn't see the path, but it's clear now. You was in my dreams, but you here now. And I just want a little dance and a reason to change my plans. All I want is for you to dance with me, with your hands in the air where I can see. I don't know if we'll get another chance, you'll see. So I hope that you'll just come dance with me. We outside, did you hear what? I called the ride cause I'm going up. And there's something mixy going in my cup. Don't say much cause they know what's up. You know it get cold on the late night. We getting all close like it's day night. You looking so fly, you could take flight. Now I got this feeling that I can't fight. Your curves got my urges flaring. You got me by the collar and I'm not caring. You see how the people can't stop staring. I'm trying to make you mine and I'm not sharing. Okay, let's bring it back a bit. She said you can have whatever if you ask for it. Well, I just want to have a little dance and a reason to change my plans. All I want is for you to dance with me, with your hands in the air where I can see. I don't know if we'll get another chance, you'll see. So I hope that you'll just come dance with me.
Hello, welcome back to VCT EMEA. Zoe here, joined by Kukuka and Mac. One series done, one more to go. How are we feeling today, Mac?
I'm feeling great. I don't know if, BBL are feeling too good after all that screaming. Yeah, in particular. Well,
I think they're feeling great.
He was going crazy. He was going off after map 1. That was some of the best highlights I'd seen, and then after they won as well. But that's a big win for BBL.
Absolutely, they needed it.
Yeah. Koi needed it too.
Yeah, don't we all need it? You know who else needs it? Our upcoming two teams. They also need the dubs on the board because, you know what, the stage is actually quite short. So those matches all very much count and are very, very crucial. Na'Vi got a very crucial win against Apex, which I'm sure is a confidence booster, but quite frankly, watching it, Apex played it close. Like, I don't know if I would be super confident as Na'Vi now because that went all the way map 3.
Every year we come and speak about Na'Vi. We speak about the players that have been here for a very long time. We highlight also the new incorporations, and we're excited to see where Na'Vi is going to take us in this year. Is it going to be the crazy compositions? Yes, it's still Na'Vi, but I think that they really, really needed last week's win, and not only for the sake of getting the points, it's because of how tricky it was for them. The ending of 2024, the beginning of this year, they still had to find themselves in the stage, and I hope that after that win we see a different face of Na'Vi.
Yeah, it just brings out the confidence, right? And the fact that when Flow was going so crazy last week as well, winning against that has to instill some kind of confidence.
Absolutely. Now, if we're looking at what kind of, how do you say that? Personality Na'Vi has currently. We're seeing role swaps again, obviously, like they're going off with their comms here and there. How do we feel about the role swaps though from last week?
I don't like it.
You don't like it?
I don't like some of it. I do like some of it. You know, I did like when we had like Hero jumping onto the Rays, getting on that again. But when I think of Xiao, I think of Xiao on the Fade. And we see an Angel take that away from him multiple times. It irks me a little bit. But look, it worked last week. So if they just keep the role swaps up and it keeps the opponents guessing, look, element of surprise goes a long way.
You know what? I think you're the only person in this entire studio, maybe City, that wasn't excited to see Xiao on Sova.
Yes!
People were popping off about it.
It's such a stable. I agree with you. Like, if I would put him in initiator in every single map if I can. Also, the Astra, I think it's good, but I feel like this is where he excels the most. We see him the most comfortable. We know that he doesn't need any other rep, even if he hasn't played it in X amount of time. Doesn't matter. It is Xiao. It's the Xiao show that you're going to get on the Sova. Something that, of course, I think for him, when we're speaking about a team finding themselves on the stage, it also comes down to having a good performance and feeling comfortable on it.
Yeah, comfortability on Agents is absolutely crucial, and that's why I'm worried about some of the players on the team. But yeah, if I'm highlighting Xiao, like that performance on Haven was huge. If we can get that again, if we can get Haven again in the veto, that'd be lovely. But are we going to get it? Who knows?
Well, we'll find out very soon, Mac. I'm here for the Shova. Maybe a bit of a stretch. All right. We also got to see Hero back on Duelist. Yeah. Obviously, we know that Hero is a very competent Duelist player. Haven't seen that yet in VCT. Now we finally see it. How do we feel about it?
I like it. I think that it gives Na'Vi that dimension, especially when you combo it up with Koalanu also playing an aggressive role. It's part of it is the chamber. We know that we take that as a duelist because we have seen a lot of double duelists being played, not only in the region, but all across the globe. If, again, we're speaking about a team finding themselves, working with these tools, implementing them, not being scared. Well, they're never going to be scared to try something new, but trying to surprise their opponent. This is a Na'Vi that could get scary, and a Hero that in an individual level is always going to surprise us.
Yeah, and look, if there's a team that just brings surprises week after week, and Na'Vi are able to do that again today, like GX have been struggling. They've also shown some great things, but if you've got Na'Vi just throwing out like random comp after random comp like GX, they don't really have the greatest adaptability from what we've seen from them so far, and that's where things could go south for them.
You know what, though? They showed grit and tenacity in their match just last week. I mean, they came back from a 10-0 deficit in the first half on Split, their second map. That was after they had a brutal loss on Haven. So, like, to have the mental fortitude to come back and stern parents who talk to you like this, I mean, that says a lot about the team and what they can do.
Well, look, it worked. It kicked them back into gear, right?
He's so
Are you okay?
I look at this. And it just doesn't get old. I've been seeing Vixen in the coach cam for freaking years, but it just doesn't get old because he's extremely expressive with his eyes and the way that he just barely even moves. But after saying, yes, it was a 10-0, and very, very quickly we saw a Giant X that even with that scoreline was not defeated, was able to bring things back onto the board and move on to that third map. Yes, at the end, Team Heretics was able to bounce back and close that out, but it just proves to you that you can never count a team like Giant X out.
Yeah, look, and for me as well, there's just so much going on with Giant X. We see glimpses of hope, like great comebacks like we did on Split, but then there's other moments as well where things just go so wrong and people are just, putting them bottom of the power rankings, not quite really rating them in a way that instills hope in their fan base. And you really want to have some hope as a fan, don't you?
Dude, we're on that hopium and copium, like we're getting the 50-50 mix of everything for most of those teams. But quite frankly, if you looked at the region as a whole, I'm looking at all those teams. I don't feel like there is a clear, like, oh, you can count them out. Like Apex, we thought like that's the easy win. Didn't make it look so easy against Na'Vi, Like they're all being very competitive in their matches.
Yeah, well, individually, they are all very good Valorant players. That's why they're here in the top league, right? But sometimes it's just if the cogs work together or if they don't work together. And if they're not working together, then you might go 0-2, you might end up 0-3 if that happens today. But there's different ways that you can play the game, right?
Yeah, and you know what? I want to see some ways that the game has been played. And you have some illustration to show us, educate us.
I do. So for a bit of education.
Is it educational? Because I don't know what you have in store for us.
It's mostly educational. I think the best way to put it is Mini, while on the cast last week, said that Giant X are finally finding their identity. And it's kind of working, but then sometimes it's not working. So we're going to have a look at their identity, mainly their...
Working or not working?
Yeah, it works for the first part, then doesn't work.
And I'm also going
I have some examples of when it gets counted and counted hard. So we're going to be watching round 6 here. Obviously, they're on an eco. But what I want you to look at as well is what we're going to do, break the trip over here at the top left of the screen. That's going to bait the full push out from Giant X. This is up against Team Heretics last week. They're going to go for Paranoia over towards lobby, split 2 up long, 2 up short, and then go for the dark cover on that entrance to lobby where the gate currently is. So if we roll this forward, you'll see off screen that this is going to happen. Dark cover there. Everyone's ready. Everyone's rolling forward. They're going to get full map control, and they're happy just to keep on going forward. But because that trap gets broken, and over on the C site, they're just calling, oh, look, it's going to be C. We will end up going back to this situation, and Boo knows exactly what's happening. He's thinking, there was a Paranoia. There's a dark cover. There's a lot going on here. I'm just going to, tuck my way into the corner and hopefully get a free couple of kills, which he does. They have a perfect anti-eco, old mate Benji Fishy's there as well, manages to get a free one through the dark cover, and yeah, it ends up going well in their favor. So if we we'll look at that in a little bit. That's one way that it gets counted, but they have different variables of this strategy. Later, like 4 rounds later on round 10, you can see as well, they're just going to be running it down long again. This time dark cover comes from C just to go for that change up, and they're also going to use the undercut for ISO as well just to make this happen. So Purpo manages to love getting the short control, and Long's right up here as well. But the thing is, what I want to talk about is after something goes right, they do get a pick, they overstay, they overcommit to the bit, right? And that's when things go wrong. So if we keep rolling forward, you'll see Team Heretics, they already saw this the other round, but this time, if you look here, they brought the whole team to the party. So they're going to be able to just smoke off the pipes area, so sewer area rather, and then retake long, and then it goes completely wrong very quickly for Giant X. So their identity of, showing that they want to be that early aggressive round goes well sometimes, but look, as soon as Cloud hits the ground, you're going to get Runner, go up on the short side of long, just try to be in a similar position. But Team Heretics, the way that they've countered this is with pure patience. They're just, staying together, slowly re-clearing the map in specific positions. And what we're going to do as well, see, look, Runner goes down and Purpo's like, you know what, I'm out of here. That was a bad idea. But then it also gets countered by aggression, not just patience. So this is against BBL over in Kickoff. And this is the other time we saw them on Haven. You'll notice that they're going to run a similar thing. This time, comp's a little bit different, still meta for Haven, but they're going to be rocking a fault line, a Paranoia, and then have Jet dashing up there as well. If you put your eyes on Yampy, which is what we're going to see, he gets hit with not only the fault line, I'm pretty sure he gets hit with a Rolling Thunder on the back of it, ends up getting 3 kills while he's full stunned. But they just run at it. And even though Giant X keep pushing the point, it's not winning them rounds. So if we get Haven today, that's what you got to look for, is them looking for this early A aggression, which they do very regularly. It just hasn't been successful. So I'm hoping that we get to see some more adaptation, some more variability in what they are showing to us here. And yeah, look, you got Yampy in the corner. He's tucked away. Everyone's dead at this point, and it's only, 10 seconds into the round. So you are not having a good time. Maybe it's time to stop being so predictable and to change that strat book up. If I'm seeing these things, if teams are coming in full counter-stratting you, I think you need to change up a little bit.
You know what? That was educational. I feel educated, and I'm hoping that Giant X will take a page out of your strat book there.
I hope so.
Some good advice.
Look, they've had a whole week to turn things around. Or actually, they've only had half a week. They played on Friday, right? So it was a pretty quick week to get to this point. So hopefully they'll be able to change it up because it is a big game. It is a must-win. We went over that earlier.
Absolutely. But yeah, like we saw some changes in their roles last week and things were starting to look good. It just didn't quite come together in that match. I actually had an opportunity to talk to Tomasi a little earlier today. So let's hear what he had to say. And I now have Tomasi joining me for a quick chat ahead of your match today. But before I want to talk about today's match, I actually want to talk about the one from last week. You guys had an insane comeback on Split after dropping the first map already. Like the first map was a brutal loss. The second one, you went down 10-0 in the first half. How do you come back? How do you have so much mental fortitude as a team?
I mean, I think we need to give big props to Cloud, our IGL, because I think since the first map, I think we were playing too kind of like not showing our game and just letting Erratics do whatever they want from us, to be honest. And I think Cloud just bring kind of like more energy and more like reactive like gameplay in our game. And I think we just kind of like we just started being in the same kind of like page, you know. So we just started fighting every position they were taking it, and yeah, we just keep snowballing. Everyone was having like rounds, like Westside has insane clutch. I had like a few good rounds, and everyone was having insane rounds and helped a lot. So I think I'll give big props to Cloud and our mentor. I mean, I think as a pro players, we never give up, even when the score. It's hard, of course, it's hard, but until it's like 13 for one team, we never give up. And yeah, we just gave everything, to be honest.
So who's the hype man in the comms? Who's the cheerleader?
I think I would say Cloud, our IGL, to be honest. I mean, I was more like that, like last year, but now I think I'm more focused like in what can I do to help the team in terms of like calls and like individual gameplay. But I think I would say like Cloud, he's putting a lot of energy, being the IGL and putting a lot of, I think it's a really good props to him again. I think it's a really good job, to be honest.
Yes, as I said, you lost Haven, and then for Split and the last map, you guys actually switched roles as well. So we saw you on the Duelist again, which was super hype and very exciting. Purpose went over to Smokes. Was that just reactionary? Was that pre-planned?
To be honest, it wasn't pre-planned. We just thought that after our game against Vitality, and actually Peepson, like a few weeks ago, even before the stage one started, he thought about like kind of trying me on Duelist and Purpo in like other like role, like Smoker or like even like Sentinel and stuff, because I think the way Purpo plays, like his mechanics and the way he likes to play the game, like second contact, trading people, I think fits other roles than Duelist. And for me, like my personality and the way I play the game, I think Duelist fits really good. So I think it's a good change. Maybe it will be better if we did it like kind of like earlier, so we'll be like more prepared as individuals. But I think we are doing everything we can to prepare, and I think we're gonna see some like good results from these changes.
So we're gonna continue seeing that change?
Yeah.
Okay, sick. I'm happy to hear that. Now looking at your opponent today, Navi, any thoughts?
I mean, I really respect Navi. I like some players there. They are cool guys, but I think we are getting the win 2-0 today. So yeah.
All right, coming in with confidence. I love to hear it. Tomasi, thank you so much.
Problem, thank you.
Back to you guys.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Me? Sick interview.
It was. I mean, it was very insightful.
It actually was. I did not expect him to actually just give away that they're rolling with the role swaps here. Are we feel more confident knowing that?
I mean, I like the fact that he is not, he's like, we have explored many different options. We have explored me on the Duelist, Purpo not only on the controller. I love the fact that he also mentioned the Sentinel, because maybe we keep seeing these changes. He does have some experience already playing the Sentinel, but we still haven't seen it this year, and I would be very down to see it.
Yeah, I'd be down to see it as well. Look, you got Navi rock and roll swaps, you got Giant X, one of the rock roll swaps, and look, there's specific maps where it works really well, right? And in particular, look, Tomasi's been doing incredibly well when he does rock on things like the Brimmy, like the Omen, but then when he gets on Duelist as well, still pumping up numbers.
I mean, it was his whole identity. I think that his performance still has taken a toll because of the years. I think it's so important to keep up with the meta, with everybody else, scaling and getting better at what they do. So him going from the Duelist onto the Sentinel, now the Smokes, now going back into the Duelist. Yes, it is good having the flexibility and having those tools to work with, but you can only think about all the time that he's investing in many different things and might be too many things on his plate.
The other thing, though, is the experience. When you play so many specific roles over time at a high competitive level like he has, that allows you to be more, variable in what you're doing. The amount of variety, you understand what Sentis do, how Sentis think, you understand how controllers and Omen players think the whole time. And then when you're on the Duelist, you kind of know what they're thinking about doing and their tendencies, and that can make you a better overall player. That's why Tomasi's been, fragging up really well for GX. And that's why he's one of the better teams. So, look, maybe the role swaps are a good thing.
No, yeah, I couldn't agree more with that. Like, being able to walk in someone else's shoes, knowing how they need to be set up, and also, like, how your opponents are potentially playing the agents they play. Like, that goes a long way. Now, here are purple stuff from his different agents that he played. Did we like him on the Omen, yeah or no?
Yeah, I actually like him more on the Omen than what I've seen in some of the Duelists, because of some tendencies that I've seen happen with him. I think that in one of the rounds that you were showing, Purple, that you were showing, Mac, we saw Purple, even though he was playing with the ISO, he, when they were fighting A long, sometimes he would like give up or like activate the shield at the double tap and then just leave instead of fight. Like I see some of this broken timings, and on the Omen, I saw him being so much more comfortable, because I think that you're more limited in the ways that you can use the tools that you have, and sometimes you really just need to focus on shooting. And I think that actually did him a favor.
Yeah, for me as well. Look, when he's on things like Duelist, you have to go deep, right? And there is no backing out a lot of the time. Yes, he did get him positions in those clips where he was able to exit and escape. But if he's getting set up properly, that's when he should be succeeding, right? It should be everyone else, hitting their abilities, setting the Duelist up for success. So if he gets to play a bit further back and maybe bait the team, then that works out. Not bait, trade.
Same thing, different letters. It's all good. And now the teams are, of course, taking to the stage. Giant X, they're desperate for a victory on the board. They're currently down 0-3, 0-2. Sorry, I'm not speaking that one into existence. They're currently down 0-2. Let's not make it 0-3, please.
It's not that grim, guys. They still have a chance.
That's right. I mean, even if they were to go 0-3, there is still a small world of possibilities, but it will be perhaps out of their own hands, their faith, that is. So, of course, they're coming into this confident. He said in the interview he expects to 2-0 Navi, in fact.
Yeah, I mean, I love the confidence. We have been seeing it from Giant X time and time again. It doesn't matter if they were winning, if they were losing. Yeah. But on the other side, when we're speaking about being unpredictable, changing things, Navi is the perfect opponent to be going up against. I think that there is going to be absolute chaos, potentially.
Yeah, well, there's going to be a lot of individuals that love to do some creative plays to put it in a particular way. And both these teams have those individuals, so it's not going to be too one-sided. I think we're up for a very long best of 3. I think we're going to be going to 3 maps.
This could go muddy.
It could get messy. But some of these players, maybe they like it a little bit messy.
I'm enjoying some fun in the mud. I don't know where this one is going, but yeah, you know what? I enjoy the creativity and the confidence to try out different things. Angel said it last week. They're still on a self-finding mission, right? They still need to figure out who they are as a team, and almost all teams in the first 2 weeks of play have already also talked about how they just want to have more fun on the server. Now, will they have fun on the maps that have been selected? What do you think?
The bans are expected. The Pearl I did not expect. So Navi has been banning this past 2 weeks at Ascent. Giant X has done the same. Navi has been picking what they picked previous week, not the previous one, against Fnatic, that Fracture. So we've seen it in the past being picked. Yeah. The surprise is for Giant X picking the Pearl, because they only played it like once and they got battered. So I anticipate that there's going to be changes. There's going to be adaptation. And when we think about the time that you have to prepare for your opponent and how you might and want to surprise them week to week, I do not see a world where Navi saw this Pearl being picked.
Yeah, but for me, initially I was upset because Haven's not there, and I did that whole bit, so I was like, everyone watch this A-Long control at Haven. Gone now. But the fact that we are going to be jumping into Fracture, there's a lot of reps from Navi on that. Even though Navi played well against Fnatic, there's a lot of rounds to study if Giant X were expecting this pick from them. And then going over to Pearl as well, you're talking about reps. It's been a little while since we saw Pearl getting picked by these guys, and them getting to start on the defense might be a bit rough. Like, yeah, we haven't seen a huge amount of Navi's Pearl as well, but starting on the attack always gets you off on the right foot. And if they're able to take Fracture, lead into Pearl with a win, theoretically, then starting on the attack, you've got confidence going over the brim. And with that win last week, all of this combined, it could be a very dangerous place for Giant X today.
Let's take a look at the agent select for this one. Any surprises?
Yes, we see surprises.
Lots of
Sparkbro
surprises.
doubling down on that controller role and now going from the race onto the Brimstone, completely different Cloud. Again, playing on that Tejo. Yes, it is a swap for this map, but he's finding himself and being more and more comfortable. Tomazi on the Neon just brings me back to a couple of years ago, and I absolutely love to see it.
Yeah, for me as well, you know, going back to a Neon comp instead of the meta comp at the moment, which we're going to see from Na'Vi. Last time Giant X played, they were running the same comp as Na'Vi's running now. So they've obviously been cooking in the kitchen here on Fracture, and we're going to see a different style of gameplay. As you mentioned, Tomazi getting on the Duelist is going to be interesting to watch, and the double Initiator is going to be so huge. But with that Brim, you're looking at this comp, you're thinking, damn, as soon as they get that spike down, they're just going to be sitting back. They're going to be playing ratty gameplay. They're just going to be dropping utility and playing for those post plans.
Absolutely love it. Giant X also starting on the attack with the Steam Pack, with Tomazi on the Neon. Like, they have to start on the right foot if they want to get their first win.
Oh, we're in for a good one, that's for sure. And speaking of good ones, we're going to hand it over to Haza and Kara for this last match of the day.
Thank you so much, guys. Look, it feels like familiar good old times. Tomazi's back on the duel list, and it's the Neon. It is the agent which he broke out with back in 2023. And in this GX side, they're looking to try and reform things heading into what feels like a deal breaker for that playoff stage.
Yeah, it does. And I think for both teams, there's been a lot of negativity surrounding them. But one team, GX, played against a lot more harder opponents, right? They played against Fanatics, played against... they played against Heretics and Vitality, sorry. So coming into this, a team much more of their level, are we going to see a better performance standards?
GX choosing to start out on the attack side, as they have done now the last 3 maps where they've had the choice to do so. Previously, 5 out of 5, when given the option, it was the defense that they began. Let's see if it is truly a new version of which we get from them today. Drone early from Cloud, just spotting out Hero, and then straight into the duel he goes, and Tomazi's debut on the Neon not looking like the best of starts so far. It does go traded, and Na'Vi fall back to the site.
Taking their time, waiting for rotations to come in. GX still waiting to play as a death ball. Players to peek in towards them, but with playing so slow, Na'Vi are unsure about where GX really want to end.
Just looking at the mid-round here as well in terms of what Na'Vi are doing on the map, it's very relaxed towards B, as you can see right now. Koala on a much deeper line towards tower.
That's the thing though, Na'Vi starting to get a read, moving back towards that B site. 7 players in the server towards this side of the map, Haza.
Just waiting to burst out of the B smoke, and you look at the utility on GX, some of that signature has come back up. The stun and the salvos dropping at the feet of Ruxic. Quick double kill, and still supported by that Sky Smoke. He's going to follow it up with Xiao's double. Na'Vi getting the pistol round on the board. It's the perfect start to their Fractured Defender side.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw the toast, and as we went into the map, we saw that GX only have a 29% win rate on their attack, and I think in that pistol round we can see it, right? It looked a little bit directionless at times. They go out and, or they try and attack in towards A main, and then from there go out in towards Sand, and then go back towards B main, and nothing really comes of it. Walking around like headless chickens.
Into this round, there is no investment from GX either, so just trying to min-max things a little bit, see if they can pick up an orb. It's damage onto Angel, but not enough to put him in harm's way. So objective secured already from GX. Now they'll head back to Arcade, where Ruxic is playing solo on a committed angle.
Needs to be careful. All alone, Drone will catch out, has to try and swing and get something, but all he gets is given away a stinger towards the opposing team. At the same time though, you've got to be looking at West Side and his position still underneath this B site.
In terms of Na'Vi's macro game as well, you see them on a lot of rounds post Koala noob up solo and let him contain an area of the map. He was towards A and does rotate himself to check from Sand instead, and on that deeper line towards Dish. But while all of this is happening, the rest of Na'Vi getting proactive, re-clearing Arcade with the Haunt now back up from Angel. That'll confirm at least one player.
Rest gone all towards main. as the players of GX try to make their way on towards the site, hitting kill traps, and well, hitting a complete stop that Na'Vi have prepared. An easy conversion on the anti-eco.
It's what you want to see. There is still some good damage in there from GX.
Yes.
And in terms of due diligence, you look at the orbs they were able to pick up as well. I think you take that kill onto Ruxic is pretty much the same, but I'm curious to see how Tomasi is going to be played now into the rifle round here, because the last couple of rounds, we've seen him on the Neon. Here he is just getting ankled by the trap wire that time. It's an easy pick and a great counter, of which Hero, that's what we expect from him on the Cypher.
Well, and towards this round, you look at what GX are doing, staying towards that top side of the map as the barriers drop. 3 heavy in towards Arcade.
Angel, same information. Haunt comes out this time, and it is greeted with silence. Pressure put on in A main. Hero looking for the walk down underpass, a wrap around onto GX. This is where it starts to get tricky. What's the timing on the smoke? Do they clear it? No.
What's the awareness? You can see GX being brought back. They've got an idea, and yet well thought about. GX get rid of any sort of problem that could come, although there's a late luck or a late flank coming through from Na'Vi on that top side. GX should know about it because of the traps.
It's getting cleared out by the Prowler as well, so Na'Vi making sure they've not missed a step here whatsoever, but it's another situation where the round opens up from Hero's aggressive positioning, the site falls from the Cypher setup, and now in terms of what they've got to come back in, I'm looking at 4 utility belts on 2 players.
West side getting rid of Koala Noob as well. 2v4, that's going to be massive. GX in prime position to convert, but oh no! There was just a slight chance if Tomasi was to miss out on that duel, it could have went awry. But instead, no, GX, they'll get their conversion.
And Na'Vi in another round looking quite offensive in terms of how they want to try and play this. Think all the way back to the pistol, I already mentioned it. Hero, that solo player in main, does get traded out. But then here, I mean, it's just, as soon as you find those 2 players boxed in underpass, there's no second layer. The reclear's coming in from Dish.
Nice, good job. Nice, well
Doesn't
done,
feel
boys.
like
Good
they're
job.
marrying the ideas up completely at this point in time. So I think these mid-rounds is where we've really got to be focusing in on them.
I mean, that's the thing, we'd already spoken about it coming into this, about finding your identity as a team.
And I think that goes for both of these teams as well. Both of them have made role changes, both of them changing their setup.
Tomasi
still leading that line.
Can't quite find what he's looking for. Drop of the smoke, drop off. They've created a question mark towards the B side. Obviously, we've seen a few times now GX like to go through the underpass.
And this is a very explosive comp as well, so if Tomasi can't find these clean openings, in terms of the follow-up, well, you don't have the same kind of gap close. Cloud 1 away from the annihilation as they're now starting to head into main.
The problem, the Koala Noob, who's been so good, unfortunately will be pushed off of the angle.
So GX have looked to another avenue of the map and been shot out in effect yet again. Spike still held on to, but you've got less than a minute left to play around with. The only out right now feels like West Side towards Arcade. This is all just a fake towards B.
Operator still standing, still getting the entry pick. Koala Noob, who's been so good before, has to go up against Tomasi. West side on the other side of the map opens things up.
And it's huge because now he has so much more freedom to lurk, but GX need to make this push work, and Koala's managed to get one on the way back out.
Time is getting low. You look at towards the map and where everybody's looking, it's in different avenues. A 1v1 towards the B site. Well, the spike goes down on A. Armageddon used to try and push players out.
It's a brilliant clear from Ruxic though, he hung around long enough. Na'Vi now have an advantage coming back into the retake, and GX are playing from sight.
Yeah, both players stuck. No means of escape. You look at Ruxic holding on towards CT as Cloud tries to go exploring. Tomasi left all alone and needs to stand tall. You can see him peeking with the idea and instead gets caught. Now a 1 versus 3 for Cloud to try and clutch. Has salvos if he can try and waste the time, but it isn't a clean fight, not whatsoever. Na'Vi, they'll find the third.
It's such a big round to win as well when GX looked like they were starting to build up some momentum. I think it's so important to focus on how the early games have looked for them in a lot of these maps, because it feels like at times when they take their foot off the gas, you know, when they're not playing with momentum at their backs, then they're really, really struggling.
Nice! Get the op heaven. Top, second floor, second floor.
He loves the op.
Well, you can see he's clearly a priority. And I mean, we've seen that map to map hazard.
We have, and I think it's important that you raise it here as well, because Koala Noob, when you look at the op fights that he's taking, he's one of the best that we have in EMEA, in his words, the best. But that has been quickly disproven whenever he goes head-to-head with another op player. He is yet to win that duel, whether it be Floor, Kayak, or any other of the host of names that he's currently gone up against. And it doesn't feel like GX have like an opper to counter that in a sense, so you are really looking at a lot of that utility.
Roxic. Push forward once again. We've seen him try and play a position like this before. This time gets the value from his position. But that's no more smokes in the round for Na'Vi.
With a spike drop, there's 2 players behind this as well. So as soon as Purpo falls, then it's a problem. Because look where everyone else is. You're clamoring back through main. And so Na'Vi should have this round wrapped up. You've seen Cloud move back across the zip line to try and retrieve this, but it's all so isolated.
I mean, if Cloud can try and distract players, maybe you play in West Side, but I mean, you're talking about if, buts and maybes here, right? We need definites.
Okay. That's not bad, and Cloud's managed to pick up his favorite gun. It's the Guardian back in his hands, but Angel is just so hot off the mark, and Na'Vi doing exactly what they need to in this round.
Yeah, I can understand like this round, maybe like the weaponry isn't necessarily there for GX, but again, we need to come back to these problems that they keep running into on attack.
And how Na'Vi are countering them as well, because you're talking about a team here which is liking to get aggressive. It's not just Koala bookmarking the space with his op, but we have to be keeping our eyes on what it is that Roxic is doing, because he's been criticized pretty heavily at times for how aggressive he can be. This is a situation where he finds himself supported.
Barriers drop. Look at how many players are ready to go up against one another. Instead of a bridge crunch, we're getting the other side this time from Na'Vi. Ultimate invested, Koala's deep on it. The smoke dropping has worked out. Westside getting rid of Koala Noob, and even an oddball strike invested. Na'Vi come out the better of it, but they've used a lot of ultimates to try and get that advantage.
Won't matter if they can seal this one here, as GX are down to their last 3 players, and with little money left over, Na'Vi are beating them at every single gunfight, and so it falls on the captain. Cloud fulfilling this role since stage 2 last year, but he doesn't have enough in the tank to take the rest up to the level. It's Na'Vi with a team performance.
Yeah, and the big thing for me on that round is the fact that you see where Na'Vi want to invest their ultimates. It's on a GX rifle buy, right? They want to try and be aggressive, make sure that GX can't go in default, and they're breaking that buy right now. Straight away, we're going to see GX come for a timeout.
Hello, Lena.
GX timeouts, a big point of conversation, I think it's fair to say, in the community as well, in terms of bringing this roster together, because you talk about them as an outfit right now, and I think the main way that most people see it is that this is the team of potentials. You've got so many names all the way down the list, which on paper have that history, have, you know, a year or 2 of VCT experience under their belt, with the exception of players such as Westside, for example, Purpo getting thrown in the middle of last year. But I think you've really got to be building now on what you have and making it a team, you know, because it still doesn't feel like it at times.
Yeah, I mean, me and you were talking about, I think it was myself and you were talking about the experience on both rosters as well, and how when you actually look at the combined experience on GX versus Angel's experience alone, like it almost gets to the point where Angel has more experience than all 5 players, like because he's been playing VCT for so long. And Giant X are maybe not a team full of rookies, but as you say, a team full of potential, which is yet to be realised.
Team which can be dangerous on their day. First signs of something more cohesive against Heretics, but that's all very quickly forgotten. If you can't start finding some wins here, especially against a Na'Vi side, which you expect to find in those positions, as the stage does drag on. Themselves a first win under their belt against Apex last time out, and this an opportunity to build, which they've already done pretty well. Cloud spotted. Attacker side spawn. This is a much slower look from GX on their next rifle buy.
Na'Vi being proactive and clearing out A main. That operator towards the B side. Both players for Na'Vi being regressive in their positioning, right? You can see that Na'Vi probably thinking about playing towards a retake.
Side can have huge value coming in here late as well, but Na'Vi have already grouped up 4 players strong to try and fight this position. Blind is Angel, yet he walks away with the first of those kills. Runner trading in kind, but still Na'Vi holding on to the space.
What's GX's plan here? I mean, they've traded out evenly, getting rid of Walanud. But, I mean, the fact that this is going to end up being a crunch on the site, Na'Vi need to be careful.
Lot onto Ruxic here. He wins this duel and so much pressure alleviated. Westside first bullet connects instantaneously, and the follow-up is there too. And so now Hero is the last one left made to stew in this. The signature, the signing of the off-season.
I mean, he has neural theft here, but I don't think he'll want to use it.
Yet to have his hero play so far in this Na'Vi side, and back on the Sentinel role. He is bested by his opposite number. Brilliant from Westside, getting into position and then being the thorn in Na'Vi's side.
Straight away after a timeout, GX get the round. Big stuff. I mean, being a lot more direct in the positioning. And on top of that, like combining what was multiple prongs to that attack, you can see Westside's luck towards that dish side, combined with the players who are stuck outside in main, and they activate at the same time. Good communication.
All the pieces coming together, and that's exactly what you want to see from them as well, as it looks like we're going to be going straight back into another one of these B main duels. No op here, just rifles behind a smoke. Similar play, we've seen Na'Vi go for it before.
I mean, for GX right now, they know that Na'Vi like to try and go underneath, right? And try and lock round before, and that's something that they'll need to be careful of.
And you tie this into the previous round, it's that lack of forfeiture of positioning from GX. The way they scaled into A main previously looked a lot better, and they're seemingly doing the same here as they start to clear away some ground. It's Ruxic who doesn't have contact. The smoke is everything, and already GX want to bypass it.
Oh, Tomazi managing to get Angel, who was playing around the smoke. Ruxic on site, unfortunately, will not get what he's looking for. Na'Vi need to take a moment, let the spike go down, and wait for these smokes to go as well.
There is a showstopper to come back into the retake with, and Cloud is just trying to spot this out, see if he can land a suppress. But as soon as that goes, it should be the green light for Na'Vi to make this retake happen.
Runner still holding on to 2 flashes. They can engage when GX need to. At the same time, look at Na'Vi, where they're going. They're pathing towards Arcade, trying to create another avenue in which GX need to be careful of. In the positioning of Tower, you can see them just worried about the players coming out.
Slow creep away as Na'Vi throw the towel in. GX doubling up for rounds here with another site execution. Looking a lot better from them in terms of how they're setting up, what the game plan is coming into the round. I think we saw the bad end of that against Heretics when they weren't really aware of what the opponent was doing, how they were so prepared for a lot of the setups that they were trying to make.
I think for me as well, like in the early part of this half, you could see like GX, well, we'll go to A, we'll go to B, we'll create question marks and force Na'Vi to re-clear them, but they weren't doing it effectively. And now we're just getting to a point where it's like, we're going B and we're going B. You know what I mean? Like,
it's very messy as well, I think. And when you then translate that back to Na'Vi as well, as we come into yet another gun round, is that it's these high stress situations that they've been constantly mentioning, even in the most recent podcast episode they posted, that they were just struggling to convert from. So after building up an early lead, it's slowly stripped back by GX. And they've hit gear change here as well. They're not trying to immediately assault. Again, Westside is the cornerstone of this play. You've got 4 players south side, and Westside is north side. But that's been a good look for him so far.
It has. I mean, he's been probably one of the best on this roster consistently. Koala, I mean, he's going to get hunted down. Whether he can try and stick around and get something, it doesn't look to be the case. Although the players of GX are looking to explode and they're straight onto the A side.
In terms of what you have to set up for post here, Purpo still holding on to the Incendiary. Do have a util combo to come in and try and deny the plant from Runner, but he hangs on for long enough, and with 30 seconds left to spare, the spike goes in, but Na'Vi are up close, and here's the showstopper.
And it goes. Tomazi gone. Players up from drop west side. He gets one, but can't quite get the second. And now Runner looking to be burned on site. Neural theft to tee him up. and quite frankly doesn't look to capitalise on it. The stun just delaying Na'Vi more and more. GX, I mean Westside, he's known about holding on, and this is just delay upon delay. You're looking at the utility that GX still have in pocket. That value will be massive coming into these last couple seconds as the molly's dropped and Runner has already done so well from his position. It's looking like it could all be done here, and it is. GX will find 4.
Such a well-executed round from GX as well. A little more patience on the play before they make their mind up. The execution. And when you give them the site like that, if you're Na'Vi to set up, then coming back into the retake with all the tools that they have, it's so difficult.
Yeah.
And put under the microscope here as well. Brilliant play from Runner. Someone who's been to champs last year with Vitality. Another name like Westside that coming out of East was hot off the press. A player which we have high expectations of. The reason why this roster is considered to be a dark horse. And if we get more of that from the individuals with good calling from the structure, then that's the GX that does make deep runs.
I mean, that's the thing, like, when you look at both rosters, right, or both organizations even, and how they've looked generally across VCT as well, like GX, when they started in 2023, back when partnerships first begun, they were able to make a champs, and since then, it's just been going on a downward trajectory.
Well, I mean, I think that one for GX in comparison to now feels sort of like 1 in a million, right?
Yeah,
You're looking back at the old system, both teams with ambitions to return to the international stage for the first time since they met in the final of EMEA's last ever Last Chance qualifier, which sent each to Champions 2023. So there's a bit of history there in terms of how they're constantly chasing to try and get back to that holy grail. Na'Vi, of course, with a complete rebuild of their own.
Yeah, it feels like ages and years away since we've been near that FPX iteration, you know, that eventually Na'Vi picked up. Now towards this round and what's going on. Will identify players towards the north side.
It does still feel like the same engine under the hood with Angel and Shao retained. It's a new identity which they've got to try and build, and you are starting to see that with Koala in the side as well, the AWP, how reliant on it they seem to be. He is on the A main angle, but yet to clear out the deep one. Now he finally has, with this embed, Na'Vi still resolute in positioning, yet to rotate a player, happy to rely on the Cypher setup B as well.
I mean, being quiet towards the B side while they try and create as much noise as possible towards A, faking it out, and well, the smokes drop. Locking out GX goal. Westside needs to be careful of the angles, and he'll be able to get rid of Hero. The opposite number. The whole B site was set up for kill traps, and with Hero gone, there won't be any capitalization.
Such a frustrating death as well, because the rest of Na'Vi had the read. They were ready for rotation as soon as that util came out to clear the op, so they go a player short-handed into the B retake, and we already know how strong GX look from these positions.
Yeah, I mean, post-plants, the utility there is absolutely sublime. Nice combination of utility, and Na'Vi suddenly open up the site. Chaos ensues, a classic right click, and now Cloud from main, trying to play in Westside, who's still in towards Arcade. You're waiting for that activation as Na'Vi get on towards the spike, playing for the salvos first, the delay being worked for, with Westside once again providing value and providing GX with the round.
So much strength from Westside on his positioning alone, but it's the kills on top that make him a player to watch in VCT EMEA right now. He doesn't just shoot his gun, but there's a smart head on those shoulders as well. So disciplined in the position, and as nice as this retake attempt from Na'Vi was, with the utility to come back through and the movement from Koala here as well, they still feel so thinly spread when it gets to that late stage of the round, and you feel as if they do need to be holding on to these sites, and that's where Hero's first death feels that much more pain.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, as you said, when it comes down to it, the chaos that's not working out. This buy, not so great for Na'Vi. Being pretty aggressive, looking for something in which they can work with. on this B side, but they didn't take a step further, and that's where the isolated west side was.
I highlighted the pistols, but really it's Koala's rifle that you've got to be worried about here, because that is all that Na'Vi have going for them into this one. Doesn't really feel like that buy's been broken all too much. They found 5 rounds, and well, here we are, 5-5.
I'll find you.
GX resetting mentally. As much as we said that's important to Na'Vi, you come back from 10 rounds down against some of the region's best. It says a lot. Now into this execute, well, feels like more of the same from Na'Vi. Players stuck on an island, it's Ruxic that's got to hold the line.
And he just can't quite get it to work. Yeah, players facing up, trying to stand up and be counted. And I mean, they're only being counted in the kill feed at this moment in time. I mean, yeah, Koala still has this rifle, but he's not being brought onto an angle that he'll find any value from it. This is looking like another GX round, unless there's to be something magic.
Koala already has his first, but plenty more to be done in that regard. Runner's already spotted out the position with the stun prepared. He's forced to disengage. Further ground lost by Na'Vi, as the weight carried by their feet is swallowed whole from underneath. Purpo landing a killing blow, which sets up the 6 as Na'Vi finally fall behind in this map.
5 rounds in a row so far. This GX attack starting to look that much better, and we from the start, right, the production put it up for us. 30% win rate on the attack. They're doing so much better right now, and again, that could be brought down to actually being comfortable with the opponent that they're playing.
Confidence, such a big thing. As much as I was talking about the mental just then and what Cloud provides, you even look at Purpo in the team and how he changed completely as a player as soon as, you know, you changed the leadership with Redgar gone and Cloud coming in. It felt like he was supportive of him as an individual, and already, look, Na'Vi are fighting multiple fronts here early doors.
Yeah, they're being proactive, looking to try and get something. Angel playing on the front foot, gets rid of Tamazi, but realistically, the utility trade-off is so much better for GX.
Kind of preparing the Rolling Thunder. There's nobody in the site, so do all too much. The orbital strike does take players off the line where the trap was set up, but Hero still able to walk away with one, so advantage restored for Na'Vi. Flank coming in late, stun slightly missing, but the orbital strike moving players out position. So much invested by both teams at this point in time, yet still it doesn't feel like GX have an advantage.
While Noob is starting to clear out towards Dish. This has been an issue every single time GX have executed on towards A, and West Side could easily be caught. Now, look at this, the players close by.
There is a slight adaptation from Westside because he's just dropped into the corner here and actually completely overlooked his chance to get the first. He'll find it onto Ruxic. One more required of him, but it's Hero this time that will win out between the Cyphers. A duel which had been going the opposite way time after time, but Na'Vi get it when they need it most.
Yeah, now we go in towards the next half all even. It's been a half of 2 halves if you think about it. Na'Vi started very well, GX improved, and now we've got to look towards that second half to see if GX's defense can be that much better.
One enemy remaining.
Welcome back. So, coming into the second half on Na'Vi's pick of Fracture, things not looking so good for them thus far. If you're just tuning in, they went up by 5 rounds to 1. Yet we find ourselves at an even half outside of the opening 12. GX responding, as we know they're able to. Previous series they played a demonstration of that, but can they translate it into yet another map win?
Yeah, again, something to talk about was the fact that we spoke about GX being bad on the attack. Now we've ended up coming into the half at 6-6, a much better improvement, and it feels like so long since we've seen GX in a position to actually go and take an advantage into the second half.
Caught one. Tripwire destroyed.
Starting off in the pistol. You can see it's a split play from Na'Vi already. West side needing to deal with the first of those players. It's Roxic that goes in solo, but the combo back to re-engage is beautiful. Simply sublime. West side already with 2 kills picked up, and he's made it a third before the round has even come to a conclusion, which feels slightly foregone. Hero does respond and has chance now to pick the spike back up and reposition himself. GX are getting active and starting to re-clear some of this themselves.
This is good, although Hero is standing waiting, but he's thinking they're coming through. Door doesn't look the right way. Purple will get the last. And for the first time in a long time, GX will go ahead and take the advantage after the opening second half.
Yeah, finding GX in front after the half is nice to see a picture-in-picture there. Clean from West side, and this is just brilliant supportive utility, because it's one thing to have a team of individuals like we said before, and it's another to enable them. When you have West side in that position, the same position that we literally saw Hero play for Na'Vi in the first pistol round, you're looking at what is the follow-up, what is the support framework there.
Here.
The game plan executed on by GX.
Tamazi has not had a good first half, but looks to do better on the second. GX opening things up with the better weaponry that they currently have.
Very clean start to the round, and with Tomasi picking up the Outlaw as well, that's exactly what you expect from this gun. Anti-eco frags, keeping it simple. Na'Vi are a team which, in these ecos, can be a little bit problematic. GX, the previous game against Heretics, you're not going to win many of those, you know, bonus rounds, for example. But with the weapons that they've got now, if you continue to keep that clean, then it opens the door for opportunity.
Look at Tamazi though, already explode that's full top side. He's on his hollybobs. You know, but the fact that what I'm trying to say here is the fact that he's exploded a full top side of the map, had no contact whatsoever. So GX are starting to think, well, it's got to be towards A.
Holiday for the
30 seconds left.
English viewers, and of course, vacation for the Koala Noob fans.
Thanks, mate.
5v3 though, and GX seem to have read this fairly well. 2 players on the A site ready to deal with what feels like an empty threat for Na'Vi right now. 15 seconds, and they are yet to push this choke.
Yeah, I mean, there's still got to be an attempt from Na'Vi, you would expect, and as they do attempt, the rest of GX will come in. One player off an end zone flawless, but still a great attempt nonetheless.
And it's just a ghost in the hands of Cloud, which goes down as well. So this is what I'm talking about when I say coming into that next round with a really strong bonus against a team like Na'Vi, where, as you mentioned before, they're a team which can sometimes struggle up against the lesser weaponry.
That's it, yeah, it was a stat that looking into, but at the same time, like, it was the anti-ecos that they always struggled with. We saw it a few times against Apex in the last series, then, I mean, it was all the way back for Fnatic the last time they played in kickoff that they also got anti-eco. This is an interesting one though. Seeing a giant X timeout after 2 successful rounds.
It's not very often that you see a timeout called here, especially when you do get that sort of 2 minutes mark that you have at the half time, right, for the coaches to say their piece. So Pipson obviously has something that he wants to go over for a second time.
Yeah, I think though for me, like if you're calling as a coach a timeout here, there must be some sort of ante that they've highlighted, and they're looking to reiterate. The first 2 rounds, Na'Vi have done X, Y, and Z, so this means that they're playing the same game plan that we expected them to.
Any potential tells, because the composition has remained the same despite the way that the meta has developed since kickoff. Still, Angel running the fade. They've not moved over to the Teho.
Yeah.
They are still playing their own brand of Valorant, and sort of as you say there as well, GX very happy to double barrel these timeouts, you know, in any given half. And of course, when it comes to coaches, Pipson more vocal than most.
Well, that's it. No more timeouts for GX. So if things get spicy later on, as Jesus take the wheel, but we'll see if that's needed.
Pipson at the wheel.
How good does it feel?
Let's find out. Hands off for now. It's GX that need to convert this, but just look at the weapons they have. 4 rifles, 2 of them Vandals, and Runner the one to repossess the Outlaw. That is currently set up towards A. It's a Cypher play B, and close to the smoke is where Purpo looks to make the play.
Playing across, lovely entries into the round. West side, 2 of his own. And well, Na'Vi with absolutely nothing. They're all hot on the heels, GX. They're not letting these players get out on towards the site. Not at all. Ruxic, who was holding on to the spike, will go. And now Hero will as well. Tamazi getting 2 of his own. That's massive from GX. Bonus converted.
And that was the threat that I posed as well. It's such a quick reaction to that pressure on B. And when you're playing defensively, sometimes you do just need to fight into an area. I think we saw Gentlemates do a really good job of this against Foot, where they were constantly trying to attack the space on a mental timing when the push is coming in. And this is, for me, where it feels like GX have evolved. Tomasi even picking up some words from some of his teammates.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, we saw Mini try and do that, like playing off of his cage, etc. as well. But now it's about Tomasi being able to play off the contact and arcade, breach utility in, and he's still hanging around, still managing to survive, and he's escaped.
Tomasi and Runner here. The players required to try and do that, and oh, he's certainly going to be saying another word which isn't Portuguese in just a moment, as Ruxic's already managed to chip away 1. Second player would have been nice, but nice isn't good enough because Na'Vi are now shut out of options towards main.
Yeah, but look towards the A side. Na'Vi are pulling back because of the space that Hero's been able to grab. There's a Joker in play as well with Koala deposited towards that B tower. Hero just seeing what he can find on this A side while not trying to give away his position through any of the Cypher utility. GX have an idea though.
Tripwire destroyed.
And the question has to be for Na'Vi, what do they do when this trap is broken? Is it the A site which they look to take? As Angel is jumping back up into Dish, and yeah, they want to follow through on the position of Koala Noob. He's calling to the rest of his team. B is as open as it gets, and in fact, I've got a Vandal in my hands now as well to reinforce it. Hero falls. And that's just going to buy a little bit more time and attention from GX.
Need to be aware. They must have an idea that a player has been deposited towards that B side, and Koala can't make good of his position though.
There's a flank coming in the meantime as well. Cloud setting up to just close this vice grip, which GX seem to have found for themselves on the map so far. Shao getting one back. In fact, Angel as well. Na'Vi suddenly showing signs of life in this eco round. Often they're the ones who get done with inferior weaponry, but this time rolling it back themselves. Shao has a rifle though.
Yeah.
A Vandal in his hands. Playing from the corner, yet to be cleared. The plant isn't open, and so Runner's just going to stick this all the way through. Shao can't get on the angle in time. Despite his best efforts, it's Runner to close for double digits.
I mean, you've got to be thinking about how Na'Vi played that full round. It was nice. They had deposits here and there. They could go back and forth, and it was off real actionable intelligence, right? At the same time, though, like GX, they're hunting and they're finding players every single time that they go hunting and playing in advantages. But this plant spot, a big question mark for me, because Na'Vi have so much time to get that spike down.
And it's not the first time either that we've seen problems with the post plant. As slow and methodical as Na'Vi tend to be in terms of how they work the map on Fracture, and have done for years when we speak of identity and what you play as a team, what brand of Valorant you bring to the table. Now into the full rifle round, they're looking to double dip on this side of the map. The B site under siege yet again, but GX are responding, and they've got numbers, bodies on the line.
Still though, the delay working out in their favour right now. GX still waiting for Na'Vi to try and get out, but relay bolts in towards Molly's. It doesn't work out. West side's going to wander, and once again his shorties come out on top. Although Ruxic on the other side has managed to open up the B site, and Na'Vi can get that spike down.
West side wasn't quite on the same page as his teammate, so it is an opportunity now for Na'Vi. They've got a little more time to set up in post, and look at the tools that they're working with. Molly on Ruxic, and well, that's about it actually.
I mean, they'd also have the orbital strike. I mean, that's the Rolling Thunder gone, so there's no sort of delay anymore. It's just got to be the players standing up tall and making sure of it. GX clearing all the corners, again, dotting their I's, crossing their T's, making sure to pay attention to all the small details. Now you've got to wait for Ruxic's Molly, as the orbital strike has bought enough time. Runner good on it, Hero as well. And now, yep, there it is, the Molly that will buy so much time right now. A tap of the spike to bait out Ruxic's peak, but it's not what you want. A player who gets 4 on the round.
Ruxic's such an aggressive player as well, but when you have him alive late in the round like then, it is such a massive win condition for Na'Vi. Something which they've highlighted was an issue before when they were trying to close out maps, not knowing what those win conditions were. So having him as a viable option, and with just the one ultimate invested in doing so as well, it sets them up nicely coming into the next of these purchases. GX with plenty of tools of their own though, and you've got to be looking at those bottom 3.
I mean, the fact that GX have been so proactive, it makes complete sense that they would be proactive here once again to try and get an Armageddon, etc. online. Koala just sent flying in! Knocks up Cloud, and well, Rolling Thunder back to re-engage. Overdrive as well, the utility is spot on. And Runner, who's played absolutely amazing so far this map, follows it up. Hero now trying to grab this back, but he's up against 3, has it?
He is, manages to find the first, second, and third! Hero has his moment! A clutch which keeps Na'Vi within touching distance.
A Red Bull clutch. There's no way, right? You're looking at it. There's 3 players. They're all close by. It should be so easy to just trade off one another. Koala Noob's entry looked good, but there was no follow-up. And this is just unbelievable. That's why you pay the big bucks for Hero.
Coming off his stint on Fnatic, of course, it was majority Cypher which he played there. We saw a little bit of the Duelist the other day, but it feels like in the current meta a lot of the time he was being shoehorned into Vice, which really wasn't necessarily the best fit for him, I think, individually. So with the changes that we've seen in the most recent patch, wondering if those ramifications begin to bleed over a little bit more in terms of what he's most comfortable on, because that's something which you really want for a player like him, 19 years of age, to feel that comfortability when it is, you know, only just your second year really playing in this environment.
Happy, looking to calm the players down after such a great clutch. Now looking at the map and how these rounds look, the fact that GX, again, we try and highlight it as much as often, are on the defense. They don't have that ability to build up the economy. Their buy's broken, and they need to be careful about how they manage their economy moving in forward rounds.
It's a split purchase which we'll get from them here. 3 rifles, 2 sheriffs. Always shown favourability towards those Guardians, of course.
As you've got to be careful though, you're looking towards this top side of the map. GX are setting up for some sort of aggressive play.
The question is this any more than just an info gathering mission right now? Because there is a stun set up by Runner. It's a full contact piece until that cam is hit. Tamasi calling out the high gear. Hero managed to find 3 kills in the previous. Cage goes up in the corner, yet to be cleared. Just waiting for them to run into his crosshair, and it's Tamasi that takes him down. But in the meantime, Na'Vi have found themselves a free B site.
Yeah, the ultimate is going to be used though. Both ultimates. Koala Noob has no way to escape, and Cloud's got 2. Oh, this is going to be massive. Spike is down in the meantime though.
Roxic left to his own devices. He's the one that picks up the slack and the Guardian in his hands. Westside nails him to the corner of B site as GX reacted brilliantly to what Na'Vi did in that round. Just when they thought they'd found an opening, GX knew in the back of their heads that was the concession, and then the retake with the ult. Perfectly executed.
But it felt like after the timeout, right, the GX actually had planned that to a T. Angel's trying to escape the other way, Koala going towards Arcade. But I mean, from the get-go, they knew what they needed to do. Na'Vi fell completely in towards GX's hands. And the big thing for me, like thinking about it, is more like, how did Na'Vi not think about the Armageddon that was in GX's pocket?
Always a concern. It does feel like Cloud as an IGL in the way that he calls likes to be on Initiator, where some other players would prefer to be a little more hands-off, as straight in to the A main fight. Tamazi has racked up yet another, continually building confidence as you can feel the electricity flowing through his veins. It's only an eco that they stand up against right now, but GX finding this could take them to map point on their opponent's pick.
At the same time, you look towards the space that Navi's been able to grab towards that top side and finding the entry as well. This A side of the map is going to be a lot more interesting for Na'Vi.
Thunder queued up. Xiao is just ready to respond to any play from Sand. Hero continuing to backpedal as it's a double tap on the spike plant from Dish. In he goes with a Sheriff, and it's not the kind of thing that you want to take a second look at. But very soon we could be sent to the VOD review screen as GX are closing in on this map now.
No Molly either, there's no sort of delay. Na'Vi have to just win out the gunfights.
Hands on deck on the site. Roxic's found the first of those jewels. He's been mechanically sharp so far, but needs to continue to hone that blade. 3 already picked up on the round. Needs Xiao to save him, and to save Na'Vi he will. Ever dependent is his play in those late round situations, and so they cling on a little longer.
I mean, the micro, right? The micro aspect to that is absolutely massive. The fact as well, though, that Na'Vi persist, they get the pick back in their favour, right? Angel doing so well to take out Tamazi. And at the same time, sure, Dish was a disaster, but that positioning allows Na'Vi to execute into the site. Roxic all alone, Xiao getting the cherry on top.
No rest for the Wicked, straight into the next round, and it looks like another A main duel. Tamazi stunned up this time. Where do you go? You look to Cloud for support, it seems. Continually filling in the gaps, and Na'Vi have to completely give this one up for the first 20 seconds as GX have repossessed main, but in the meantime, Hero setting himself up in Dish yet again.
Yeah, it's the same round as we saw in the last, right? Na'Vi are sticking around, seeing if they can try and re-engage, and this time GX have invested a drone to find out. There's 2 players, or at least 1, keeping an eye on towards Dish.
Westside is so passive on B. Full focus from GX right now is on A. And while the backstab is hovering above their shoulder blades, you've got to try and fight forwards here, and Tamazi will attempt to do exactly that. It falls in vain. Angel getting one back, and now Purple in Sand given the squeeze as Heroes drop from the other side. GX converge on position as they continue on this course towards another map win.
I mean, you can see they try and crunch A main, but it's not that. I said it before, there was a player watching for the cross. Easy kill collected. Exact same round as last one. I mean, so easy to read for GX.
Look at this as well, even. It's just Westside double checking who the player, if the player's going to come in from Dish. And as I said, he just so quickly responds. And here we have it. Na'Vi left with a ragtag purchase. 4 Sheriffs and a Bulldog in the hands of Koala Noob to dig themselves out of trouble yet again. Not the first time they've been in this position so far in the map. A map which they picked to play into, but GX have made them look second best.
I mean, right, they've taken the time to get this spike down, spamming out. Oh, the delay!
That's beautiful.
Oh, that's a lovely combination.
Feels like perfect anti on the position of the plant as well. Na'Vi do manage to get it in.
I mean, but there's no more utility for Navi either. They're going to have to win their gunfights.
GX is set up perfectly for this. Another potential winning retake on the cards, unless the Sheriffs can offset it. Shift the balance in their favor, open positioning to try and play back into, but Hero has to clear this smoke if he wants to give it a go, and the shots won't land. A stick behind the veil of the smoke as GX will pull Na'Vi down by the scruff of the neck.
Yeah, I mean, GX look to play their defense like an attack, and while we criticized how good their attack has been, this map all around has been so proactive. GX had nice ideas. They even combined it with nice utility combos.
And with all of the potential that GX looked to bring from that previous series which fell short, they come into this one with a sense of vigor. The next map is theirs after the break.
Emil! Emil! West! Arosh! Angel! Come! Ah! Ah, Barosh! Proiro! What are you doing? It's not Rust!
Just waiting for the defuse to come on through, the time ticking down. All you need to find is one headshot. Might just be able to clock this one out and send them to the grand final.
It's all left on Vanya's shoulders.
There's one way to do it. That is the way to do it.
Ruin your vibe, no time for rumination. Let's leave it all behind. Take a flight, aviation. Want you, girl, by my side. Let me show my appreciation. I want you here with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my trophy, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my, the only one I want, be my preliminary. Let me caress the way I think it's necessary. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, babe. 7 days, are you ready? I don't need to say you know it, girl, you're extraordinary. I want you here with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my trophy, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my.
Welcome back, everyone. Giant X are currently up 1-0 against Na'Vi. This was not the mud fight that we promised. We were wrong, and that's okay. This was a very exciting series so far, so let's talk about what transpired on the server, Bea.
Well, the first thing that I want to pilot, as you're saying, Giant X takes the win. Do you know how long it was since Giant X has won a first map?
You clearly keep track of it, so please
tell us.
I do, because even though they've had some wins, it's the first map that they've had a lot of struggles with. Actually, 286 days.
But who's counting?
286, like Captain Cow. So, you know, shout out to him. But yeah, I think that when we look at the numbers here, when we look at the success, especially when we're speaking about those post plans and the plan that Giant X had for that first half, I am so happy to see the level that we knew eventually they would reach.
Yeah, and there was just so much going on, especially in the second half. There was so many pivot points, you know, round 19, round 18 as well. Looked like Na'Vi was going to make that comeback happen, but then after that tactical round 19, you saw GX just pull out a crazy strat, 4-man push, just try and take as much control over towards Arcade side. Got that, managed to get a nice little retake off the back of it, and after that, the econ was just cooked for Na'Vi, and it was a downhill battle from there for GX.
And do not be mistaken, this started with Na'Vi being very strong, with Giant X struggling on this executes. But it's specifically in rounds like this one that we're seeing right now, where you see how prepared they are to deal with everything. This is one of the rounds that reminds you that Valorant is all about shooting and nothing else. To me, there were clear highlights in players for this map. One of them has to be Runner. I think that this responsibility of planting the spike, of dealing with all that utility, being in a very convoluted position to play with, and still finding the value time and time again. Also, the shots were incredible, and it's not only here on the attack, also on the defense. For me, he was stellar. Being able to close this round, being able to have this post plants, having Purpo with that molly, and look at where Cloud is playing. This is 100% safe round for Giant X.
Yeah, and you talked about that, Mac, as we were watching that game. You see Runner and Tomasi, you know, holding hands, going through it all together with the body-body system.
Yeah, and look, Tomasi, I think he had the most first deaths, but that's not necessarily a bad thing, because the trade game was great. Everything Giant X were doing, it was all thought out, and yeah, the buddy system was amazing, and they were both at the bottom of the scoreboard. Everyone else on Giant X also had their moments, had their clutches, had their really great post plans, which is what we were talking about. We thought there'd be a bit more rat gameplay going on, but it wasn't actually necessary. They were playing some solid Valorant and getting those rounds on the board, especially in the first half too.
Speaking about solid Valorant, let's take a look at some highlights. Clyde was definitely a standout player in this first map.
Yeah, absolutely. We were hearing about Tomasi and everything that Cloud brings to the team. For the past years in Valorant, he has been stellar. And I think that in this map, we have seen, one, his utility being so important and so well timed. For those post plans, for those situations, the ultimates were so good. Him on an individual level and making those calls, even though he wasn't there at top of the scoreboard. Even this kill, like someone getting a kill onto Giant X and him chasing, pursuing this ultimate in the previous rounds, getting 2 kills. It is so good to see that he's now in that ranking for the best Tejos that we have in the region.
Look, to be fair, we've had some crazy Armageddons today. Usually the impact is more just like, get out of the way.
It's more like, no.
Yeah, create
no,
some space.
No.
Today it's just been like full winning rounds. So really high quality Armageddons coming through from all the Teos. And yeah, Cloud doing huge work here. But the thing is, we were talking about on the desk, we said it might get a little muddy, might be a bit messy, a bit of a slaughter fest, but we're not really getting that, you know? It has been
there's still
really
time.
clean.
Don't worry about it.
That's good. That's good. Also, Fracture is the kind of map that demands you to be able to play the map. And when you're Giant X, you know that this is probably somewhere that Na'Vi wants to go, because they've picked it in the past. And if you're Na'Vi, you have the reps, and it's exactly where you want to go.
For me as well, on Fracture there, you know, it's similar Haven, right? You've got the map control you want to take, you've got the 3 different sort of routes you can go for. Here on Fracture, you've got 4 different routes. You go drop, you go B main, you go A main, you go bloody over towards Arcade side. And they were doing that. They were playing for map control early. They were using the double initiator super well, getting the salvos out, managing to clear space, getting the flashes out, letting Tomasi run in, sometimes get some picks, sometimes just die and get traded. But look, that's what you want to do. And we were talking about that identity of GX. They're finding it.
Yeah, well, here's the thing, though. You didn't get the muddy. I said there is still time. We're heading to Pearl.
Yeah.
It's time to throw some dirt, okay? Because both these teams lost Pearl. Giant X decides to pick it, even though their loss was, I mean, it was not pretty.
It was not pretty, but I wanted to bring up this composition because this is what they ran last time that we saw them play, and as you're saying, it wasn't good. It was a bit ugly, but it doesn't matter. The point is, on week 1, they picked out a map and they didn't change the composition. We expect that to change now because we're seeing a different face of Giant X that we're seeing with them experimenting. In this composition, we see Purpo on that Jet, Tomazi on that Astra, and we see everybody just falling onto roles that they have had in the past that just seem very comfortable. But with them having this pick, with the changes that we've been seeing from last week, I wonder where the agent select is going to put them, especially with them choosing to go to Pearl. Because again, I do not think that Navi, when they were doing like their veto in their heads, they expected them to be picking the Pearl.
For me, you're talking about ISO here. You were talking about it in like the map statistics and the amount it's getting picked.
Here we have it.
We got it. We got it again. So far, yeah, GX are the only ones that have been picking it, and we're going to be able to... Oh, we're not getting it.
What do you mean we're not getting it? We're not getting what?
We're not getting
what did you want?
I want a KO. I want a KO again, but we're not getting KO, so that's not there. But we are getting double initiator in a different way, and it's going to be, what, Sova and Teo. So Runner and Cloud going to be running it back in a sort of different way. Flasher is going to be there for Tomasi and Westside, and then you got Purpo going to the controller again.
Yeah, going to the controller. Love also the Techo head-to-head. Xiao, super brilliant on those initiators. Them playing for the double info. First time that we're also going to see Xiao going on to that Techo. I want to see with them again starting on the attack, the effect that this is going to have, and how brilliant Westside has been this past 2 weeks, and he's going to continue being so on Vice.
I am so excited to see what both of these teams have in store for us in what could be the last match of the day, or rather Map Giant X up 1-0 in the series. Let's hand it over to our casters, Cairo and Hazo.
Giant X will certainly be hoping this is the last map that they have to play in the series, because a Na'Vi deciding map comeback wouldn't be the first time that we've heard of something like that. Pearl, where we're heading for now, though, and I have to say, look, as a map that we haven't seen since the first series of Kickoff against BBL, when they were playing with a meta comp, you know, up against something a lot more developed, it feels like they've done some soul searching and come back with a completely revitalized look.
I like this. It has a different map that we haven't seen before, although for GX can't quite get rid of the drone as there's plenty of information found from it.
Cloud just keeping tabs on the B play, not letting it develop too far as the fake out will get shot out. The spike is here, and so a slight sign of intent as Na'Vi are starting to commit some utility towards the A side of the map, burning the wick at both ends. As Cloud is continuing to relay back to the rest of his team that it could be here, there, or anywhere as Koala goes diving in.
Yeah, I mean, nice trade out from Na'Vi all in, but fight was not pretty whatsoever. A little bit of peace, but I mean, at the same time, Cloud's been able to survive at the back of sight, and there's players coming in to hit support.
Hero just funneling bullets back into the magazine as he drops off just a little bit more. Solo here with the spike could be in a difficult situation, but he does brilliantly. An admirable effort makes it a 2-on-2 yet again, and with Tomasi arriving late, so are Na'Vi. There's only 25 seconds left.
Yeah, I mean, there's been a real stall out. And with that being said, Tomasi still has a blind side to play on Westside.
Oh. One enemy
it's a brilliant setup. Westside only able to get one. Roxic does get chipped down, but now Tomasi in the one-on-one. Reposition Roxic into the corner next to the map. Tomasi has to be so diligent to clear this, and he's not looking on the right line. Roxic to confirm Na'Vi win another opening pistol round. Their second in this series.
Big stuff indeed. Yeah, you can't complain with that. Get the map started off right. But this full round for me is just such a weird one. It comes down to individuals, but Na'Vi kind of like shows some presence towards the A side. But I mean, they're so like delayed and so slow with how they get out on towards B. I mean, something else that we've not noted is the fact that like the Killjoy's in play as well for Hero.
One that we see from him all too often, as Runner is able to get an orb at the very least, and while he's stunned on the way back out, Na'Vi have made concessions in A main to kick things off and sort of reopen that agent discussion as well. This is also a map where Tomasi is on the Yoru. As much as I said, you know, he was great on the Neon. For those who remember his breakout year on the fully Portuguese Saw side, which made top 3 at Ascension, that was Neon, that was Phoenix. They were fringe picks. Now Yoru's come into the meta. Is that something that he feels comfortable playing into?
Spike going down, it's 4 from GX to come back in on. Again, remember, Na'Vi has a... they've been anti-ecoed a few times, but with Angel getting the first pick, you'd think Na'Vi are in the prime spot.
Looking like it. Angel racking up bodies as the flag bearer for the team has found 4 kills and an in-zone flawless. Na'Vi with a comfortable second round.
You can see that they've obviously thought about that Apex game and made improvements since then, not allowing for individual fights, etc. to be going on. As you can see, the rest of the team in the replay supporting Angel in his endeavours.
And we saw how important it was, GX picking up the bonus in the second half of the previous game, and even Na'Vi doing it at the beginning of Fracture as well. It's so key for them to build up some momentum, because you saw how quickly it was lost. Don't want to get too far ahead of yourselves just yet.
GX taking A main for themselves and depositing their duelist of Tomazi. So to hold on towards that space while Na'Vi explore through mid.
Oh, but Koala is the one on the prowl. 2 kills to open up the site, and while Tomazi still hangs back in A main, it's a GX side which trails, and as he TPs out, almost all advantage is lost.
I mean, that's the concession that you were willing to make, right? GX, they could lose 1, I mean 2 at max bodies, and you hold on to A main, but at the same time, they let go of that, and Na'Vi have full control of the B side as well, of lane, of B main. GX nowhere near it. Looks like a good chance to convert the bonus.
Yeah, I'm going to hold you on that one for just a moment though, Cairo, because as quickly as it looked like they wanted to go towards B, the Thorns get sent out by West side, and now they're looking towards A. We've got 30 seconds left. It's another late Na'Vi execute. Hunter's Fury coming in to clear backside with the salvos. West side with a side step, managing to survive a little bit longer. Can't quite lock onto another target as Koala Noob has already found his 3rd. And so any fears of this round going against Na'Vi would have been settled if it wasn't for Tomazi on the site.
Still has 1 TP to work with, right? But still, it's 3 players he needs to try and find.
It's a cautionary placement of it as well, so if that doesn't say enough about his intent right now, I don't know what does. Already spotted out by Na'Vi, caught in the midst of multiple players. Tomazi on a tear.
I mean,
3rd kill.
Well.
It's going to be the stun instead, the Nova Pulse that drops, the Nano Swarm beyond it. Tomazi's out of options. As good as some of these shots looked from him,
no way.
You can't build the performance off the back of just one player. This one is already done. He's found 4 kills, but the round will ultimately evade him. Na'Vi get the bonus. It's costly, but they won't care.
Yeah, deep in your soul, you're thinking, surely not, right? Tomazi, mate, we're not going to get another one of these rounds, but the one thing that I'm happy about this, we're seeing Tomazi continue on from what was a poor start on Fracture to a good start on Peril right now. I mean, right, as well as that, Na'Vi have looked well in their entries in this map, something which GX notoriously have been bad at.
If I didn't get wallbang there, I killed him.
Thanks for that.
Thanks for that.
If I wasn't dead, it would have been me doing the killing.
And if my gran had wheels, she'd be a bite. You know what I mean? So,
definitely.
But the good thing for that last round, Tomazi worked up towards his ultimate, right? That's something which GX can work with. And in this round, they're being proactive and going and taking the fight on the front foot and mid.
Early clear with 4 players up the guts, and Tomazi does TP back. Again, it's a very regressive wall that we're seeing here from GX, the standard one placed by Westside. With the current patch in play already, you saw in the previous series, we did see BBL getting more value out of the straight line of the wall.
It's a big 1 versus 1. Angel trying to hold on, but the crosshair was well above Tomazi's head. Nice readjustment. Purple, though, has been noted with the alarm bot as he tried to get aggressive. And Na'Vi have this full right side of the map to work into.
And time to set up a post plant yet again, because as much as we said that GX had struggled in retakes previously, they have made improvements from week to week. You saw them win more against Heretics than they had done in the previous couple of series. But here you are short-handed for weaponry. Couple of pistols, quick flood coming in, 2 kills, clapped back by Na'Vi, and a third from Angel to make damn certain that they can convert on this advantage and continue to move forwards without GX having a mark on the record.
I mean, as well as that, though, you've got to be thinking of the first bloods that Na'Vi are continuously getting in these past couple of rounds. I mean, this one is a 1 versus 1 with Tamazi against Angel right here. And from there, it's just being able to snowball that into a round win.
Nice.
Absolutely.
Nice.
I think when you look at the statistics as well for this, in terms of how GX have been giving away a lot of first bloods, Na'Vi also finding themselves in a similar position, but when they get to 5v4s, that conversion is, you know, aided a whole lot more by the fundamental play that they have. And into the next rifle round, it's back to A main they go. Jules taken and traded as Runner on the fadeaway gets nothing but damage.
Just leaving Angel to use the drone towards the A side, something, see if they can find or at least fake presence, right, as the players go elsewhere. GX are already pulling across the Astra. They've lost full control of the middle of the map.
That's where the stealth drone could have bought some extra value as Runner chose to invest it towards Art. The steps of it heard by Na'Vi is now. They look to knock on that door yet again, and well, there's nobody home. It's Angel to solo clear out main. Well, GX will have bodies on the line once more. They have struggled so far. Every single shot from Na'Vi hit in the back of the net. That has to change. And Runner has started it off with positive signs.
Yeah, Armageddon online as well, something to come back in on. And on top of that, you look at GX, they're playing more reserved. They want to play for this retake.
Should have salvos for the corner as well. That gets placed towards Angel, and he's on a plate. Cloud served up. Further success by his initiator pairing as Runner goes up. It's wide of the mark. Cloud with the trade, and now Hero in yet another clutch. First kill isolated. How many more can he be given? The Nano will delay for a little bit longer, at least pull a player off of the spike for now. As the belt goes empty, he needs results. The spam through the corner of the newsstand isn't bearing him any good news whatsoever. It is laboured, but Hero, mid-reload, manages to snatch back yet another, and while the spike is halved, it's not going to get defused. Not today. Cloud is shut down by a clutch from Hero once again.
A Red Bull clutch as well has a... but... GX, it's so frustrating to watch because you're like, they're doing good stuff. The Armageddon, the way they go in, the salvos to clear like the corner towards the other position. But how do you lose a 3 versus 1 to Hero? For a team that like looks like who are doing the right thing, it's the finer details and closing out these rounds that seem to consistently be a problem.
Plagued by issues within the team, GX. And just when it looked like they'd gotten over the worst of the illness, Na'Vi come right back, and of all maps to do it, their opponent's pick. Have to consider it was 4 or 5 round lead, which they blundered on Fracture to end with a 6-6 half, so still keeping an eye on things. As it stands, it's just a default which continues to bear fruit for Na'Vi as they've brought themselves up to 3 impactful ultimates now to deal with this threat.
Just worried about, I mean, the positioning through mid because GX are happy to play for these extremities more.
The biggest issue for me right now is that Na'Vi don't have too much deep control. I mean, you look at the spike in terms of its position, currently in the middle of the map. It's got to go somewhere, and that looks to be A right now. TP comes over from Koala, does have the dimensional drift to gut the site if need be, because you're down to 20 seconds yet again, and GX have shown they're willing to stack bodies. It won't be the case this time. It's only Tamazi. He will fall, and so Na'Vi have some comfort now in terms of this spike plant, and it's only going to get better once Hero finds that one onto Runner.
I mean, I don't know about investing this Hunter's Fury towards an eco round, especially when you've lost the first 2 picks.
It's a potential counter to the lockdown gone. Not going to see it in this round, that's for certain. Cloud does have an answer, as does Roxic. Just one revealed in the open, and Na'Vi starting to show signs of GX on the previous. It's all a little isolated, and that's where Westside thrives. First tap coming in from Cloud. Signature util, it's the salvos and the recon to just try and remove players from position. Shao considering investment of the ult to try and win this one for his team. He is going to have it secured in the end, but so costly for Na'Vi.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Right now, it's a Red Bull clutch in the end because it comes down to a 1 versus 1. But at the same time, the fact that you let it get to that position is just so undisciplined, right? And I think that's the big word here, because that's a big ultimate that should be used for the next one, right?
Not too sure what that one was from Tomasi, but
I think he was just saying it was good that they were able to do as much damage and get the Armageddon out.
I agree, and something else as well is in terms of the macro reads, it's not been terrible. It's just once those players get in position, we're not seeing the kind of value you'd expect. I mean, there it's only Tomasi solo. Could be a similar story for Cloud. You see the TP's already prepared, and that's just going to give Koala the jump start for his ult. It comes around the back of sight. He's looking towards elbow, spots the first player. Here's the combo. That's the value of the Hunter's Fury. Dropped at his feet further util. This is so messy on the site. Neither team can find an advantage, but still 5v5.
And the best part about it is, Na'Vi haven't taken the city. GX have come back in for the retake and found no one. Na'Vi are on long.
Well, we're back to square one, and let's just take stock of the utility really quickly. Purpo doesn't have a single star. Tomasi does have a kill and now his ult. Ronna's an empty belt. Westside util over on A. Na'Vi do have this lockdown and Cosmic Divide to throw at the full buy if needed. It's a stressful situation, and we're into crunch time once more. 30 seconds left, and you've got to go now.
I've said this before, Na'Vi have struggled with crunch time. Both Cosmic Divides being used, but Hero's the one that comes out on top. Sure, there's one back, but remember, Tomasi's in his ultimate, and now it realistically comes down to a 1 versus 2 with the Euro that has to work on his operator. It's just not working out. I don't even want to try and talk about that round, because what was the investment, man?
There was an absolute tug of war round of Valorant. I've heard it been said before, but do not show Cadril this round, whatever you do.
I'm fed up with that meme, man.
No, me too. A hero thriving in the chaos. I think that's one thing we can credit Na'Vi for.
Nice!
When the going gets tough, they do respond. Frustration from Angel, that's met with further elation once the round concludes, but down to the wire again, and so there's finally a timeout from GX. I was expecting this a bit sooner.
Yeah, but
it feels like they're doing things good at the same time. They are setting up well.
They are, but it's just the run around since the ultimates that have come online that like bamboozles me, right? Like, and it's from both teams. The Hunter's Fury, that was used on the Eco rather than using like a Steel Garden to bring it down to a level playing field, and then like whatever the spam that Na'Vi just threw at the last round.
Pibson getting so animated. He finally cools down a little bit. I think when you look at what they brought to us here as well, which is a much more on-brand composition in terms of current meta read, something which we thought that perhaps GX had struggled with a little bit. Finally, we're starting to see a little more compromise perhaps in terms of his original vision for this team, and meeting that balancing act of the role changes as well. As GX go back to the main control, I'll extend the conversation further, and you're talking about Pipson being a guy who spent 3 years with the team, both as a player and as a coach since 2021, with the exception of his stint on G2. He knows what it's like to see through multiple metas, and now arriving at this one, it's a more proactive round with pistols.
Yeah, but the players who are being proactive might be late to the party, although we know Na'Vi like to take home on B long and take their time getting into the site.
The difference is this time, they don't have any player presence outside of A, so it is all one-way traffic for GX in that regard.
Yeah, I mean, the players are going to hit contact of the turret, so maybe Na'Vi again stall out, take their time getting in towards the B site.
And actually, to go back and say, why did GX not call the timeout? Because they found themselves in multiple situations like this. 9 out of the 10 players in the server currently set up on B, the first of which to jump the gap would be Koala, but he's going to fall. GX starting to go through the gears. Westside collecting another kill with his Sheriff as it lands the shot, but it's a 2-on-2, and it's job not done yet. Na'Vi nailing in yet another. Hero, the one who holds the hammer. It hits the anvil yet again, as expected. Purpo's chance to shift things in their favor. Hero within striking distance, as you say. But Purpo not yet given the chance, and now you have to deny the ult.
Have to go and try and fight it. Has the turret for contact, and Hero knows this. A 1v1! Which Purpo will be able to win out? Finally, GX get the first round, and it's actually after a timeout.
Yeah. We saw the exact same thing on the previous map of Fracture, except the scoreline was 5-1 at that time. Now it's 7-1 in favor of Na'Vi. And as soon as the Pace Cart Thrifty round comes in for GX, you're expecting further results from them, because this one didn't feel, you know, all too repeatable, I want to say, in terms of the individuals perhaps. But once again, the macro does look pretty solid.
Just to note, Tomazi has brought out the operator once again, looking to play through this. Didn't see a lot of value from it last time, so we're really hoping that he can get onto these long angles, get Tomazi posted up, so that GX can almost use him as a source of information to act upon.
Koala Noob without his operator, as I said before, actually getting diffed most of the time when the opposition has it in their hands, but you look at the position from Tomazi, all of this is just set up for that over-rotation for GX to play what is behind the Vice setup this time as well, so there is further layers to this, and Koala Noob has to TP in, actually. It's not out. He's now stuck in the corner and spammed within an inch of his life. So no entry Na'Vi, no duelist, and they're forced to call the play.
Yeah, they've seen that before. The adaptation spot on. Still a little bit of stall. Na'Vi not comfortable with the position they have on site.
Shao up close, looking for the duel. Can't find it. Runner responding as GX are in tow. A second round now prepared, as they've managed to do exactly what was required of them. From the timeout, the read is spot on. Na'Vi getting away with murder on many of these rounds.
30 seconds left.
But finally the madness put to an end. And so Roxic left to stew in what is left of this poorly executed A-site hit.
But the thing is, though, it's poorly executed A-site hit, but it's also nice adaptations from GX overall. I don't know if it was Pipson who called that, but like we had seen before that Na'Vi like to go through mid and towards Art, and we saw Koala do that TP before who had caught a player off guard. This time there was utility to depend upon. Like, I don't think necessarily, like, sure, maybe Na'Vi didn't execute to the full potential, but I also think GX had nice adaptations that's obviously been called from their timeout.
Sticking to their guns, confident in the way that they're playing a lot of these rounds from the defender's side. As I mentioned, the reads have been there. It's just how you then try and set that up. And when you look at Cloud as the caller for this team, his transition to IGL during Stage 2 of last year as that Redgar replacement, you always want him to be someone who can help enable individuals as someone who was previously the star player of this team. Someone so consistent, the cornerstone of it. And putting those building blocks together the same way that you would want from Angel and Shao on the other side, with the experience that both of those two have as consistent pieces that had made international events before. Maybe we're not quite seeing the same kind of drip down in terms of experience there with the rest of this squad.
Yeah, I mean, as well though, like, obviously Na'Vi wanting to talk about like the adaptations that Na'Vi have made. And this is an interesting one.
It's not every day you see 2 timeouts back to back.
It's not even that though, right? Giant X, they call a timeout just as the bonus is starting to happen on Fracture. Not every day we see that, right? Then we go into this map, we're like, yeah, okay, Navi timeout, ready to go out. And then GX call a timeout. It's not every day we see that. I don't think it's not every day that we see what Giant X are doing, right?
Something along those lines, yeah.
You get the point I'm trying to make?
Sort of. Like, GX, I think, why would you even use 2 timeouts in this first half when the one that you just called seemed to be the ace up the sleeve that's actually set them up perfectly? Like, just reinforcing everything that they had already set up for themselves. But that makes things interesting, because by the time we get to the second half, Na'Vi still with a timeout left to play around with, and GX, you know, happily feeling that this one is left on their own terms and conditions, left to their own devices and without Pipson, and that's kind of what you're seeing in this timeout as well. Very quiet. Seems to be Cloud actually calling for this one more than anyone else.
And I like that though, right? Like, there's obviously like a conversation happening back and forth, whereas like in previous timeouts, what we had seen is Pipson being the one who was very vocal just from the cameras and what we could tell. Obviously, we don't know what's being said. At the same time though, got to be thinking about the end to this half. How can GX find a lifeline into the next half, and also how can they make do or make, like, actually get some value from this ultimate cycle they're about to come into?
The previous one only adding fuel to the Na'Vi fire. Ice bucket dropped from GX from the timeout, prepared from the sidelines by the coach, but with Purpo dropping here, Na'Vi have the man advantage, and this is a conversation we consistently come back to. GX failing to convert from 4v5s, one of the worst in VCT EMEA when it comes to that statistic. They've been offered more support from Tomasi's position, deep B right now, but yet to make a big call, a large rotation, and Angel is aware of this.
Making sure to identify the players that we're in main. Actually, this could be a red herring, just catches at the last second run up. Na'Vi, no. Suppressed. This side of the map isn't good.
Yet another round where Na'Vi find themselves right in the belly of the beast, and you have absolutely no idea where it looks like they're going to go. Angel already using the drone means that he is relying solely upon
30 seconds left.
his recon arrow here to clear out Tomasi, or even just a jump spot, as the operator has finally been revealed. Fighting a war on both fronts. The players have already made it out from elbow.
They have that engagement on long is what GX were hoping for. Now Cloud is the only one to hold on towards backside. The Armageddon used to keep him protected, and he is. But now he has to clutch up. It has to be an ace clutch, which does not work out in his favor. Na'Vi are pushing this boat out further and further.
That recon as well from Cloud was working overtime. Koala Noob TP'd into that, second pulse and ended up finding himself revealed by it. And this read here, just from seeing the star placed on top of the box, feels like a big tell. Na'Vi, off the back of the 120-second timeout, are the ones which come out the better, and now be looking to build up this game plan in the last couple of rounds with the ults that they hold on to.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, the fact that GX have used both timeouts in the first half, and one of them was after the one that Na'Vi had used. Well, with that being said, straight into the B site.
Guns out, rifles in hand for the GX players, needing to win this one if they want to see any more of that. As the final round of the half comes up, it's trades inside the site beyond the wall. Westside still in the corner, but in terms of utility to flush him out, well, Shao's without salvos, so there's really little to bank upon here. Tomasi with yet another kill that just pushes that boat out further as Roxic tries to reintroduce himself. It's a flash Shao in the corner that will fall flat on his feet as GX close the gap again.
I mean, Na'Vi have been doing so well towards A that they've tried to abuse the B side a little bit more. Just a small thing that I wanted to note, and it's a criticism on GX's side, even though they won the round and they did well. Yeah, that's great, but I saw Tomasi use both flashes one after the other, and there was no peaks off the back of it as well. Just nice! As something else to note, right, for future rounds, whether that's going to continue. But hey, listen, all in all, good from GX. Yeah, 3 to 8.
I also think Tomasi's utilities actually looked fairly supportive so far.
Agreed.
We'll have to see if he can set up more here. You can see back of Art, op in hand. Players peeking in, and with the recon broken, this would have been his chance, but Runner just disposed of. Means it's another 4 versus 5 for GX from Art. This time, they want to fight into middle, and with Cloud's ult teed up, it's a Purpo double this time. Back from the dead, dishing out damage, 3 versus 2.
What did Na'Vi do to try and recover this? Plenty of utility. Angel's only used his dart, right? So this can easily come back up.
And with Westside dead here as well, you look at all of the Vice utility having no value. It's down, which means B is open. This feels like a pretty straightforward call to make if you're Na'Vi.
I agree. How does the post plant look, right? With both players having utility that can stall out. Do you play on the site? Do you look for a pick before you plant it? I mean, GX are nowhere near that side of the map.
With Angel's drone, you could take a step further, but I feel like Na'Vi right now
30 seconds
just trying
left.
to get a bit more comfort about the situation. There's no player yet to go and hunt. Angel will be the one to do it. Risk adverse at times.
Cloud is on his own.
Up close. As the spray comes in, it's a brilliant bait. Angel with the first of those, and Xiao following it up.
It's now a 2v2. This is winnable now for Na'Vi, considering the utility they have.
Angel's managed to get out from the divide though, so already this reposition could be deadly. Dropping in is Tomasi and Xiao picking up the pieces, supported by his captain. He signs off on further Na'Vi success. A 9-3 half, which has GX just about hanging in there, but almost dead and buried.
Again, not to bring the statistic up once again, Hazza, but we have seen GX struggle on the attack. That's the side that they're going to be having to move to. We'll see if they can do good on that on the other side.
Welcome back. Na'Vi putting their foot down on their opponent's map pick. GX selecting Pearl for us, a map we had not seen from them since the very first series played in Kickoff. However, it doesn't feel as if they've built on that previous performance that we just saw on Fracture, and instead, it's, you know, for every step forwards you take, it's another one back. They need this pistol round if they're to hang in there. Otherwise, we go to a decider.
Yeah, the last time that GX played Peril, they won no rounds on the attack. So there you go. They're in a similar position here where they played like something like 5 rounds and didn't win anything. I mean, yeah, this is going to be a big, big half coming up for them.
We know how dangerous of a team they can be. All of the players here for a reason, on merit more than anything else. And so with that in mind, I need to try and find a way to inspire us yet again, as they did in the previous series.
It's not to say there hasn't been improvements, right? We've been seeing it consistently. I mean, this trap set up by Na'Vi for mid, and you're looking at him Westside being that potential player to actually run into that. And on top of that, there's a little alarm bot for contact here to notify Na'Vi about the potential players coming through this main.
It's good deep info, which has forced Na'Vi to readjust the setup ever so slightly. Now account for main a little more heavily as the A site offensive is starting to come through. Hero with another opening pick. Na'Vi in a great position. We've already got a couple of bodies backside, and while Purpo has managed to find one on the fadeaway, now Westside starts to get into position from Art.
Hoping he activates soon though, and when he does come in, it's Na'Vi who get the pick.
Westside with one, Koala Noob another. Still 3-on-3 and the team's feeling slightly inseparable. Na'Vi continuing to backfill the space as they have so much support. This network backside means the spike can't go down until more blood is spilled, and it's GX's own, which is going to hit the canvas. Bloodied and bruised once again. Westside doesn't have the time or the tools. A couple of players from the pit. He'll find the first of those, but Angel's on the scene. Double digits for Na'Vi as they get their third pistol in this series and the second of this map.
Yeah, that round though, like, you see like the util dump happening as the execute comes in. That's cool, we expect that to be the case. But from there, it just becomes a deathmatch between both teams, and nobody wants to do anything different rather than take an engagement.
Something as well mentioned on the Na'Vi podcast, if you can tolerate listening to Sir Marcus for 25 minutes. I'm joking. Love you, Marcus. Is these, mid rounds as well, and knowing when to engage, when to re-engage. It didn't feel like there was much utility there, and I know it's a pistol. Man, you're really on Marcus Hayward. You're finding that way too funny.
Oh man, I don't want to talk about it. Listen, what we should talk about, A site take, right? Players from Na'Vi very happy to give up this site to GX. And at the same time, like, you can see that they've got Koala Noob, who was just checking extra angles up on B, but the GX have pushed forwards.
Certainly have. Hero finding two with his Ghost. Where are the guns in GX's hands? This force felt necessary and it's finding the value. Dropping back to the support in main, it's a long road that Na'Vi have to walk to win this one.
You have the outlaw, but with Hero being so low, and Angel managing to make this stinger work at close, wrong range.
Yeah. Float like a butterfly, sting
time,
or like a stinger. Angel able to get one more, but Hero now 1 versus 2. This is where the realization starts to set in. This gun is better saved more than anything else. Well, he'll get the one onto Westside as he tries to walk away. Purpo with the play that secures that 4th round for Giant X.
I mean, but this is another round, right? An anti-eco where Na'Vi have lost again, right? Twice against Apex, once against Fnatic before. Like, this is an issue that could start to become chronic. The fact that they're not managing these rounds correctly.
It has looked cagey since the pistol. It's more of the same, and it's what I was talking about before. You can see here, Giant X, only a 33% first blood success rate. Third of the time you're going to see them go a player in front after that first engagement.
I think that was something that was happening a lot on the defense. They were giving away the first blood, and Na'Vi were doing well to steamroll that into a round win. This time round, being a lot more reserved, and look at the space that Na'Vi have been able to grab in mid after that close was used.
Yeah, but look at Westside. He is effectively the turret here. They don't have a killjoy, but it's fine because the gun in his hands is unleashing lead to the players in the scuba shop.
Reading the map wrong, getting the players wrong in position.
Well, they're dead now.
Yeah, that's true. At the same time, though, Shao has found himself hiding behind the box. But GX not going towards this side of the map, heading towards B.
Vice wall at their backs. 3 players strong in terms of the man count. About to be able to leverage 4 over the head of Angel. He spots. Quick face check. Falling back onto a deeper line of cover. Nice shot from Angel. We all remember the Na'Vi Sheriffs. They've always been a strong suit. How many more of those do we end up with? It's only Angel holding on to one right now, but the stall has been fantastic, and now players in position. 15 seconds and things get worrying.
That is when things get worrying, because if you can deny the spike, you can deny the round. That's not the case at all. It's the Bulldog, a rucksack that was getting the value, instead denied. There will be 5 to 10, half of what the rounds that Na'Vi have. For me, though, moving forward, I mean, this is the biggest round, right? Stopping Na'Vi getting 11.
11 rounds felt like a curse before. That's how Xiao said it.
Nice!
Bringing in the performance coach, Zuza, to help them out with that. And it's another familiar situation here on the defender side as well. It feels like it's so hard sometimes to set up that plan that can win the round for you. Something which they've also been focusing on as well quite heavily as protocols, and already as A main is taken, they do not disengage fully. It's Angel following it up with a rifle in his hands this time. Numbers Na'Vi, but how much longer can he live on this box?
I mean, this 2v2 and A main is going to be massive. West side still to come in late through Art, but it's how long can GX hold on to this side of the map? Instead, they get the first pick after that initial engagement, and they look to disengage.
Xiao would have heard those steps just scurrying away as well, but it just feels so volatile. The position A, making sure that Ruxic is clearing towards R, as his drone will do exactly that in main, just reinforcing the ideas of where these players are, and Westside is a swift check of exactly that.
A red herring though. Look at GX, they're not going towards this side of the map, and Na'Vi are now worried about where Westside has gone.
Hero has a full Killjoy setup. The turret for lane, the alarm bot should support inside the choke.
30 seconds left.
And with there being no gap close either towards the backside, it's all on this first duel. Hero catching Cloud in his utility, but still not capitalizing from it. The darts landed in a weird place, so it's not going to scan at all. And while Westside has been noted, Hero only getting one on the way back in. And so Xiao tasked with clutching another round. His salvos can deny the plant for just a moment, but it's repositioned and they are holding on as he makes his way back in. He will fall, and so Giant X continue to bear on down.
Yeah, I think as well, like, Hero's put between a rock and a hard place, has to get two, and is only able to get one. I mean, that 2 versus 1, not ideal. And now, look at Navi's buy here, right? I said it was big for GX to deny 11, and it is, but it's even more important in the economy state. Because right now, Na'Vi do not have a buy.
No, they don't. It's a really rough round to come into, and to take a step back as well. You look at Angel and Xiao doing a lot in plenty of these rounds to help take the early space for their teams, gather the info. They hadn't missed an international event since Masters Berlin in 2021 until last year, which now, including kickoff, makes it 4 consecutive that they've not been able to go to, and you're looking at the potential of a 5th. Should GX win what feels like such an important fixture between those players chasing the runaway pack of elite teams that we have in Group Alpha.
It's Tamazi. They're touching on the alarm bot. There's still no contact, no peek out into the outlaw.
Do have a Bucky on both Ruxic and Koala Noob, so they are holding down lanes through the middle of the map. But with the gap being there of Xiao in R, no real big rotation has been called. That Angel's still just denying with the immediate reactive ult and getting a double tag on the second hit.
Yeah, this is really big chip damage. Ruxic's trying to rush in, but gets caught by the blind side. It's just not working out at all. GX have managed to fight their way back in. The lockdown baiting out another player into the crosshairs of Na'Vi. The Spike needs to stabilize this round.
Hero laid up onto yet another kill as well. You've got to come back in against the Cosmic Divide.
Hero's been managed to bomb out a player as they swing out. Runner needs to clutch. He does so, but it gets too close for comfort. 7 points of health will get GX their 7th.
His 5th clutch this stage, more than any other GX player, and once again put in a situation of stress. It's Giant X that come out with the round win. You said that their attack didn't have legs, Cairo, but I think for as much as these statistics have set up teams, the counter is always a possibility with a new comp. And Tomasi animated as ever, reveling in yet another positive result. 3 rounds now, and well, look, GX didn't need that timeout. Na'Vi desperately hanging on to theirs.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Tooth and nail, they're trying to hang on to this one. But you talk about setting yourself up for success. Na'Vi did in the last round using ultimates, right? But the ultimates didn't get the value that you're looking for, and that's now where the criticism comes in, right? Where you're thinking to yourself, now you're on your bye, you're without a Hunter's Fury and a lockdown. They would have been massive pieces to push you towards these last final rounds.
Hero coming into the team, plenty of promise from him as a player, seems to have been delivered upon, at least in these last couple of maps, now sitting 20 and 14 at the top of the leaderboard. But for all of the kills from the KJ player, the site holds have been a bit of a struggle. GX finding a way to get their feet in a lot of these, find a foothold, I should say. Koala Noob finally bringing out the op, but immediately pressured by the Yoru on the opposite side.
Trent was backside as well, and his combat combined with the Armageddon, forcing players out. Tomazi back there, gets the entry kill.
Huge combination. That sets up the play. Xiao's going to watch that TP cut past him, and immediately the game is up for Tomazi. One back, Hero still holding on. 2 kills from him. Is it going to be enough? Seems to be the case right now, and the support from Koala Noob is surplus to requirements as Angel shut up shop. Na'Vi do respond.
Yeah. I mean, it's a round where, even though we brought out the stat about first bloods, GX actually get the first blood, right? They do so well, they take the site, but I mean, Tomazi's clear isn't good enough, and he allows players to sit within the smokes. Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, again, like, it's a phrase I use a lot, dotting your I's, crossing your T's, and they're just not paying attention to the small details.
Once again, Koala Noob will go searching towards A main. This is going to be huge for the setup of Na'Vi and how they'll look to redistribute forces across the map. It feels like there is a little bit of proactivity sprinkled in there. Whenever you see that Teho player, you're expectant of it. And while we haven't seen Xiao on this role too often, that drone is perfectly timed. They know where those players sit right now, and as the drone gets traded, this is when you make the play through the double door.
Yeah, but what the players are doing that? Look at Purple, he's sitting waiting! But Na'Vi are able to get what they were looking for, a double kill, and it looks even worse! It's Na'Vi find 12 and an end zone flawless!
That's exactly the round which you were hunting for if you're Na'Vi. Something clean, something confident. Sure, it comes up against pistols, but you put yourself in that position off the back of another round win.
Oh man, you can't help but feel Purple's that guy that you're hoping is just going to cover you. I know he's well played by Na'Vi to have a player watching towards shops.
It's more brilliant mid-rounding from Angel there as well to just set up the play. Coming back to what I was talking about before, it's those players, that old dynamic, deadly duo of sorts that could do it for you. But here it's Koala Noob! 3 kills off the back of his own flash, and with Xiao in support, it's all but over. Tomazi hitting the ground as it's back-to-back in-zone flawlesses to finish off Pearl with some style.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the players after that flash, they're kind of scratching their heads, but well played by Koala Noob, just to be that aggressive, something that we have not seen from Na'Vi yet. Yeah, brilliant end to that map.
As good as Giant X looked on the opener, coming into their own map pick, they weren't able to put that next foot forwards and set themselves up with a series win. Na'Vi now with the opportunity on the decider.
Let's go! Hero!
Anybody taking life for granted, yeah, that's too bad. I'd be grateful for everything that I have. You only got this life, you don't get it back. Make the most of it, become the best that I can. Everybody look at me, I got a plan. You gotta work hard, play hard, do it from the start. Cause how you do anything is everything you start. Stay consistent and do it every day. Don't let fatigue get in your way. Cause 10% of something is better than nothing. You better do something if you wanna be something. I can feel my stomach rumbling, I'm hungry. Big things coming, I ain't bluffing, yeah. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough, I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug, I'm sick of feeling stuck. I got this, will not quit to the top, I promise. Cause I've had enough. Better watch out, I'm on the climb to the crown. In my prime right now, hear me loud, I've been spitting for a while now.
Welcome back, Navi. Tie up the series, and we are going all the way. Zoe here, joined by Kakuka and Mike, and what a treat we're in for here.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of momentum that Navi managed to get right off the bat, chaining round after round. You might think that after the first map, after they're not being able to close their map choice, we would see a different phase, but love to see that Navi still has it.
Yeah, getting a little weird in areas. We're past the watershed. It's getting a little muddy, late night Valorant, but yeah, I mean, it's good. I think this is probably the best scenario. It's come to the decider, obviously going to split. Yeah, it's good that Navi are able to reset and actually look so composed here on map 2 as well.
Yeah, speaking of composure, you know, last week and the week before we talked about, is Angel even getting angry? Like, is he capable of it?
Emotive today.
He looked mad.
Yeah,
it was a little scary.
It's good. He promised that. He promised that we would get the angry Angel.
Yeah, no, and we got it. And they also got the maps. So whatever it takes, if he needs to be angry with the boys, be angry with the boys. Let's talk about how they got it done, though, because there were individual performances which really stood out in this one. Yeah,
to me, there's two highlights. One, Hero in those later rounds in that second half. He was always good for 2, for 3, always getting the opener. Like, I feel like he had a lot of impact. And the second one, Rhythmic, both in the first map, both in this one. I think that his performance keeps going up and up and up. In Fracture, he was on 300 ACS. That is a surreal. And on Pearl, he also had a lot of impact. So that 2.5, you know, maybe not getting that many kills, but not getting those deaths. So the balance is very much positive.
Yeah, and I think as well, it's key to note to kind of tie those 2 points together, right? With people like Rhythmic and Hero stepping up and actually carrying some of the weight for the team, I'd say. It's something that, again, it's pretty daunting to step into a roster with Angel and Xiao, right? So to have Angel being, I guess, fairly emotional or getting a bit heated on stage, to also have your newcomers to step up and deliver like this is something we want to see established for Navi.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at some of those individual pop-up moments. You said Hero had them, Xiao had them as well. So it was just across the board. Everyone had their time in the sun.
Yeah, I think that there were some instances that we saw here in this 1v3 that Hero had, how he isolates the kills.
So calm. He's so calm.
Absolutely. I feel like in this moment, he's feeling pretty comfortable, and especially with the wall bank that you have here, the plant is definitely going to help. But I feel like we've seen it here, as you mentioned it, we've seen with Xiao time and time again, playing the time, playing to your strengths. In this early rounds, that was what gave Navi that momentum, that freedom in the economy that they were going to have later on. And it's so good to see also Xiao playing for the first time on this Tejo and finding the impact that he did round after round.
Yeah, because I mean, it's this early string of rounds really that put Giant X kind of in a chokehold. They were forced to make some really difficult decisions, and I think that's why we saw them probably sweat a little bit. Like I said, things getting a little muddy and messy at times. But yeah, it was definitely the early pressure that Navi were able to create.
Boom, boom. Yeah, pretty clean, pretty clean. That's Prime Xiao. That's something scary to go up against.
But now we're headed to Split. And I don't know if I'm excited or worried. I'm a little bit of both probably, because we literally just saw Giant X on Split, right? And we just saw their massive comeback there. They were down 10-0 or 0-10 rather against Heretics, and they somehow brought it back. But that also means that we have a lot of footage, obviously, on those teams.
Yeah, and as you saw that there, Navi is going to be started on the defense. You speak about them bringing it back, and it was actually on that defense that they were bringing it back. So if it is, there is a possibility that it will.
Don't say that it repeats itself. There's no way. There's no way. There's no way.
It would be like lightning striking twice in the same spot.
I mean, it's not like Navi. It's not like Navi looked particularly good on it either, right? So they're both 1-1 on Split right now in stage 1. They both have not changed up their comms on that map. That said, though, Giant X did swap roles for the second go around with playing the same comms.
Yeah, I mean, you could also ask the question coming out of that whether or not there was some glaring issues in terms of the attack in half. That's something they do want to maybe toy with some changes.
Yeah.
I'd be really interested to see what it is and why, but.
I wonder if Hero is going to be keeping that Vice, because at Navi we expect them to come with that double controller and with the Vice. We know and we have seen in this map how sometimes teams struggle dealing with the Yoru, dealing with the Faker and whatnot, and what effect it can have on you. And knowing the Hero has so much experience also playing with all the Sentinels, maybe a different, maybe a Cypher, some small adaptation I could see coming from the side of Navi.
Because on the flip side with the Breach and the Tejo, right? So yeah, it'd be interesting to see if there is a change on the Sentinel side for sure. Doesn't look like no changes at all, actually. Yeah, so we're pretty much as expected in terms of compositions. Obviously, coming out of the result versus Heretics, maybe feeling like it maybe wasn't a comp issue on the attack, and maybe we do see a complete change to the macro, the approach.
I mean, still think Angel did say put in Xiao, like having Fade and Astra in this composition and not putting Xiao on the Fade, to me is a mistake, but of course, Navi is their decision to do whatever they want. But coming into this third map with a Giant X, this still has to be finding a win in this split. After the first map that we saw, after them performing that comeback, I really wonder how their mental is.
I mean, the mental's got to be good. It has to be. All things considered, a win is a win, right? And especially if you're a team like Giant X, you take them where you can.
Yeah, and I mean, they did take that. Ultimately, they went on to lose the series, but we're not talking about that. They won
it all starts with a map win, Zoe. It all starts with a map win.
That's right. And listen, this is an opportunity for both of these teams. One of them is going to take the dub. Let's find out who is going to close it out. So once again, let's send it back over to Hazza and Cairo.
The Cider map coming up. Split. Both teams off the back of a win. Giant X, there's a lot more dramatic than Navi's against Apex, but when you consider those three teams towards the bottom of the group right now, this one is so important to give yourself a chance for playoffs, especially for GX, brought back down to earth against a team at a similar level, yet still the possibility they walk out of this day 0-3.
Last week, both teams got to a decider map. It's first time in Split 1. But the other thing you've got to consider, Hazza, Navi was able to win theirs. Giant X haven't been able to win against Heretics. Weren't able to close it out. It went back to how things usually were. Is it going to be the same thing right now for GX as they start on the attack?
Already presence put towards A. Stun ready. Runner the one holding on to it. Up into ramp. GX searching for their first pistol since Fracture. Na'Vi in a brilliant position to execute on order yet again, and that's exactly what they're gonna do. Koala in the heavens, supported by Angel coming in late, and so twice as many players already out of that first engagement, and the spike dropped, yet to be collected.
How do you even get back into it? I mean, looking through, yeah, but look at this, the Avengers assemble straight from the top rope, and Purple now into the back lines. He's done decent chip damage.
And he has time on his side. Arcrose won't collect information of his position. The Paranoia as well, half a chance, but Hero holding on, has the info. And if you were going to use a near sight, Vents is probably the last place to find effectiveness from it.
Worst part is, right, if you peek in towards getting that spike, you're probably going to be seen by the players below. With that being said, though, Na'Vi win that pistol round.
Another pistol round for them in this series. As I already mentioned, that's now their 4th. GX only picking up 1 in the second half of Fracture. Momentum is so important. I think for both of these teams, it has been a mental battle at times, getting used to the environment, especially for Na'Vi. Players like Koala Noob who've had to travel across the Atlantic to get here with a completely different lifestyle for him now in Berlin. But starting as he means to go on from that pistol, and well, GX, as they do continue onwards, it's an aggressive piece which falls flat very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, this is falling flat all across the map. Players looking to, I guess, get engagements, but it's easily dealt with for right now for Na'Vi. An in-zone flawless.
Another in-zone flawless bonus round for them as well. It was the exact same way that Pearl started, if you recall back to how that one went.
Yeah.
Pistol in the first half.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, well, listen, we can just sweep that under the rug for a minute. Well, hopefully we can sweep it under the rug and not have to think about it, because right now the momentum looks good for Na'Vi. An anti-eco flawless puts the bonus round into a really hot contention when you look at this spike. GX need to be careful how they move around this map.
Focus on mid again, and Ruxic already spotting Tomasi jumping from market. Respect given by GX in this situation.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that worries me right now with this bonus round, right, is Heretics were able to convert it last time GX started on the attack, and also to compound that point, I mean, GX were only able to win 2 rounds overall on their attack last time.
The last 2 rounds of the half.
Exactly. And it seems like Na'Vi have a great read on what GX want to do right now. Look at the player positioning, right, in terms of where Na'Vi are setting up.
Exactly what Hypog was talking about on the desk as well. You may not have changed up the comp, but in terms of the macro, I mean, little time really to stress the details to remedy this attack side, and so they go into a loaded A site. Plenty of Na'Vi bodies here, black and yellow shirts to help support. Koala off the back of Ruxic with his utility in tandem. The Paranoia could have just set up for yet another kill instead. It is the Vice Wall, which has caught Westside. The Tether has noted his position. The spam, fortunately enough, though, has not landed. 20 seconds.
Yeah, look at Na'Vi, though. They're setting up a crossfire, a lovely activation on the Arcrose. They're happy to give up Heaven. They know GX have to try and come through a choke point.
10 seconds left.
And there's another bonus converted against Giant X.
And while I feel like Giant X have brought some nice ideas to the table in terms of how they want to open up rounds, prime example would have been in round number 2 when they were up against the anti-eco. Like, putting down a smoke, you've got a player that can TP in, maybe you're throwing a breach flash on it as well. Purpo also has the shadow step as well as Tomasi. But then you come into a round like this, the full gun round, and it just doesn't feel like there's all too much thought behind it. It's very direct, it's very straightforward, and Na'Vi are reading that all too easily after the initial engagement in mid when you don't actually take that space away.
Towards this round, GX are going to put their focus in mid. So are Na'Vi. 6 players in total. And Na'Vi are being very aggressive in how they're peeking into this one.
Initial drone not really getting the value either. Aim shot out in the open. Confident as ever. Can't blame the guy because GX have just not been punishing it. They are always dropping in these early engagements. Same time though, Na'Vi, they must have heard that TP from the Omen, so they're going to re-clear his space. And well, Purple gives away another pick towards Na'Vi. They did have control of main, but instead repositioning on the site, looking to brawl. Angel the first of those bodies that drops. Can there get any better than this? No! GX, a volley of kills. 3 back from them to stop Na'Vi going any more than just their 3rd round. This be a little bit out of character. GX looking for a foothold. Ruxic does take 1 back, so it's a 2-on-2. And as isolated as Hero feels with the stun, the players reposition without the open plant. GX a grouped up pillar. And Hero's just going to dispatch them both.
GX are in the prime position to go and deal with the round. Again, they let go of another advantageous spot with a spike down and time to play with. I understand they're forced to play on the site, but it's not even as if they put Na'Vi in a position where they're forced to fight, where they swing out. They peek Hero.
They do peek Hero, and Hero just holds the line. I can feel the frustration coming across from you. They're getting away with bloody murder.
Yeah, they are getting away with murder, but the point is though, it's mistakes that aren't being forced out by Na'Vi.
Gotta go hunting for kills in those situations sometimes, but GX, we come back to it once again. The narrative of just not being able to build upon those individuals, the system they set up, the change in identity, this time, of course, Tomasi on the Yoru where it was Cloud before.
Same time though, a move towards a full setup here for Hero. Spamming out, can't quite find what he's wanting, and while Na'Vi have went and been proactive and cleared things out, now they get a read towards A.
Having a bit of a poke through the cage, left unanswered. There's a paranoia for the site execution, but tower's where the jewel goes down. It's Koala Noob's showstopper, which is put to rest early. The fuse cut short. Westside with a double. Still, GX in control by 1 player. But they haven't yet hit the site. Look at the control, which Na'Vi currently hold on to. 2 players still playing from elbow. One of them, Shao, trying to walk his way out from screens to support Hero. Doesn't need it! Hero with a double. And Westside left by himself, scratching his head, wondering, how have I found myself in a solo position yet again?
I think we're all scratching our heads and thinking about that. Na'Vi closing it out, yet to have an answer from GX. Same on the last map and the start.
Same on the last 2 maps, because Fracture began, Na'Vi 5-1. Second map, Na'Vi 7-0. Split, Na'Vi 5-0. Again, it takes a little while for GX to get into these maps, and it goes back to the discussion I had right at the beginning of this series as well, in terms of the sides that they've been starting on. When you look back at what the history is, before the Heretics game, they had chosen to start on defense 5 out of 5 times. And now coming into this veto, they didn't get the choice of attack here, but this is where they've been beginning a lot, trying to maybe get the worst of it out the way early.
And I think for me as well, the other thing to consider is this is now GX's most played map, right? And it keeps coming up in a veto time and time again. So like, my question is more like, what else are we worried about playing, right? Like, what does a map pool look like? Because Split keeps coming up. You've only been able to win it once. Like, I understand that we're not, like, GX aren't Heretics. GX aren't, like, Vitality or Fnatic, who are in hot form right now. But, like, as a general, you've got to hold them to a certain standard. And GX, for me, are just not showing enough for a top-tier team.
Na'Vi, on the other hand, showing the value of their individuals. combined with all of the rest, Hero and Ruxic, the two anchors yet to register a death so far in this map. It was Ruxic who stepped up massively against Apex on the closing one there. As into this half buy of sorts from GX, they're looking to put him under further pressure. He's managed to disengage for now, and the paranoia only helping to do so further, and there is support for Na'Vi now.
Yeah, Seas is brilliantly placed. Shao getting one, but there is a trade on to Angel as now Na'Vi comes straight back in. Spike completely lost, completely cold. And how did GX get back up towards Heaven to collect that?
Well, Puppo has the ult, so that's one way to do it, and he's going to quickly snatch it back. Last time we saw this 2-on-2, it was a similar setup from GX. Got to be aware of the walkout spawn, and the cam has checked it this time.
Players now walking to swing out towards CT rather than getting the spike down. And it's the same thing as last time. Hero gets a double kill after GX peeked towards CT.
And he's still yet to die. He has not died so far yet in this map. Whether it's his site that they hit or a retake situation, the spike didn't even go down here, Cairo. As Hero gets another couple of kills, now has the Steel Garden as well as this Cosmic Divide. Tools for a potential retake, as GX have a couple of their own, which could be huge in gaining access early, and that looks like what we're going to get now that the rifles are back out.
I mean, it was around about the 7th round last time on Peril that we saw. It is a 7th round before we saw GX answer back, and it was the ultimates to help do so. I don't know how Angels managed to survive shooting out that cam there.
I know that Jack Igo was giving away bundles for every time that he was Angel was having an opening death. But I think so far this series, you know, his wallet is safe for now.
I'd agree with that.
He's been doing a pretty damn good job at just collecting info, and maybe that's GX not punishing it, but right now they do have a couple of these ults queued up to hit the A site. The first is the Yoru, and well, it's only just spotted a player making that cross towards elbow, and Koala gets away with the kill.
Yeah, and this is something that's been really good from Na'Vi. The protocols, being able to play off-site. GX have got onto it, but Spike's still in Heaven. They've completely left it. The Breach was left trying to use the Rolling Thunder, and calamity right now for Giant X as Na'Vi look to deal with them. Cloud bringing it back to a 2v1.
But where have we seen this before, Cairo? Hero to close another round from a similar position, 7-0 as it was on Pearl. That ended a 9-3 half, but coming on to what will be another eco round, even with the max loss bonus for Giant X, you need to give yourself a platform, because very quickly the ground is falling from beneath their feet on what I can say is probably the second or third map so far this stage I've seen a similar thing happen.
I would
third or fourth.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, you look at like that first split, the kickoff, and how that happened. Like Giant X looked so much better. They were winning consistently up towards 8 or 9 rounds, and since we've got into this next split, into split 1, they have looked as if they've had a massive performance drop-off, whether that's because of the group that they're in and there's more scrutiny on them. But they're playing against Na'Vi right now, and it's the same thing again.
While the Noob's operator coming into this series, he was 30-10 for op kills versus op deaths. Almost all of those deaths being dedicated ops. You know, like, you have to try and find a way to clear this guy, or he will make a huge problem of it. GX into the late round once again, and you're hitting another stacked site. Na'Vi are so prepared for this. The utility is there. They'll be ready for the flood out elbow when it comes, but that's if you don't already stop them in tower.
I mean, Angels just walked out in towards main and got a pick as all players were looking towards Heaven. And again, Na'Vi are happy to give this up. They're playing towards CT. And GX look as if they're scratching their head for a way to get onto the site.
Enemy remaining.
Hero again. Always this guy at the end of the round. But so many fates already settled, as that will be his first death on split. Still a 3 versus 1 for Cloud to try and digest, and he's got no time or options. Forced to run into the gunfire again as Angel adds number 8, Na'Vi, claiming the gun round.
But there's the same issues that we've seen from Giant X time and time again, right? Like, they're doing the same execute, and there's no changes, right? Like, going through Heaven, trying to bust out onto the site, and the protocols every single time from Na'Vi are good, and it comes back to that point you were making earlier about the Na'Vi podcast.
Shout out to the Na'Vi podcast, man. You know, but it's a valid point you raise. These things take time.
Yeah.
It has been a process for this roster. If you expect instant results with player changes, then you're gravely mistaken. That is not the story we've seen of the stage so far. Given a little bit more to work, GX coming out the back of matches against top contenders. Now Na'Vi seeming to fit the mold of that themselves. Hero with 2 more kills on a site hold. A story which is constantly repeated as we flick through the pages. It's the same wall of text as the wall of 5 players stand between Westside and a miracle, which just isn't happening today, tomorrow, or anytime soon.
Yeah, exactly right. And now, like, where do you start to find a way to come back into this game? Because right there, we saw the Armageddon used. We saw different pieces trying to be forced forward. And again, it feels as if you're banging your fist against the door, trying to wait for an answer. And right now, GX's fist is bloodied.
There's just no engagement in the ebb and flow for me. It just feels so one-dimensional, round after round. Okay, we have a little look mid at the start, and that's exactly the same look we're going to get from GX here. There's always a counter, and this time it comes in the form of Koala. First picked up, even Angel winning against the Stinger close range. Nothing going GX's way. So the forces try and regroup with the ragtag weapons that they've got. A couple rifles, if anything. They do eventually gain some ground, but it's in spite of the fights in middle, rather than as a consequence of them.
Yeah. I mean, right now, 2 players like sitting in heaven for GX, while you're seeing Purple go and exploring the other side of the map. But again, like, we speak about directionless. Like, what are GX thinking? Like, surely we're waiting to see what Purple is going to find out, but at the same time, they're not doing anything to force out and Na'Vi into positions that they want, force rotates, etc. And the spike's going in towards spawn.
Make sure that they clear out the garden. That's where Ruxik's currently holding on to the op. Shao ends up getting spotted, but now where'd you go? Okay, you're in defender spawn. We've still got Purple in tower, but you have to win these fights. And so it's into the meat grinder that GX go. Purple left chasing. Doesn't have his ult this time to try and pick up that precious cargo. And so Koala releases the nade and pulls the pin on what is a round done and over with. A foregone conclusion, as many of these have been. It's cool to make that play and say, yeah, let's run in spawn, but you can't plant the spike there. And I think that's the realization that needs to be made. It's another 10-0 drubbing in the first few rounds.
Well, it was the last couple of rounds against Heretics that the GX were managed to win and gave themselves a lifeline in what was ultimately the biggest comeback that we've ever seen. And Na'Vi actually calling, sorry, it's not Na'Vi, it's Giant X are actually going to call a timeout here.
Oh, you bloody hope so.
Yeah, exactly. Need it.
So for the second map in a row of Split, Giant X find themselves 10 rounds down with 10 rounds played. All of this complimentary to Na'Vi and how they've set up. I think it's hard to say that they've put a foot wrong at times. Hero 15-1 is exemplary of that. We wanted to see Pips and Fuming, and this would be it.
What are you even saying to the players right now as well, right? Like, I think everything has just been going wrong, right? You need a mental reset completely.
The last thing you want to see is a disconnect between the coaching staff and the players, because as soon as that happens, then the rift is only going to grow. You have to try and find a way to give them some confidence. It is one round at a time. Cloud inspired the comeback last time out versus Heretics, some of this region's best, and in terms of last year, the best that we had as far as the international stage are concerned. Na'Vi on the hunt to try and collect one of those playoff spots and hopefully Masters later down the line. This gun buy is everything.
I think for me, coming from last week into this one, Na'Vi look as if they're starting to build and on good momentum. Giant X, on the other hand, look as if they're letting it slip. Towards mid, Na'Vi look to go. There's a few players from Giant X there as well.
Ruxik's up and Koala Noob by his side. Repositions, so only Ruxik there, but he will group back up towards B.
You hear the utility obviously going off as well, as all the rifles begin to fire. At the same time, Giant X haven't committed anything, and look at Na'Vi. With so many bodies towards this B side, you're thinking they have to be proactive.
This is one of the ways to create that pressure, scaling towards A with the tools that you have, Purpo smokes, the cages, but it all comes back to that mid-duel yet again, and it's been one-way traffic. Ruxik given the green light on yet another op kill, and while Tamazi will have embedded himself within the mailroom.
And I think for me, right now, like you're seeing Navi's game plan at work. They're fighting B, they're fighting mid, but they're not fighting towards A. And Giant X are thinking that's a good sign, but that they're playing into Navi's game plan.
3 players here again. And with ults as well. Every single player towards this side of the map has a tool to work with.
This is the same round we've seen many times before. What's different for Giant X?
Steel Garden comes out, Showstopper available. Doesn't look like anything's changed, Cairo. I'm concerned for GX right now. In fact, I'm terrified. The utility seems to be a little bit better as Na'Vi are hounded down towards the back of the site, but time is low. Just like you say, there isn't enough. Any time would be great, but like you say, I don't think GX know what to do with it. It's Tamazi, the last one left. He needs to get the spike, but where is it? Heaven. It has been for the last 3 rounds.
Yeah, right now Giant X are in hell. And I don't mean that. I don't mean the call out or any part of the map. I mean quite literally they are 11-0 down. If we move into the next half and Na'Vi win pistol and anti-eco, it's all over.
Yeah.
And again, like we've spoken about it, right? Fight B, fight mid. That's what Na'Vi are doing. We're not seeing anything different. Please show me something different.
Please, please. No, I know what you mean. Look, people were saying coming into this one, there was potential for Mud Valorant, but this feels more like Groundhog Day, the way that things are consistently repeating for Giant X. And as nice as it's been for Na'Vi, when push comes to shove, GX have not been up to par. A little play into Koala. He does have the shorty inside this smoke though, and so really, the value isn't gained. He's not going to get cleared. It's another direct sight hit. And Hero, fully blinded, has walked away with murder.
Yeah.
And they're still not past the post. Right, Tamazi's the only one in sight. He has 32 HP. He's dead. Salvos drop. And what happens? Koala inside the smoke with the shorty getting at least one back, but there's twice as many players. The last one left to West side, as he always has been. 12-0 Na'Vi. As good as the half looked from them, that is maybe the poorest half that I might have seen, and we saw another 12-0.
Yeah, we did. But with that being said, though, Hazard, there is a lot to come back from this one. We'll need overtime and a Giant X miracle. We'll see what happens on the next half.
For the defuse to come on through, the time ticking down. All you need to find is one headshot. Might just be able to clock this one out and send them to the grand final.
It's all left on Vanya's shoulders.
There's one way to do it. That is the way to do it.
I know it's only our second week in VCT EMEA, but it's another 12-0. I wasn't expecting to find myself in this position once, let alone twice. From that BBL Liquid game to this one. Yeah. And from that last GX performance to this one, it's the same stat again, and it's actually bad that I knew what that stat was because it's not the first time it's been raised. The last 13-0 in EMEA was back in 2022. For the new viewer, they're probably thinking, what's an Oglu? Isn't that what Eskimos live in?
Oh, mate, that was poor from you, but I agree. If I had a nickel for every single time that we'd been in this position, I would have 2. It's pretty weird that we've been in this position twice in 2 weeks.
What, in 3 series? God forbid. Can Na'Vi see it over the line? It's Koala Noob again. The most first blood success rate of the top 5 duelists, and he's going to keep doing it. Hero with 2 more kills, as it's been said multiple times. Purpo was the last player left on B. It's happening before our very eyes. A Westside 1vX, but this time it's to stop pure embarrassment.
It's been a similar storyline, time and time again, week to week. GX are looking down the barrel of a 13-0, and Na'Vi are the ones to deliver it.
Na'Vi with the first 13-0 in VCT EMEA since 2022. And as good as GX had looked in spells throughout not just the last series, but this one as well, especially how things started out on Fracture, they have been absolutely humiliated. And calling back to all those years ago, it finally feels like Na'Vi are starting to build towards the kind of form which lands them at further events.
And I think as well, like we were talking about strengths of schedule, etc., coming into this map, and you were thinking, right, well, this is the match where GX can build from it and move into further weeks like the Apex game, that they then build on that. But like after the first map, I had hope, but second and third, it was quickly stolen away. Na'Vi looked like they could be the real deal, and players are turning up when they're needed at the right time.
Na'Vi given a desolate record, but now starting to recover. 8 losses and only 2 wins since the start of Stage 2 last year. They add a 3rd to it now, and feeling much better as things start to move in the right direction.
Yeah, well, with that being said, we've got to be wondering what's next for these 2 teams. Na'Vi basically get a free run towards the end of the group.
That they do. We're going to be heading over to Postplant though with Zoe and Hypoc. We have Xiao and Hero joining them very soon. I'm sure we all want to know what they think about this historic win.
Yeah, that's it, right? And for now, like, where does...
Yeah, welcome to Postplant. That's, yeah, I know.
I want to know actually if well, Mixwell's obviously, he always has the tweet primed for a 13-0. If you know, Mixwell...
I did not know. He's got that one ready in the bookmarks, yeah.
I'll have to double check this, but I think G2 were the first team to, when Mixwell was on G2, were the first team to get 13-0 in a, get 13-0'd, sorry, in a VCT game. I can't remember what event it was at now. I just remember it was on Icebox, I think.
Does that... Wait, is that...
But basically every time now it happens, Mixwell has a tweet primed for welcome to the 13-0 club.
You think he was the first one?
I'm pretty sure G2 were the first.
Yeah, someone check the timestamps on his
will have
tweets
to
there. We gotta get on it. We gotta get on it. Yeah, I mean, obviously this is a heartbreaker. And quite frankly, like even when they were down 10-0.
Is it though? But hang on, is it?
Yes, it is. I mean, for every fan of GX, it must be, and the players.
I mean, it's like.
It's rough, man.
Yeah, it's rough. The worst thing to say, it's almost like it's. I mean, I mentioned it on the cast as well. Just banging their head against a brick wall at times. Like it was definitely rough viewing. But the reason I say it is like to kind of flip the way they did previously was great. But that's like one of those 1 in a million games. Like
I still had faith. When they were down in halftime, I was like, I'm not worried yet.
You're not worried yet?
Usually a 10-0 would actually kind of worry me, but in that case, because they just did it a week ago, I wasn't so worried, but I should have been worried because these guys were on the server and they were stepping it up a notch. Hero joining us together with Xiao. Yeah, I mean, that's got to feel pretty good. 13-0, I guess you made history for the year. Are you shocked at that result at all, or?
Not really.
Not really. Okay.
Not shocked.
We just decided not to do Heretics mistake.
Okay.
Well, I was going to say, no, we were just saying, were you worried when you got to like 10-0 and you were like, oh, God.
done it before.
Like, we're 10-0 up.
Like, no, it's round by round, guys. Round by round. So it doesn't matter 10-0, 0-10. It doesn't matter for us. We just play every round as new one, like from the clean paper.
What were your general expectations heading into this match against GX? Like, how did you feel you're going to stack up? So a little bit of expectation versus reality. Did that meet?
Kinda, yes. Like, I would say we were expecting us to win the series, and we did it, so it's good. We reached this task, which we said like before the match. And yeah, I'm happy to be here. So 2-1 in our in group, we have maybe confirmed playoff, not sure, but it's nice.
Yeah, I think actually, yeah, we'll have to double check, but it definitely puts you in a pretty solid position now. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, your upcoming matches are going to be Vitality and Team Heretics, but you are 2-1 now. How do you feel you stack up against those two teams?
Like the same as any other team.
Just good.
Stay confident. Yeah.
And that's all you can do. The recent patch changes, do you feel like that's going to affect either of the teams?
I feel like, yeah, like Vice nerf was like, you can like sense it like on, from Prax even. That instead of 20 seconds of 2 roses in total, you have only 14, and it's like very big difference.
Do you think it's big enough to maybe see some teams lean away from it now, or maybe go back towards, I guess, well, I wouldn't say a different meta altogether, but maybe start relying on different agents? Because it's felt kind of consistent in terms of the pick rates.
I don't know, but I mean, it's still playable legend. It's not like fully dead, let's say it. And yeah, we will see, but maybe a bit less now. Okay. Maybe some teams will prefer Cypher or Killjoy. For example, us, we had Killjoy on Pearl. I didn't see a lot of teams having a Killjoy.
Yeah.
Yeah, we talked to Angel last week, and he talked about, you know, you guys need to have fun again and like playing the game. In the comms today, you clearly had a lot of fun. Let's actually take a listen in and see just how much fun you guys had.
I'm fighting for B side, man.
Yo. Shall do the snake, the cobra.
Yo.
It's local, man.
The camera was on you.
Is this something you guys go to regularly in comms, or?
We just had fun at this moment.
Okay.
I will say it like this. And it's our local meme with Cobra, so yeah, it's like hard to understand. No, thank you. I did it.
Okay.
I did it.
It's not funny.
I got caught.
Okay.
I'm in the same boat with you. No idea what they're talking about, but that's
It's an inside joke, obviously.
Exactly, it's an inside joke. We brought everyone in on it, so you two cannot understand it together with us. But you're in on it. You guys were seemingly having fun. You feeling comfortable with like the role swaps that were happening recently as well? Here we got to see you back on Duelist, Xiao. We saw you back on Sova, which is super exciting for everyone who's been following your career. Are you happy to switch it back and forth? Would you like to play more of Sova or Duelist?
We don't really like. I feel like we don't really mind what we play. Like if we play Duelist or Center, like at the start of the season, we also like talked about like being able to play anything. Like anything our coach or IGL wants us on, so...
You kind of have to when you're working with those two guys.
Yeah.
I guess the interesting overlap as well is like between you, Ruxic, and Angel, though, particularly when you look at the Fracture comp, to see him on the fade and stuff. Is that something that potentially we'll see you go back to, or is that just more, you've established that now and that feels more comfortable?
Just, you know, Vincent, our coach, happy, likes me on the bridge. And Angel
you're smiling though.
And Angel like not friend with the bridge, let's say.
Okay.
Like this. So I took this role and I'm fine with it completely. And
he's insane.
Yeah. Utility sometimes good, sometimes not there, but
sometimes maybe
always
good.
There. Always there.
Like depends how it goes. Like it's random.
But I think as well, it's in terms of like future-proofing though, it's almost like it's good to have that overlap, especially when we're potentially coming into, like you said, maybe seeing some changes around buys and going towards different Sentinels and whatnot. Do you see that as a positive in terms of the roster right now and it being fairly versatile?
I don't know, to be honest. So maybe you have something to add to this.
I think most teams will stay on the Vice. I think Vice is still like, even with the nerds, I think Vice is still really powerful.
Will it
Because
just
only
be map
the thing
specific
is when
then?
you see a lot of Vice, like you play a lot against it, you're getting used to play against it, and you know weaknesses and like strengths of this agent, and as more it goes, as easier we'll be playing against her.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
Because I think even if the roses are like 7 seconds long, like you can't just rush into a site and like expect to like not get stopped by anything.
Yeah, I mean, also, like, a lot of teams invested a lot of time, obviously, into making the Vice work in their compositions, hence the uptick in the pick rate, right? So it'd be a bit drastic to just drop it now, although Icebox is in the mix now, so we've seen some people, like, switching over to KO. Do you feel like there is any team that actually might be hurting due to the changes or excelling?
I think Foot is like happy with the changes. Because
of cracks, right?
Yeah, they love KO.
Yeah.
So I think they're like smiling when they saw the changes.
Right on, right on. Well, looking ahead now, let's take a look at the schedule to see what we have coming up tomorrow. I want you guys' predictions here as well. So you're going to tell me as soon as we see the graphic who you think is going to come out on top. Generally, do you feel like the region is very competitive right now? Do you feel like it's more difficult to predict than in previous years?
I don't think so. It's like pretty much obvious every match, like,
All right.
in my opinion. I mean, there is some matches which is like 50-50, like for example, Liquid and Food. This is like literally 50-50 match, and I don't know on who to put my prediction. But I will say Food because they're consistent and they're not first year, you know. Last year they were consistent, this year they're showing good performance, so I will put on Food 2-1 in first match.
I would
take the second.
Wait a second, can I
You do the second one, sure.
Okay.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
Vitality versus Heretics. I like both teams, but I kind of want Heretics, I think, to win a little more, I would say. So I would put
But you want them to win, or you think they're going to win?
one and think.
Both. Okay, the head and the heart have spoken. You agree with that assessment?
I want Heretics to lose. So
why though? Why? What's the jinx?
if you look at our like group,
okay,
you can see they have 0 losses yet.
Yep.
And it would be nice for them to have 1, and we're gonna face them and win them also, and we'll be like ahead of them in the end.
You know, I see where you're going with this.
Because I have
When
like
you
my
speak
revenge
this
from
into
last year.
existence. Oh, okay, perfect.
I guess because actually, yeah, if it does go to 2-1, then obviously if another Fnatic loss comes through, because buying it, you get the buy from winning the group, so it's a big buff going into playoffs.
No, I think you will have only 1 game. Like you need to win 1 game.
One game to go to Masters.
To go
yeah.
to Masters.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
which is huge.
Absolutely.
Very huge.
I mean, the stage is so much shorter than you think. At the beginning, it's like, oh, we can drop a match. But then actually, depending on how the other teams are performing, like that can be having quite a big impact. Now, of course, we wish you and the entire crew the best of luck in your future matches. Thank you both so much for joining us here today.
Thanks for putting on the show as well.
Yeah, I mean, that was on there. Like, that went down in history. So we got that one. Now we don't have to like go all the way back in the books to 2022. Mark your calendars, 2025, the last time we had a 13-0 here in EMEA. Maybe we see more of that tomorrow. We'll find out very soon as we're saying goodbye for now. Thank you all so much for joining us. And we're going to see you again, same place, same time tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Movistar Koi have crumbled, and BBO have bounced back.
Ace under his belt to lock in the 13-6.
Like this, okay.
One enemy remaining.
Nice! That's 2 just on spams. Like, he's just walking around like, bing, 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 bing.
It's BBL Series 2-0. The final dagger in Movistar Koi's back.
Now we go in towards the next half all even. So
on these holy bobs. It's Runner to close for double digits. As GX will pull Na'Vi down by the scruff of the neck. Back-to-back in-zone flawlesses to finish off Pearl with some style. They peak hero! They do peak hero. They're getting away with bloody murder.
Hero, holy! Bro, GX are looking down the barrel of a 13-0, and Na'Vi are the ones to deliver it.
Well done.
That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the ballin', spotting, ballin'. Phone was dry, but now everybody calling. Good at taking risks, yeah, I always go all in. Swear to God that I'm deaf to the talking. I can't hear it. See the finish line. I know that I'm near it, yeah. Cut the check and I'ma clear it. Ain't nobody out here that I'm fearing, hey. Easy to see things all on the way up. Used to think it's hard, now I feel just like a layup. I've been in the gym, yeah, I'm tryna get my weight up. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the. Hey, you ain't real. It's like you got a few disguises. Walk in the room, I know I'ma be the flyest. She like me, yeah, it's hard for her to hide it. One-on-one, ain't nobody like this. Got this far by doing me, I'm everything I knew I'd be. I don't care what we used to be, no, yeah. They try and get close to me, you can't get what you want from me. I got this vision you can't see, no. Easy to see things all on the way up. Used to think it's hard, now I feel just like a layup. I've been in the gym, yeah, I'm tryna get my weight up. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the.
One time for your mind, get rockin'. One time for your mind, we poppin'. One time for your mind, no maybes. Just yes, you'll release the stress. In the place to be, we rhyme. Getting down on the mic, no crime. Hip hop, everybody know it's time. Yeah, we're gonna rock like this. Yeah, we're gonna rock like this.